Hello and welcome everyone as we are here for the third annual Midwest Battleground. It is a glorious day to begin this 3-day weekend event that we've all been really waiting for. I am your caster and host Rich Rat here alongside Centipede, who will be with me across these 3 days here locally in Lisle, Illinois, just 26 miles outside of the Chicagoland area. And we are absolutely thrilled to be here because we've really been waiting for this a long time, especially with you being a student as well and being so involved in this type of ecosystem for not only your scholastic side of it, but also me just from the observation, as I've been doing this for now 3 years with the whole organization.
Absolutely. I've been in the collegiate esports scene for about 3 years now, working with St. Xavier, who is actually here today to play Overwatch. So hopefully we'll see a good showing for them. I'm a little bit biased for that, but other than that, it was phenomenal. I was here last year. It was an absolute blast. Getting the opportunity to come back here to this great event. I mean, we have an awesome turnout. I mean, the setups have been looking phenomenal. I believe we're starting off with Overwatch today. I'm super excited to get into that.
Absolutely. We've got round robin starting, but again, for us, really, we're going to be focusing on the introduction of Overwatch. But over the course of the weekend, we have 4 major titles that we are going to be having from a collegiate competitive standpoint. On Sunday, there are open brackets for Marvel Rivals as one of the titles. We have League of Legends as well. But outside of just even the competition in and of itself, the Sports Commission for DuPage has also included so much of the educational side of it. Parents are here, coaches are here, panels, just really so much collectively in this Lisle hotel that we've got at the Sheraton, where we can bring this education and esports together in one cohesive way.
Absolutely, and last year it was phenomenal. They had a bunch of college fairs set up, so if you're like a high school kid looking to kind of dip their toes in to the collegiate esports scene, kind of get a vibe for what all the colleges are looking for, there's a whole section out there where you could just kind of talk to coaches and learn about all the programs, as well as some workshops where you can learn how to play some games. I know last year they ran a bunch of like Minecraft ones, so even if you're a casual gamer, not necessarily into the competitive side, it's a great place to come.
Yeah, and you touched on the high school aspect of it. So IHSEA is the organization that's here where they'll be having their tournaments as well, Super Smash Brothers being one of them, and again with the other major titles that you and I are going to be a part of Overwatch as we lead today, before rolling into Rocket League, Valorant, and then tail ending it with that Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, which we have so much competition today, so many students already just ready to go in this arena that we've got set up here. The staging has been set, and we'll really be diving in and talking about more of that over the course of the weekend. But again, like you had mentioned, starting off with Overwatch, there's been so much that's recently come to light with the recent patch. To dive in more specifically to that before we get into that competition between those, since it is going to be a best of 3 to start off with for these round robins, so we get to get that early introduction of how these major changes are happening, not only for the schools, and like you had mentioned, for your own university that you're a part of, and how they've had to quickly adapt to enter into today's competition because of those recent changes.
Yeah, absolutely. The change in the compositions that we're going to see is going to be drastic. I mean, I know Domina, the new tank that's been introduced, a lot of teams are already playing her, seeing what she can do. I know she's more of kind of like a brawly tank. You kind of just run around, ball of death with her. But a lot of teams have actually been leaning into the new hit scan on run, kind of running double hit scan. So we'll see if any teams kind of adapt to that as well. And I know everybody has been seeing, I mean, clips on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere of Jetpack Cat and all the shenanigans you can get up to. So we'll see if anyone brings that out, but I have to imagine at some point one of these teams is going to ban it. So
yes, and that was going to be another process that we really have to dive into, because ultimately with the 5 new heroes that have come to light for Overwatch, is you are not like fundamentally and historically getting one new hero and then working that into the rest of the compositions, which is 80% of the whole process. But now in this case, you could have an entire new team of these new characters that are brought to this table, and with such things like Jetpack Cat, there has been multiple patches, already some dev updates and adjustments, but still very strong. That I wouldn't be surprised of these best of 3s, 2 of the 3 maps, if we go to it, will be banning Jetpack Cat, because
100%.
It is so dominant, and the types of creative play that you can pull out of nowhere with it. I mean, what was it? I think I saw yesterday, it was Beyblading Reinhardts, where they like brought them up and they're just spinning at each other, and I'm like, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, but absolutely bannable in a competitive scene. team.
I mean, it's absolute cinema in like a quick play game, maybe in my comp game. But when you're seeing that in like a competitive collegiate level, I don't think anybody wants to be dealing with that.
Yeah.
Like a flying bastion in turret form, nobody wants to be shooting that. That's like literally like an attack helicopter. You can't stop that.
Yeah, it brings me back to where Northwood, even when we talk about collegiate Overwatch from Blizzard specifically, where it was always using the Mundata statue on King's Road, where you'd set up the bastion with the protective shielding. That's the type of almost like degenerate play we would sometimes maybe say. And you're just like, okay, we're going to have this really terrible idea, but it's going to work because it's so outlandish.
Right, and like on a baseline, like the fundamental basis of the character is that you can drag someone with you or maybe drag an opponent off the map. It's kind of insane. But what we're kind of going to be looking at is more than likely they're not going to be playing it too much, but when they do, it's going to be absolute chaos, and I'm here for it.
Well, and again, even with that ban specifically on Jetpack Cat, there are those other aspects, and you mentioned and touched on about the two-hit scan dynamic, and we always, look at the historical aspect of when Hanzo and Widowmaker was such a great dynamic together for the longest period, and in this case, you're going to see now that type of same synergy between the two with updates. I mean, the area of effect damage that you get from the newer hero that's going to be brought in that can play with the rest of the team, there's just such a, I think, really big, massive understanding of spatial awareness that needs to happen, because there is so much area of effect damage and area of effect impact that you really need to be extremely coordinated. And I think that's what I'm really going to be looking for going into this weekend, is when you talk about all of these students and the coaching and how they are able to look at both the macro and the micro view of competition and how they're going to be able to surpass their opponent.
Absolutely, and like when you're diving into that one character specifically, you kind of do miss that macro element of, is Brawl going to be strong with all that area of effect damage? Because the whole deal with Brawl is you're supposed to ball up, go in together, but with some of these new heroes, you can't really do that. Like, very strong tether from Mizuki, one of the new supports, as well as Jetpack Cat being able to like support you on an off angle so well. So it's going to be interesting to see which kind of comps and what kind of adjustments that all these students are going to have to make on the fly.
And the other part is, because there is so much emphasis on the new heroes that we've brought to the table, you had mentioned and touched on Domino specifically, and because of the way that the Prism works and how you're able to mitigate damage or deny damage, there are certain alternative tanks that might be a little bit more viable due to having to work around that. Orisa Ultimate is, the Terror Surge is a perfect example of it, where there's certain aspects in the way that the hero functions and the ability takes action that you can deny that type of value that would otherwise be beneficial onto a tank in another composition.
Absolutely, and I think that also incentivizes some people to play dive characters. Maybe even like Doomfist you might even see come out a little bit to kind of just ignore those shields that are being put 100%. Up and ignore that kind of like shooting mitigation. You can just run up and punch them. I mean, not much you can really do.
The physical gap close too, and able to bypass the shield that Dominic can bring to this as well, since that, again, uniqueness of where each segment or pocket of it will eventually deplete since it's a lower health value. But again, all those little micro nuances are super important, and understanding how to play that position to utilize her to her maximum potential and what it really can do as an overarching decision-making process for the teams using it and or defending against it.
Definitely. And it's not like she's just kind of there to absorb damage. I mean, she could put out damage just like a Symmetra beam.
100%.
Like, it's just amazing.
And we're going to be hopping into this game finally, as we're going to be getting it underway, and we start off on Ilios. Again, these are best of 3 right now, so it is a control map definitive decision. Ilios will be our first rotation as we go through the round robins, as we do have U of Illinois, Springfield versus Carthage, which again, Carthage was here last year, and we were able to see them compete. Couple of different names I'm seeing on this, but again, overall, the first game that we actually get to have for the day, and cannot wait to see how it unfolds and what we get our first taste of those new heroes in the selection. You can already see at least some of the hero selections. I can see a cat in the window.
I do. So that means that that ban was left open, but I think it's interesting, Springfield's backline, the Wu Yang Moira. I think that's going to be very, very interesting to play around the ball here. Can they kind of like work around with that flexibility, with that water ring maybe, but very much more divey.
Oh, 100%. And again, when we really look at the compositions, once these doors open, the other aspect of it too is that's what I was curious if we're going to see the Pharah be brought out to this, coupled with the Mercy as we typically see. So it gets a lot of that aerial combination in conjunction with Jetpack Cat. So that wasn't banned out here. So there is so much elevation and high ground dominance that can come in diving from the top, still having ZXC moving onto the point to try and gain control as they cycle around the backside. Easy pickup onto the Torbjorn. Chicken's going to get a great pickup early. getting that boosted damage and the coordination with the Wrecking Ball so that they can make this pincer maneuver to outmatch and outmaneuver. And realistically, Springfield at this point is having a devastating time working through this initial onslaught.
Yeah, you can see they're already making swaps on the on-run, trying to kind of mitigate this height, this element that's been brought in by that pharmacy.
Diving back in, Wrecking Ball goes for the pile drive, doesn't quite get the stun. Easy comeback here, getting X back online to have this Tracer. They've managed to couple and grab this point, and now look to see on re-entry.
I'm wondering to see how much CXC's value is going to come in, because now that Springfield is swapping over, there's not going to be a whole lot of agents that you're going to want to be close to.
See a lot of damage being pumped from far. Again, that hit can you emphasize. Great shot comes through, though, taking down that backline flanker. So now you really just have this ball movement underneath. Echo is going to be quickly moving onto the point to try and take this back. Great reposition, though, thrusting through the front of it to see if they can dislodge them and keep it competing with 27% and continuing to climb. Having to very quickly move out of the way. Minefield is available. Could look to drop it onto the point. Easy access back onto it to do so, while Chicken rains rockets from above. They have completely isolated inside of this small space and are really dominating and continuing to secure it and hold on to 2 ultimates that they can carry over into that next engagement.
We talked about that area of effect damage. That is exactly what you saw right there. 3 going down in quick succession for Springfield. That is a dominant fight back from Carthage as the point takes across 50%.
Now, far of their own, but lacking the mercy to stick close. So there is the advantage for Carthage as they move forward, looking to hold a little bit more defensively. Has also that barrier shield, great reposition to come back in, keeping the Roadhog forward, can't quite elude out of the damage, but still gets a pick up onto X. CC now going to have that pulse bomb to join along with it, having the boost coming through. Aggressive grab, gets the Wrecking Ball, pulls in, jetpack, huge disconnect, doesn't actually go off the edge.
The barrage!
Massive play in return, and now they're able to sustain through it. There's an attempt to grab, what a
2-on-2, 2-on-2.
and now they're able to switch it back. Finally, the first moment of dominance that Springfield has here.
Oh no.
Then they actually be able to dislodge it. They're just going to get it to 100% easily. No real problem holding on to this. This is a miraculous turnaround. The staggers from this Wrecking Ball play have been perfect. The Minefield, again, continues to zone them off the point. You can hear the screaming in the background for attempting to get back in onto this point. There's not enough, as there is a great changeup by the duplicate to get that opportunity of pushing him off the edge. Unfortunately, I don't think that you're going to have Springfield manage to hold on any longer. That is a worthwhile attempt, and you've got Springfield now, unfortunately, having to look to that second round.
Yeah, that was constant action. You could see the staggers kind of really hindered Springfield that whole time, not quite able to kind of put together a full fight until the very end there, and even then, it just wasn't quite enough to flip the point as Ferocious Pig got that mines on again, just kind of denying access to that point.
Now as we enter in, Well being our next placement. Curious to see what kind of options they'll adjust to. Carthage still going to stick with this Jetpack Cat. Again, they have such a high aerial and quick mobility type of composition. Like you mentioned, just so aggressive. If you can continue to get Springfield caught off guard and they really can't mitigate the damage, it's going to be so much more challenging for them. But I like the fact that Double's going to go onto this Reaper, because if they get right in your face, those shell shock moments are going to be so impactful.
Absolutely, and if they run out of movement abilities, I mean, he's going to be able to take it. They're going to be able to take advantage of that really quickly. I'd look for XDS to be super crucial in shutting down this pharmacy if they can. It's about the only range damage that they have. Is first pick immediately again for Ego.
Yeah, that's really great. Again, you're continuing to eliminate that Tracer, who is constantly a nuisance, so that you can focus on the remaining few that are clustered near for this next dive attempt. But the Wrecking Ball play is so good, and gets a boop onto Ego into the well. They lose the tank. This is a abandoned ship type of moment, but when they attempt to jump off, they are just locked in place with a great pile drive to deny any opportunity of retreat.
God, that was devastating. I mean, Ego going down just kind of set the tone for that, and then stun onto all three, both of the back line, and I believe onto X. I mean, that was just a shutdown, and you can see a switch immediately coming out from Failure.
Curious how Double is going to enter into this fight. Not really wanting to take an off angle, going more so forward as they maneuver to the left, looking for a flanking position. Nice job by, again, CXC. Getting in their face. Also the adjustment coming out for that new Mizuki play. Rocket Barrage with mobility. That talent trait giving so much opportunity to peek around these silhouettes and this architecture to not really allow the opponent to find an area. But even with that Rocket Barrage, things are looking a little bit more dicey, where Springfield can now take more advantage on this point. But again, this coordination between both the Wrecking Ball and the Jetpack Cat have been so well done.
No, absolutely. Just moving around like an absolute speed demon as the mines come out yet again. Double finding a pick on a chicken fries. My goodness. That was quick.
Big healing from Kiriko on the backside, making sure that the Wrecking Ball is still functioning. Can we get this position? The charge damaged. Huge rocket pressure onto Ego. And that beautifully done to shut down the Mercy, who is getting that fluid healing throughout, finally swaps it over and converts it at 60% from Carthage.
No, that was great. Illinois is finally converting on one of those first picks from Ego off the hook. That was great, and now they actually have ult advantage as well.
Clustered between the pillars for now, not wanting to take any off angle with double until necessary. Again, there's just so much range damage and just great job early again. The res comes out at least, so they do get back into full force for the time being. Pile drive onto double, isolated away, has to use the Wraith form to move out and has the ultimate available. That Death Blossom could be so dominant if found in the right spot, but again, there's so much mobility that denying it could be huge. Now ulted active. You've got X moving in, looking for that massive damage onto the high ground, gets the pickup onto Jumpy, follows up with the secure from Mizuki, and will now look to continue holding and soon to surpass in percentage for Springfield.
Yeah, 4-on-3. Carthage can't really fight this. They just got to wait for their Pharah to come back online with that barrage. You can see Hollister also holding onto that ult. See if they try to use that to mitigate Double's ult.
Double now, you can see they have knowledge of where Double is. Understanding they are stuck in that area. Look at already having to use the Wraith form to get out. Vulnerable at the moment. Death Blossom comes to the side,
goodness.
Though. Gets both Chicken and ZXC, and there's a follow through as well. Beautifully done, just lurking in the darkness, and gets the triple. And this puts Springfield in a great position. It's going to have to be a desperate play and swiftness from Carthage with the ult economy.
Yeah, this is a huge turnaround, especially from how that first point was looking. I'm loving Ego on the hog and double. That was an absolutely massive play. And both support ults still online for Springfield. This might be an impossible fight to win.
Carthage now playing off towards the side, split ever so slightly. Wrecking Ball in the back, trying to focus, denying that Kitsune rush. This harassment is beautifully done to see if you can continue to force the supports back, gets a double with it. Great corralling, both supports into the small area. Jetpack Cat taking Ego into the depths. Again, this was an absolutely well-coordinated assassination onto the supports, and then just utilizing all of the toolkits available to them and still keeping at least something in the bank with the pulse bomb, and soon to have Jumpy's ult as well.
Absolutely. Springfield held onto those support ults, didn't want to fight it, but they did get across to 99. It's just one more fight win for Springfield to keep themselves in this match.
Where will be point of entry? Attempting to see if they can get vision onto those that are looking for a flanking angle. Tight space, now goes for the cleanse. That is down, that is devastating. The wall comes in, denies that exit way, separates the team, but it's still going to be Illinois Springfield managing to take advantage here, getting rid of that Pharah and everyone else. At this point, this is going to be easily going back into a Springfield victory, so we go to a map 3 as it is a 1-to-1 score. Again, they swapped it for Carthage. Great opportunity earlier, but because they focused on the objective more so than the engagement, that's where they fell short.
Yeah, I love how Springfield just stuck to their guns right there. Ego on the hog and the on-run out from XD. That was phenomenal. Now, we're in an even game, folks, and we can see some fairly different comps coming out from Carthage now. Big swaps.
Well, when we go to runes too, it's because this just has such a long sightline. We've typically talked about Widows in the past, or having that long-range hit scan. And again, with the 2 new additions, you can even see that ZXC looking to hover on to that, again, hit scan to partner potentially with the Sombra. Okay, so Chicken's going to go back onto the Pharah. I personally think that the Pharah is a better decision here. The Sombra can be nice if you're working against something like a Wrecking Ball where you can really just deny movement, but you can see from Ego that they are not going to opt into anything like that. So really the Sombra doesn't bring as much value.
No, definitely not. Just sticking to the guns on Hog. I kind of like that. And I was talking a little bit earlier about the double hit scan. Neither team quite running that, but I do like the off angles available to Carthage from that pharmacy.
Curious how X is going to move into this. Lobbing some damage in the back, decent body shots. But again, there's so much fluid healing coming out from Jumpy. It's not really gaining too much. Big reposition. That's huge onto Double. Has to force a retreat. Instantly locked into the corner. Are they going to follow up on it? That's a free pick if Double gets picked off in the corner.
No way!
actually gets out of it.
How's double
surprisingly.
live?
Yeah.
Teleport out?
No, it's because you can see that you've got MLG up top with that Kiriko just funneling in the healing. There's not enough damage sufficient enough to be able to pick him off, as there is a great recovery here, though. Focusing elsewhere, going for the support.
What a
now
wall.
lock them into the corner. The wall beautifully placed once again by Carthage to sever in this case. Not able to gain value in the previous map, but this time around it pays dividends.
Absolutely, and Chicken Fries just abusing the space made for them. As, you know, MLG not just caught out in the open, like you were saying, trying to support double. Just straight into the sightline of Chicken Fries.
Now, ult online really just for Chicken, who has been putting out a lot of damage, followed closely by the Hazard. Really needing to be aware from that tank engagement. Ego just barely getting to their 0.5% for an ultimate, so they are really behind. They haven't been able to be on the front of the fight. Great hook to bring down below, as Hazard has to force a retreat. Chicken again with the Rocket Barrage gaining 2, and now following through even more so with another. And you can just see already that Carthage has such a grasp on this composition and understanding how to maneuver around Springfield, who utilizing these new heroes is great, but if you can't play them as efficiently, old comps are still going to surpass.
Absolutely, they have a phenomenal grasp on the macro here. You can see they're just playing around Chicken Fries, just outputting damage left and right, especially against this more brawly comp from Springfield, just kind of relying on Ego to hit those hooks.
Ferocious, waiting on an great hook, beautiful play. When you get rid of a support that quickly and not able to even get the Suzu out or the Swift Step, it's a big advantage.
Res,
so Springfield, that's not so beneficial, but Jumpy goes down, focusing on the res, loses out, and gets themselves in a very difficult position. And because
How did they turn that?
Yeah, that's completely insane that they are able to pull that off. And again, like, here's the thing is, you talk about when we say, oh yeah, Pharah, like either focus the Pharah or focus the team game. The fact that they were focusing on a support and then swap into the other support, it's allowing both ZXC and Chicken to then all of a sudden be like, hey, focus them, we're going to crush you.
Absolutely. Just playing a push and pull with the attention. Carthage going aggressive. My goodness, just wanted to shut this map down.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they can give more aggression at this point because they are at this 99-0 position. So even if they lose the point, they have more than enough time for Carthage to be able to cycle a couple of ultimates, come back in for timing, make Springfield force a lot of resources just to get this into a opportune moment for them to at least take it. But even then, they put so much into this. Carthage has managed to get back into it. The res gets the numbers advantage, and that allows them to take this control map and take the winning point going into this next map selection.
God, that was a quick-paced Ilios.
Oh, absolutely.
I love that.
I mean, the fact that we at least go to round 3, I'm really liking to seeing this type of adjustment. They're having to read their opponent, understand the way that they're playing. But, you know, we talked about it. New heroes, new opportunities, new meta. But when you look at, let's say now, this composition from Carthage, they're sticking to what they know, to how they want to play it, and they're not going to take any risks. Because again, when you're in a competition like this, unless you have really dedicated enough time and you have enough scrim and you have enough practice with those new heroes to find the nuanced benefits, sometimes it's not always better to go with new. Newer isn't always better.
No. And especially when you're that used to playing against it. And I think it also, the comp that Carthage was playing with that Pharmacy, along with playing more divey character like the Hazard that you saw come out on Ruin, I think that played really, really well into what Springfield was trying to do, kind of balling up with the Hog. I would have liked to see their Onron, that new hit scan, kind of taking a little bit more off angles with a little bit more support. Maybe could have gotten a little bit more value, but honestly, just the macro positioning of Carthage was really good. That I think was the key to getting them through Ilios.
And then now at this point, we get to see if there is going to be a ban. Again, I'm realistically surprised that we saw Jetpack Cat. I didn't think that we would have it, but again, it might have been where there's a ban focused on other things because they feel that they have counters to the Jetpack Cat. Because, like I mentioned, there's been a lot of iteration. There has been some dev updates that Jetpack has been a little bit nerfed. Still quite dominant, I would still say, but it's not, let's say, as it was 2 weeks ago on release.
Yeah, no. There was no shutting down Jetpack Cat on release, but they're trying to mitigate. But again, on a fundamental level, this is something that's going to take both your heroes and your opponent's heroes just off the map or just in crazy directions, crazy aerial that we've never really seen before. Like, we've seen flying characters like a Pharah, like an Echo, but they don't have like the movement ability or unpredictability that you do with Jetpack Cat, and kind of like the tethering line. I think it's messing a lot with kind of the mechanics of a lot of these hit scan players that we're seeing having to adjust really quickly.
Yeah, and again, because it's more so that, like you mentioned, there's been so many aerial heroes historically and how they're able to independently impact the game. But the fact that now that you bring another element into it by the hero, by the choice, by almost in that sense where I remember Halt from Orisa, where it's like you get that pull, but even then it's like it's an ability that's more so on the control of where you're placing it and when you're activating it. Whereas in this point, you have full control over the character autonomy in that sense, and you're able to just really bring them to where they are not prepared for it. Even if, let's say, it's not an environmental elimination, the fact of the matter is if you can grab somebody and put them into an unfavorable area, that's then going to force out a lot of cooldowns, whether it's a Swift Step, whether it's a Suzu, whether it's some sort of tanking defensive that you need to have to keep that hero alive. All of that matters in the bigger picture of macro or microplay.
Especially, and I talked about how Brawl might be good, but with Jetpack Cat, it could also benefit Dive as well. As if you can bring some Squishy out to the front line into that unfavorable position like you were talking about, that makes that hazard pick super, super valuable, where you can just dive in if you're very coordinated, which Carthage was looking phenomenal.
And that's the other part too, is you mentioned about like a squishy character or ones that are more vulnerable, which is why I could also see from Springfield, they're using, let's say, the Kiriko Swift Step, easy ability to get out, or other high mobility. Or in the opposite sense of when you have a Roadhog who has that self-heal, who is more of that beefy type of damage-absorbing hero, that if they're grabbed or picked up, there's still a chance for a hook. There's still a chance for mitigation and how they're trying to get themselves out of that sticky situation. So I do like at least what they're recognizing from Carthage, from Springfield, and now they just need to take what they've learned so far, what type of methodology they're playing, and at this point, if they're not really seeing any of the new hero usage, they may go back to some of their own tactics and say, hey, maybe we don't really need to bring these into light, and we can go back to what we've been so comfortable playing over the course of weeks or months before they even had the new heroes.
Right, and I think they're going to try to look to play a little bit more close quarters. You can see they struggled a little bit with those long sight lines that you saw Chicken and Fries just kind of abuse, just spamming down them.
Absolutely.
They just couldn't get comfortable on the point, which is why I think they did so well on Well, was that they could get into these kind of corners, these little positions where you can kind of ball up and explode with like that amount of damage straight onto it, and not taking so much of that chip on the way there. So I think that's going to kind of be a key for them, is if they can avoid that chip and actually get set up in good positions, I think they'll find a lot of success here in map 2.
And that was also something even further. You're talking about the far and emphasizing it. I wouldn't be surprised if in map selection they're trying to find maps that do have a little bit more of an open sightline versus more of those type of higher architectural buildings, a lot more channels and nooks that you can get that Farah in, where she can be able to kind of peek out, look for those angles, find those off angles, because you have to leave that Farah vulnerable. Even with a Mercy, the fact is you can either get the Farah or the Mercy in a more open space that leaves so much more room for opportunity for that hit scan that they're really continuously bringing in their competition or composition.
Yeah, the question is, can they just hit their shots and actually shut down the pharmacy? That's kind of the big question. It's a little bit easier than hitting maybe a Bastion on top of a Jetpack Cat, but still not the easiest. So we'll see if they can kind of take advantage of that kind of going into map 2. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked something a little bit more open to try and make them a little bit more vulnerable. But
well, because we saw it even from the POV where the couple of body shots that were coming through on the Farah. But the fact of the matter is the Mercy's just hugging behind a pillar and saying, I'm just going to keep pumping healing into it. And then the moment that I know you're either out of sight line, you're in danger from our tank engagement, then I'm just going to power boost. And now the damage just starts streaming in. And it is way too difficult to overcome that. And that's why even we saw, which by the way, Springfield did fantastic keeping Double alive on that Reaper in the corner. But there's still just this constant flow of damage that's really making Double not be able to play aggressively and use all of its kit really defensively.
It's kind of that push and pull where it's like, what are you going to do with this kind of problem that's been presented now in map 1? Where are you going to lean more into open space, let's expose this pharmacy? Or do you want to play a little bit more close corners and not expose ourselves to that much damage so early? Or maybe play something a little bit more divey to kind of exploit the positioning of that Mercy. Will they even run it in this next map? We'll see.
Absolutely. And again, one of the more important things too to also focus on, and like we talked about, is this is still the round robin stage. So this is where they try and set themselves up and try and differentiate themselves from the other squads and understand that what is it that we're really starting to see, and us being able to at least know that there are those who are interested in trying to put together compositions with the new heroes and how they're being able to work effectively with them. And we can even get like an overhead here of the actual space that we're in. Beautiful setups here. So amazing to be able to see such expansive line. Yeah, thank you, Prod. You're getting that nice pan across to show the absolute magnitude of what we have here in this Sheraton Hotel. Again, major props to everyone that's been a part of this, all of these students that are participating, the coaches, admins, our production, the sports, DuPage Sports Commission, everyone that's been involved in this. It's been fantastic to have them be able to put on an event like this for 3 days. And again, this is only day one. We've got 2 more where things continue to heat up competition-wise as we're finishing up the round robin today. Again, we've got probably this game and I think one more before we transition into Rocket League for those that are looking for the Rocket League section. Valorant shortly after, and then book capping the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate towards later in the day. As I know we should be getting into our next map shortly, but I know we're just giving them some time to make sure that they do have map selection and bans going through, since we want to give them ample time as they're getting connected to that. But realistically, so I know you mentioned a little bit about your school as well being a part of this. You being able to see them and just, again, all of these collective students, what does it kind of mean from a student's perspective, since you are still in school, to have something like this? Because even back when I was in college, it was never to this scale. So for me, it's fascinating. So for you, what is your just involvement and excitement to see something of this scale?
Yeah, so from a player's perspective, I mean, this is the absolute dream. This is what you join esports to kind of be a part of, is if your team goes to one of these massive events that's being put on, by professionals. I mean, the spotlight, this is where you kind of this is where you can kind of rise to the occasion and start getting your name out there. This is kind of like what you dream of. It's and the ability to even like network, even meet new people within the space, talk with others. And I this is my favorite thing ever about just being a player, being a part of esports as a whole. The opportunities you get to have as a part of a college. I mean, this is the most exciting thing that I can imagine ever doing as a collegiate esports athlete.
Well, that's awesome to hear, even from like the scholastic side of it and someone being a part of the university. And again, you're probably still, again, no bias in these kind of moments, but still excited to see your university be able to participate in something like this, since I know we have them coming from all across the Midwest to this location. Some have traveled, long and far to be part of it, to really compete with so many other, colleges where we don't, let's say, maybe have as much opportunity in a LAN environment. So for this DuPage Sports Commission to be able to bring this and organize the entire event in and of itself for 3 years in a row has been a real spectacle, and each year continuing to grow and gain more and more visibility so that we can continue to have this year over year.
Absolutely, and I mean, the scale has only gotten bigger and bigger each year. I mean, last year I don't think we had quite as many setups or even entrants as we do.
I think there's like I think they said, 45 or 90 more PCs? I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but it's a significant amount where we've continued to up that scale, and just also even having, like we mentioned later on Sunday, where there's going to be the open bracket opportunity for those that are signing up to do Marvel Rivals is another one, League of Legends is another one that we have. There's also like more of like the melee fighters, where we've got Rivals of Aether is another one that's included in that. So there's just a multitude of titles from all different sectors, and for those that enjoy different type of game styles as well.
Absolutely, and I think there was even an open bracket for Splatoon I saw.
I
which
saw that as well.
Like, that was my home game. I loved playing that on the Wii U. That was my thing. But the fact that we're able to run as many of these things in concurrent events as well, like you mentioned earlier with the IHSEA, not just college athletes, but also bringing the high school scene into this as well. I know it's just a local one, but even expanding it further and further, I mean, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, getting that type of exposure and opportunity for high schoolers to understand that, hey, like, there is a viable channel that goes into the collegiate sector. I mean, from schools here, even just in Illinois, but also just in the surrounding area, that if there's an opportunity that they want to go to an alma mater for either their parents or friends, or if there's an opportunity that's within the close vicinity, still within the Midwest, those types of opportunities are great, where you have options, and it's not like you're all funneling just to one university, because many are starting to adopt these types of organizations and these programs and including that into their normal curriculum.
Absolutely. And not only is it just being done as like a kind of a club activity or just kind of on the side, some of these schools are actually integrating them as athletic programs. You can get scholarships to play for college, and if like that's interesting to you, this is the place to go to kind of get that kind of insight, get the feel of what you can do, and even get paid to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like I said, we're still giving some time before we enter into that next map, since again, these round robins are the best of 3. So wanted to make sure that we give them that opportunity, even discussing with Prod, saying, players want to get settled in. That's, I think, the fun part of when we go into these LAN environments where everyone needs to get their station, their setup. Trust me, I love when I see like them bring their own keyboards and their own mice and everything else because they've just got their setup. Like they have to have it that way, and I absolutely understand it. Or especially for those that kind of adjust the monitors where it's like really close into your face and you're just like, I personally, my peripheral vision cannot do that. So for those that can do it, major props to them as we do finally get that next map selection as we're going to be entering in onto this. And GG, well played. Here we go. Second map, and curious if we're going to, again, see any sort of variation from Carthage, or they're going to stick again with old reliables.
Interesting seeing that Springfield is choosing Flashpoint for this one. I think that's a very interesting second map choice. This map has a good variety of good outdoor spaces, but I think it's focused mainly on that indoor area, kind of trying to shut down the verticality that Carthage was bringing.
Well, and even when we look at also not like the verticality side of it, I feel like there's also so many different platforms and levels that you can have, not just from an aerial sense, but like even when we talk about these balconies, there's a lot of objects, there's a lot of cover that you can find. So that's the part I think I'm going to be most interested to watch and see if Carthage does want to have Chicken once again coming out on this Pharah, which I think is still a very viable option here. You can see there is some advanced movement. They're actually going to have a rotation of adjustment. Chicken's not going to come out on DPS and going to opt to go into this Zarya.
Here's a tiny little bit of insight that I have. Chicken Fries, I do know them. They did try out for St. Xavier's team.
Ooh,
they were a very, very sick Reinhardt player. Oh my goodness.
Okay, and then you've got, yeah, that's actually just going to come right out the gate with a Torbjorn. Haven't seen that in a hot moment to get that type of dominance. But again, you know, early opportunity for Springfield, catching off Carthage, and that's going to give them first flashpoint.
It's a great job done, man. And Carthage, again, sticking to kind of these more familiar heroes, except for Ferocious locking in one of our new DPS players.
Yes.
Trying to kind of, again, exploit, I think, that area of effect in this close, confined area.
Well, and partnering it as well with the Sojourn, again, there's just a lot of just damage that can come through. Okay, or you can just come from the side, and everything I just said about Sojourn is completely out the window. Nice job by Ego adopting this Wrecking Ball, which, again, we did get to see it at the beginning of our control map, and really actually starting to find value because, again, there's so many places you can grapple here and get some really off angles.
I think it's really interesting that Springfield really isn't running a hit scan here on this inside point. They're just kind of running kind of spam from Torbjorn and just kind of up close damage from Symmetra. I kind of love seeing this. Chicken Fries taking down 2 though.
Springfield really holding ground here. And again, they've just got so much mobility, almost as if you'd see Carthage be doing the same thing, but really just that early dominance with that Torbjorn pickup onto 2 changes this entirely. Finally, Carthage is able to weather the storm, come back into it, and deny it 74%.
Yeah, it's just another swap from Ferocious onto Venture, though. ZXC building that ultimate very quickly with all those kills early, but see how Ego kind of responds. Trying to go around the back, I fear.
Curious to see how this is going to end up turning out with Venture. Ego pumping damage into ZXC. Again, the hyper focus on the Sojourn being caught out and completely isolated has been consistent for them on now 3 separate occasions. 60% in climbing, though, still for Carthage. They're holding ground. The minefield is in such a wide space, but you can actually still have them tucked into the corner, keeping it contested to make sure they're not going to lose this opportunity. Great zoning mechanism, and XD is going to look to take down once again that Tracer play. The turret is going to find angles on the back in addition to what the damage is from the Torbjorn.
That was phenomenal, just trading back and forth between that ball and that Torbjorn. I mean, they just kept that attention divided, really couldn't do anything. And I think it's really interesting that MLG Not's kind of on this Moira pick. It's a very unconventional pick, but I think it really, really does work for this specific point. As Carthage is going to make a final push to contest for this first point.
Overtime active now. Nice movement with the Wrecking Ball to continue forcing back the heroes. ZXC again caught out before the ultimate can be used. Venture gets the ultimate active, able to completely sever this team again. Springfield really coming out on top. I'm loving that Carthage is trying to enter back into this though. They have that Kitsune Rush, which might just be a big enough boost for them to turn this back around. And it actually does. Huge grab as well. Everything collectively coming in to swap this back over. And here's the thing, is because Carthage was able to get so much percentage back, the investment into that fight and getting it is such a big win for them to now look for this next flashpoint, because there's no way that Springfield can get back as a full 5.
No, they can't. Now, the only thing is that Carthage invested a whole lot to get that point, so we'll see if Illinois can kind of get out on a little bit of a better footing here with the ult advantage.
I mean, realistically, there was still thrown 3 of them from Springfield.
They were
with the bolted core, they had Venture, they also had the Moira toss that in there. So ultimately, they at least have the Kitsune Rush, but at this point, in this transition to get to the flashpoint, Carthage just takes the fight and now should have a positional advantage. And if they get these stackers on this, that's even more dominant for them to look for that next point.
It's staggering even more, and this is kind of what I was talking about with getting in position, getting caught on rotations. That's kind of what Carthage has been exploiting this whole time. Springfield needs to just get a little bit in position, not get caught out quite as much.
Kitsune Rush is my biggest focus right now, and how soon they're going to use that on this engagement. I really don't want to
immediately
initially,
popped.
but yeah, they're going to go with it with a minefield. I guess they want to couple it, because realistically, they'll have 3 others if they're rotating them timeliness-wise. Carthage has to draw back a little bit. Unfortunately, they can't really go into that Kitsune Rush. Wrapping underneath to try and take an off angle. Venture pushing back Ego to see if they can separate it and not get a nice knockdown and pile drive. Also utilizing that Venture ultimate from Carthage to force them away until they can get back onto it. And it's 50% already for Carthage.
I really do like that push from Double onto ZXC, though. But the point, again, they're still ticking. You can't get chicken fries off this point. Just has not.
Oh, no. You can see how minimal it was from Springfield to get the supports. Both of them eliminated. Great pickup here by Carthage. They have taken full advantage of this. And again, the start of this looks so favorable to Springfield. They get the early advantage. They know how to hold ground. Once it swaps over, though, Carthage plays their absolute best in this rotation to the second flashpoint, and now we're going to be in a prime position to get to a third because they knew to take the fight early. They went into this one as well. Doomfist, like you mentioned, from Ego now coming out to see if that's a miraculous turnaround and dislodging those on this point.
I do like it, sliding a little bit more into the dive, but that grab is going to be massive. I don't think there's really much you can do if you're Springfield.
Yep, tactical turret on the wall ain't going to do any assistance either as the overtime fades for the second flashpoint, and they have to look now to the third. Springfield down 2 and has a big mountain to climb here to try and make this a 1-to-1 map score.
It's going to need to be a double reverse sweep for Springfield to have any sort of chance there, but we'll see if Ego sticks onto this Doomfist. Looks like they are. Going to try to exploit how open this next point is. Kind of 3 different lanes you can come from either side. So look for him to dive into the back lines if he can.
Now, sound barrier active. This is a very aggressive play forward. You can see there's some great coverage. But realistically, everyone from Springfield at least falls back, doesn't want to become overcommitted until they look for that wraparound. Double gets picked up, unfortunately. And realistically, Springfield tries to maneuver and play around the sound barrier. They did a great job at the start, but I think they were too slow to rotate, and you were able to have Carthage capitalize.
Yeah, that really was all Pig. Just absolutely capitalizing on just that slight mistaken rotation from Springfield. Just swinging that sword straight in their faces.
Yep. Now, seeing how they want to take this next engagement, Springfield sticking close together. Shield's already active to try and get some extra damage from the Zarya to combat against Chicken. High ground still dominant, goes in for the aggression. Venture digs underneath, gets the health back to come back in from a side angle as there needs to be a subtle reposition here. Villier on the Zuki, nice job. There's a knockback, getting Jumpy off the map, which is huge, but Ego's going to play so much more dominantly alongside of it.
Zarya on Zarya.
Yep, ZVZ. What was it? Or like, yeah, just do like the TBT. This is a ZVZ. ZVZ. Try and make it really clever.
DBZ?
DBZ, that too. Over 9,000, absolutely.
I mean, they got the beams coming out.
They really do.
Basically coming out of my head.
And what is it? Ultra Instinct. That's what we're looking for here to go to the final form.
That's what Ego's going to have to need.
And now Chicken going to look to try and again find an angle, has the grab, has done very well with it prior. Could look to try and lock down the support. Hyper, look at the damage coming in, just streams of it. And now tosses the grab in the back as the bubbles have been expended. Huge attempt to turn this back around, but there is no way to escape the Graviton pull and just locks them in place. Now, it's all this Torbjorn left to do. I mean, health values are low, but there's no way that they can get this final execution. There is just a steady stream of healing coming in the backside, but with Carthage losing both supports, if they can get back fast enough, oh, comes the strike, and that is a relentless score.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they lived for that long. Getting dove on by a Vendetta?
Let's see what they can do here.
CXC pumping out damage in the back. Kitsune Rush is active, leading into this.
Aggression
Carthage
again.
in a prime position to be able to lock this down. Having that Kitsune Rush and not utilizing it in the previous fight and able to generate it is going to put a nail in the coffin here, where Springfield cannot outmaneuver, outpace, or outcontrol Carthage as they are able to take that Flashpoint map.
2-0. That was a great adjustment from Carthage. You saw earlier in the map, they were struggling a little bit on that indoor point, but the second it got a little bit more open, a little bit more, you know, flexible with where they could play, they showed their dominance there, for sure.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, again, in moments like those, you can have really great early plays. The Torbjorn catches 2 off guard. That's an easy fight end. And then once you can secure yourself in a position like that, it really does make a difference. But when we start looking at the long run game, we look at the big macro plays, we look at the spatial awareness and understanding and being able to utilize the Zarya. And again, I think the synergy that was happening with the usage of the Graviton, but also the supports coupling alongside those barriers was something that was so important for them to be able to do, to be able to take that engagement.
No, for sure. And you saw like the kind of modern day Grav Dragon coming out with the Grav and Vendetta ult. I mean, there's not really much you can do, and Chicken Fries is just in your back line and being able to grab 3 like that.
Oh, 100%. And again, that's where we get to see a little bit of a newer hero, but not like the immediate newer hero. So we get a little bit of still new flavor regardless from a competitive edge. And also that cinematic, amazing when it came out.
Phenomenal.
Sad face for Doomfist, but I don't think he's gone. He never is.
No, he's never gone.
So, but that's another story beat for those that are actually like Overwatch fans. You'll get what I mean.
Gauntlet will go to someone else.
Yes, it'll be passed on for sure. But with that, at least we do have so far now one of the round robins completed, as we were able to see Carthage manage to take that. Springfield still playing very, very well. They did adapt in moments that I think were necessary for them to be able to take the advantage when they could, or if they catch somebody off guard, they knew how to play in more of a defensive position once they actually obtained it. I think that's one of the things that's most important for them, is that they know how to lock down an area and play to their strengths. But once it comes to, let's say, re-entry or trying to recover when things are a little bit more chaotic, it's just almost like a few beats just too shy of being able to recover from it, and that's where Carthage was able to really exploit them.
Definitely. And like I was talking about, Carthage was super, super aggressive, willing to take those fights, not really shying away, letting Springfield take the first fight. They were always the aggressors. They were always popping that ult first. You saw like aggressive Kitsune rushes multiple times in from Carthage. I think that was kind of the key to catching Springfield just a little bit off guard in those rotations, kind of not ready for the fights. When Springfield was ready for a fight, they were ready for a fight. But as soon as they were caught just a little bit off guard, it all just kind of crumbled like dominoes.
Well, and again, we also talked a little bit about the ultimate economy aspect of how often they're using it or how fast they're generating it. We saw that even more so in like the control map versus this one, but there were still moments where the tempo of being able to gain those ultimates was a little bit lacking or slow in that sense in comparison to Carthage, because they were just getting them slightly faster. It was definitely more tight in comparison to the control map, because Ego was a perfect example where we just saw this significant delay of getting that ultimate online, trying to utilize it with the rest of the composition and having to solely rely on the support ultimates, because they were getting basically lightning fast because they're pumping out so much healing to try and recover from the fights that aren't going in their favor.
For sure. And then when Springfield wasn't able to get those early picks from the Hog, I'm going to guess that Carthage might have banned the Hog, because we didn't see Eagle play it a single time on that flashpoint. So I think shutting that down, shutting down that early pick potential, that was really carrying Springfield through that control map. I think that was kind of a key as well for Carthage kind of to take that advantage.
Well, and from an overarching look at this too, I mean, Carthage was really demonstrating their understanding of that tempo, like I touched on earlier, for the ultimate economy usage, but also just over this weekend. We've talked about it even last year when we were here. I mean, the ability to understand your opponent and to adapt in the moment, and then being in this type of environment where you are not playing with just your team in your scrim box or in your scrim zone or wherever you're typically used to. It's an environment. You're very comfortable with it. Now when you're in an open space like this, there's a lot of things that are happening. The mentality of when you are just interacting with other players, especially if, let's say, they're on the opposing side of you, even though we don't like to talk too much about the psychology of it, because again, they are all focused on their goal, but like those kind of things can be triggering, or those kind of things can be really influential in how they think about the space. And you know, sometimes they do get the jitters, especially if it's, let's say, newer students that maybe haven't had this opportunity like you touched on, where this is something that so many more schools are being involved with, that now in a physical environment like this, it can have an effect on the mental.
It absolutely can. I mean, being on LAN is stressful enough, but having someone screaming in your face from across the table, I mean, that can do a lot to you, and it can can lead to those kinds of slip-ups, or you're not playing quite optimally. You might have your mouse, you might have your keyboard, you might have, you know, your mouse pad, but when it comes to at the end of the day, you still got to shoot the other person. And if the other person's shooting a little bit harder and maybe gets in your head a little bit, there's nothing you can really do to recover.
Even on a couple of moments where you hear some of the screams and chants on the background, where it's just like, oh, like if we can hear it, they can hear it.
Oh,
so you're just like, all right, let's not get tilted. Let's not allow myself to be bothered by this. And that's a hard thing to do, especially when you're so in it and competitive. I mean, even when we talk about traditional sports in that sense, it's like, you know, you are always like, I mean, again, with some, you know, jokingness back and forth, you kind of, you know, joke a little bit with your opponent or those kind of things. And here it's like, you know, you do the same thing, or it's like even in comms where you're just like, hey, I got you for that one, or hey, better watch your six, or blah blah blah, things like that, where it's like, you know, you're trying to get a little bit more into the mindset of it because you know they're in this type of environment. So again, it's all well fun and games, of course, but when they're in the competition, and again for day one, this is where they kind of get that opportunity to let out those early jitters before going into what we've got more competitive for the brackets going into Saturday and Sunday.
Right, and this, again, is just round robin. This is just kind of to establish where we're going to be at for the rest of the weekend. So just being able to have that opportunity to kind of like settle in, get used to kind of this environment, especially if, like you said, you are new, I think is going to be very important for, you know, those kind of newer players to get settled.
And again, when we let's look at, you know, from both ends of the bell curve in that sense. Of course, there's the concern and, you know, the hype and those types of things, but there's also, I think, this rewarding sense of where for those who haven't been in a space like this, that they get to say, hey, like I'm actually involved in something, kind of like where you had touched on when it comes from the scholastic side of it, where you're in this space. It's a type of feeling, and it's this environment that has been brought here, and you can really just kind of live in it for the weekend and just be so immersed in others that are like-minded in this competitive esports space and just in, you know, these titles specifically. So all of it collectively is just a great opportunity as a whole, as we do see the competition continue to escalate over the course of the couple of days.
Right, and even with all the yelling, all the banter, whatever it might be, as soon as the game comes off, I mean, that's your opportunity to just kind of talk to people, you know, they're still human beings. It's a little bit different when it's kind of you're playing online, like from your own room, from, you know, your esports arena, whatever it might be. It's such a different environment. I think it really is a great thing, whether you're winning all your games, losing all your games, no matter what, you're getting that experience, you're getting used to it, and I mean, that's what it's all about.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, hence, let's talk about the education system. You're learning. That's exactly what this is, and it's in like a real-time form of it. So, and it's healthy competition too. I mean, you want to be able to show that you're the best at something. I myself, even though I'm not to this caliber by any mean, but like when I play, I still have that competitive sense. I still have that type of mindset, and I still, at the end of the day, despite maybe going on, let's say, a 4-game losing streak and saying I'm just going to play 1 more and end up doing 5 more. I think that's any gamer's life. Can end on a loss. It is, I think, a rite of passage and like a mission statement for all that play it in competitiveness. But yes, it's one of those things where I think overall it's such an experience, and I can't wait to see how it continues to unfold, even outside of just the competition, but like we had mentioned, the panels and other things, and being able to see the high school sector of it to be able to compete, because that's really the new upcoming talent that we're going to eventually have in these same types of places.
All right. I do kind of really love that this isn't just, like you said, it's not just a competition. It is a learning experience outside of the competition as well. I love how it's been put together, and I think it's what might be really interesting is once we get into brackets and even more, playing on stage even is different from playing just back in those.
Oh, in the pit.
In the pit, it's so much different. Now you're looking out at like a whole crowd watching you.
Yeah.
I mean, stress levels could go even higher. It's a great
put yourself on a
learning
pedestal.
opportunity.
Absolutely, you're gonna feel through that. But I know we will be having another one coming up shortly for you. I believe we're going to be taking a short break in that sense before entering into it, as we're just getting that finalized and also confirming what the next colleges will be to participate in that round robin, because we also do have the preset control map as well. So we'll be heading on to a short break before getting back into that and diving into the next team. So we do appreciate your patience before entering into that, and thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back, my friends, as we are going to continue on for today. We've already had one best of 3 underway for Overwatch, and now we get to have a second one before transitioning into our Rocket League segment. So, again, I'm Rich Rat, here with Centipede, my friend. We've already had a lengthy discussion about what we've seen already from his squad, and now we're going to look to see into 2 new schools, which are going to be giving their take on what they think these new hero usages might be.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if anyone chooses to kind of play these open sight lines with the new heroes. I mean, I don't think we're going to see Jetpack Cat.
Yeah.
Surely they ban it this time.
Yeah, you would think.
Surely.
But, I mean, everybody loves seeing cats on screen.
This
so
is true.
That's one of those exciting things.
Better
And,
for you, the viewer.
I mean, realistically, just even like the lore aspect of where it's, you know, Brigitte being able to get that cat involved, just the story, I have to say, I know that we think outside of the box, different character development, those kind of things, storylines. The lore factor and just usage of a Jetpack Cat in a game like this is just also really, really fun and different, and just being able to bring that to the light and actually have it be like competitive is great.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time they've taken just kind of an animal that can just do things into it, like you see with Wrecking Ball. That was kind of like the first one where it was like, oh, this is just kind of a hamster in a giant mech. That's a phenomenal idea for a character. And now they're kind of doing it again, which I love. I personally love it. I don't like how hard they are to shoot, but
yes, also true. Coolest emote though, chases the laser beam.
Yes.
Greatest,
oh my God.
greatest
like
little
that's
nod.
absolute peak. I
100%.
love it.
But when we're going into this one again, we are going to specifically have it start with a preset map for our first map, which is going to be again Control, before entering into the decision making, which then it opens up the pool to any of the others. As we just saw in the previous one, it did go to Flashpoint, which was one of the benefits that was still, I think, favorable to Carthage, at least when we talk about the previous squad, because their just usage and understanding of spatial awareness and cover was so dominant. Curious to see how this next one's going to be when it unfolds and what we really have brought to the table because of it.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw how many times they got like caught out in rotation or you know, taking the fight that wasn't necessarily favorable for Springfield. So we'll see how these 2 new squads, I believe it is University of Wisconsin Stout taking on the Trojans.
Yes, and we've seen the Trojans before. Again, we've had them not only for this one, but also they've done a lot more locally in the downtown Chicago area as well. So we've seen them compete in LAN events like this very consistently, since they are so close in this region where, again, they're coming out, they're being a part of this. So I'm really curious to see it. Overwatch has been something that they've really had a good backing in and have been really strong just as a team and a squad to really be able to compete at this level. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they've been since the last year we got to see them.
Absolutely, and I mean, you could talk about like the LAN experience, you know, having that experience of playing, you know, face-to-face with someone else could be a good advantage to have against a school like Stout, who might not have quite as much experience going into it.
And now as we're going to be hopping into the game here, we're going to be seeing, ooh, Busan. All right, it's been a while since I've seen that, as we're going to be going into this one, and curious to see once we have those few seconds dwindle what that composition looks like when we can dive more into the details. And again, I'm liking that we do get to see some of the new variety of heroes, but also still like a little bit of those staple picks, which are still just very dominant heroes as a whole. And with this one, we even talked about elevation architecture. This one is a really great one from a control standpoint, because even if, let's say, you're coming in trying to recover onto the point, you still have so much to work around and maneuver to try and find angles that can benefit you for a retake.
All right, you can see as we just pan past it, that high ground that you can take on top of the building. Super, super crucial to control for either side, kind of spam each other off of it. Ooh, I do like Trojans coming out with
Hey, there's that collegiate logo right there.
There it is.
Collegiate competition. Boot camp as well. We got to see a lot of that with the new hero usage as well. So again, very, very representing in that sense of knowing that they've also been watching the mainstream and the tier 1 players across the country, as we're going to be moving out. And now with 30 seconds before that control point becomes active, and realistically, only one selection of this entire collective is a newer hero.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. It's just the kind of the on-run. The rest are pretty much staples of this map that you'll see played literally everywhere, you know, for the past however many years.
I'm really curious to see how a Duck on Quack is going to play. I've been able to watch on several occasions this hit can be very, very well done, and seeing how it'll fend off against Spinal, who is with that Sojourn to really compete against it. So going to see how that matchup plays out. Moving down to the point, Trojans are going to get the early positional contest advantage. No one really from the Devils have managed to drop onto it to push it back, since they're hesitant on entering into this.
No, I'd like to see Spinal get on an off angle, maybe on that high ground to kind of exploit kind of what's going on in the back line, but Duck immediately
Yep.
First pick on them.
Koi also dives in to cause distraction, looking to see if they can get that elimination as well off the edge, managing to get that push back. So again, the Devils are having to play a little bit more defensively now at this point, since there is so much dominance from the Trojans as they take this point and still continue to hold it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they're just kind of subbing out the Sojourn for this on-run to see how different it changes as Spinal immediately getting off of it.
Maintaining that high ground, as you mentioned, to really try and mitigate and get some visibility on who's there. Defense Matrix soaking up most of that. As you can see, no full aggression forward just yet. A lot of chip damage coming in from down below to see if they can maybe find more intel on the rest of the players that are moving towards the point. Nice dislodge, pushing back, low health. Very dangerous moment, but the supports are consistently keeping them topped up to make sure that they can maintain this. But even that long distance chip damage, there's so much focus coming onto that Lucio play that they can't really stick close, and the mobility isn't helpful.
No, Koi is just doing a great job, just kind of evading everybody. It's ult from Duck. Trying to get a pick on the Southeast, not quite.
Self-destruct also now online. Big two-piece coming out here. Odin and Curl unfortunately cannot survive through that damage. Great turnaround though. Grim's actually going to do some work into this mix as well, guaranteeing that Trojans are able to consistently take this with a team fight now, and it's desperate times for Blue Devils to get back onto this point and try and make something happen. And they only really have a couple of ultimates coming up online.
Yeah, no, both support ultimates going to be online for Trojans by the time this fight is on its way. Curl's going to have to kind of be aggressive with the speed to kind of find any value, I think.
TVT goes in favor of your pocket. Your pocket cat, but you don't see a cat. I just picked that up. That's okay. I swear I'm really good at what I do. Is it's going to now be at 100%, just shy of it. There is contention down below, keeping it into the overtime. Devil's able to force back. Nice boot. Grim is gone, so that gives them a chance to come back into this. And realistically, all they had to use and invest into that was a sound barrier.
No, and I think that's great value from Curl, but immediately the Dragon Blade coming out from Southwest.
Nice recall. Great Suzu to mitigate the couple of slashes there. Big play. Devils unfortunately not able to take full advantage of this. You've got the Trojans rotating back onto the point, causing contention. Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't quite land on the target, and Spinal now has to opt to back off, looking for a regroup. They're losing space right now since it's about to swap over to Trojans, and now you've got, unfortunately, the Blue Devils being pincered by Trojans, positioning that they swap it back. Koi on the high ground, looking to chase down the Tracer. Spinal gets out, gets the health pack, and the Venture swaps over to dive onto the ground, looking to see if they can keep this in contention. Pushed away, knocked back, and immediately eviscerated by Grim. So that will be, again, Trojans looking to take this third and final major fight so that they can have a one-map advantage in this first map of Control.
My God, that was a beautiful shot by Grim. Onto the Venture, headshot, projectile.
Yeah.
I mean, that is disgusting.
I mean, that damage is a lot.
Yeah.
Like when you land,
It
I mean,
hurts.
it really does.
That's the support hero, by the way.
Yeah. As now we're going to be diving into the next. This one, I think, is going to be interesting. When we talk about the control point in and of itself, one of the largest of control points, so there can be a lot of opportunity for keeping contention, looking to try and delay and hold before anybody gets that initial capture. And just realistically, there's so many little facets to that initial point where it has the pillars, it has the pagoda, it has the drum. There's a lot of opportunity to really use that as a roundabout to deny it, and most likely going to try and take a fight on this off angle that we see from the overhead cam or to the opposing side versus going initially onto that point where you can maybe get some early pickups, especially since we talk about the hit scans. But I'm liking this type of composition from Blue Devils, switching it up entirely with the both May and also having the Lamatra.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't get picked off in this kind of comp. This is one where you're playing super, super close together. I mean, you can't really get kind of exploited like you were by this Tracer. And as you can see on you, just getting pressured immediately.
Yeah, has to force a couple of dashes back, keeping some distance. Does not want to get capitalized on the Lucio. Nobody saw that. That move happens. We see the tail end of it when we get a quick POV of it. But now, numbers advantage here for Blue Devils as they rotate onto the point. Nice pickup as well, forcing back Koi, getting out of the mech and just taking so much damage again. Also having a lot of that opportunity with the May to sever and divide with the wall. So there is a lot going on to this where Blue Devils can take the advantage, and they have been able to do so. Trojans really at this point have to go back to the drawing board. They're accepting that this is a different comp, and they need to figure out a new opportunity to convert it over.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about a classic Brawl comp. This is it. The May, the Lamatra, the wall. Pinning Koi in, but not quite able to convert it into a pick as the form popped. Oh dear. Koi's
also comes through by Lucio, has to force the jetpacks from Koi to just more so use it as a opportunity to get back onto the flat surface, and then has to abandon ship. Won't be able to do too much for now, but they're going to be able to recover as they fall back to the drum.
Yeah, still 4 on 5. Trojans can't quite be as aggressive as they want to, but now Onyu coming back on that Tracer, trying to contest the point now.
Sticking on top of the drum, like it when you do have Koi here with that D.Va play. But again, this is what I was talking about. It's still percentage gain by Blue Devils since they're able to keep someone close in those corners just around the pillar to keep it contested. One still on the point. Nice job coming in from a duck. Able to get the elimination on the real harassment, which is that main wall, and trying to just utilize that survivability. Up top though, reposition. Kitsune rush across the corner, getting some extra damage onto Koi. They need to get the D-Mech here to further instill that they are in a dominant position. Picks coming up now by Pocket Cat. Around onto Onyu, who is looking for that harassment but can't really find too much value any longer. And this is Blue Devils playing an entirely different game on this second round.
No, this is phenomenal. They're exploiting that kind of positional advantage that they're continuously getting. I mean, Spinal's just on and off angles, spamming them down, getting them low. And Krelp has been able to finish them off consistently, even with Koi as a distraction on the major points.
Desperate plays now. Ultimate economy quite low. If they do get the self-destruct, that'll be a great zoning mechanism. And if Onyu can find a pulse bomb, that is desperately what is needed by Trojans. Down below, you hear the Kitsune rush passing over. Grim is giving the initiation to go in on this. Blizzard isolating everyone from the point. Duck gets the shutdown after the Blizzard is dropped, so that is still at least somewhat favorable for the moment to force them back. But with 2 down, it's solely reliant on the Spinal and the supports to get out of here. And again, Trojans are able to take this, but did have to force out 3 ultimates to convert it, and now solely have to rely on Koi's self-destruct to try and keep up.
Yeah, getting out that sound barrier for the Blue Devils is absolutely massive. Now they have a really big advantage. Oh, the hack!
Huge. But it eludes. Well done with the dash and the recall, so Onyu is not caught out on guard. And that was, oh, there's a second one though, another hack onto Onyu. Catch me once, fool on first. Yeah, I'm gonna say that wrong. We're not gonna even go into it. That's just me showing I don't know my words. As we've got this rotation now back onto the point, you can see Duck find a beautiful rail shot to eliminate that Sombra, who is a real pain in the side here. 35% in climbing. Trojans now also have that overclock available and will look to unleash it. Finding an off angle for 2, gets for the body, can't find that dome. Koi comes in with the self-destruct available and has it to throw on this point if necessary. The Ramatra Annihilation is just tearing through the health values. They have to abandon ship. It no longer is of benefit with a Kitsune rush to follow. Hack now onto the D.Va. Self-destruct is too far to the outside. There's more than enough that they can deny using the architecture and also the Ramatra shield for Blue Devils to come back into this and take the second round.
Yeah, they just got Koi straight out of mech there. I mean, that was phenomenal. I mean, the pressure put on by Krelp that whole time. And like I talked about, that at the end of that fight there, those support ults for the Blue Devils just kind of secured it off those early picks.
Also, to try and rectify my fumble, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's what I was going for. Couldn't get that in the moment, so that was what we were going for, fam.
Hey, we got
that
there.
was the line.
We got there. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Everybody knew what I
No
was
recall that second time.
No.
Kind of difficult to recall what you were trying to say.
Yeah. I see what you did there. It's okay. See, this is why I picked you as my partner. We're going to be hopping in now to our 3rd and final round. We are going to see which one of these teams is going to be able to take their first map in this best of 3. Again, looking to see what the comp is. The Mei here is something that is so dominant. If you get a wall in one of these doorways or in this lower stairway, it can be devastating to a team separation.
Yeah, Southwest has been really, really good with placing these walls in the right spots, kind of exploiting a duck very, very early to kind of get those picks. And Krelp, I mean, honestly playing phenomenal to follow up on the back of it.
You can see that Odin playing very aggressive on the Ramatra, making sure that they are that front line with that barrier wall, dividing Koi for the moment, but there's still a lot of mobility that it wouldn't be able to hinder too much until they drop down below. Great positioning to collapse onto Spinal. Huge rotation on you, able to find some extra damage, partnering alongside Grim. Odin, though, able to counteract getting rid of Koi, so they've lost again that heavy movement from that D.Va play, and they've been able to get it with Blue Devils counting up for 5.
Yeah, it's just a DPS pick versus a tank pick. I mean, the tank pick's just a little bit more valuable for Stout, and they're going to take control of the point early, but Trojans fighting back quickly.
Odin moving up. Gets a lot of damage onto that D.Va, attempting to also try and separate the team. Does have the wall to deny the incoming shots. Great shutdown onto Onyu, who was finding a lot of early value. So if they can continue to deny those flanks, that's going to be much more beneficial for Stout.
Spinal swapping onto that Hanzo. Got them a pick onto Duck very early again. This is what I'm seeing. Every time Stout wins a fight, it's been Duck going down early.
The interesting thing is with a lot of these fights, they're so segmented. It's not like a one-and-done kind of engagement. So they're looking to try and take different angles onto it, and they're just having their own little pocketed fights. Odin gets 2 onto both supports, which is so beautiful to see when you have that Ramattra just constantly pummeling with those fists and zoning them away. Now pushing back onto it, 55% and climbing. Stout is really doing a stellar job completely zoning Trojans away from this.
Yeah, Trojans need to find an answer for Odin, and now. Like, it is just not working. He is running rampant.
Well, and when we look at the ultimate economy, all 5 ultimates are going to be up for Stout. Again, Onyu is really the only one that's a little bit behind the 8 ball just because of the hero swap, but this is going to be a firework event here with these ultimates. But you need Trojans to get there. They're still a decent percentage away.
I do like the angle for Duck. They're going to pop the OC immediately. Flurry of balls, my goodness.
Yep.
Like
Got that sound barrier tucked in the corner. Blizzard locking him down, able to get the freeze. Taking down that Tracer in Sojourn play is significant. No longer having that heavy mobility. 5% left to go. Stout's in the prime position to do so. Everyone throws it all in the kitchen sink, and only one will be able to stay floating, and that is going to be Stout as they manage to take this first map, know it, and now we're going to have to look to the second one, and I'm curious to see what Dakota Trojans are going to look to ban out and also deny or select for map to try and see what they can change to go into their advantage as we get that play of the game. Love some of those intros of the newer heroes.
Dude,
they do look
it's
stellar.
fire.
Reminds me of like a Tron kind of thing, or it's like, oh man, it comes in out of nowhere.
It's like
with
Mad
amazing.
Max a little bit.
Yeah, totally agree with that one. But again, we get that highlight of one of the newer heroes, how it can really be beneficial. Having, again, surprisingly for that type of hero, the elevation, having that aerial space that you can use to your advantage, the mobility as well. So really seeing a lot of assortment in how the new hero and its kit works to the advantage in maps just like that.
Yeah, Emre is kind of like, I would say it's similar to Sojourn, where you can kind of play them on and off angle, but you have this verticality that you can have from like these grenades that you can throw, and the jump up and those little spam that you can do for that area of effect damage. I think that is a massive like advantage sometimes, but it's not quite as high profile damage as Sojourn can do with that rail headshot.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that some teams are favoring that Emre versus that Sojourn.
And also just how it coexists with the composition that they have.
Absolutely. I mean, it was fairly standard outside of that, and then you could even see that Duck swapped to Sojourn on that second point. It was very interesting. They're kind of like tweaking small things, but really sticking to the same core, and it just didn't quite work as Stout made those adjustments, going to the Ramattra, going to that Mei, that really just kind of harassed the backline.
And also just even like talking outside of the DPS aspect of it, when we look at, let's say, the tank line, the Ramattra looked really good. Like, it really did start to play such a more significant role in understanding and trying counteracting it. And also that subtle switch when it went to the Sombra. Like, when you're going into a Diva and when you're going into a Tracer, if you can land those, it's so huge and a great advantage as we're going to now get that confirmation. It looks like they are telling us from Prod, it is going to be Havana as our next map selection.
I do like that a lot from the Trojans. I mean, this is very, very open angles, very hard to play that kind of same comp that Stout kind of exploited. So we'll see how the bans factor into that. But I do like that pick a lot.
Yeah, and again, with what we've got available over the course of this, again, it's only really that first map, which is a specified control, so we'll have that over the course of today before going into tomorrow, where they get a little bit more freedom in that sense in comparison. So with that, again, we're going to be now moving into that map in just a moment, so we will look to try and have that observation of maybe the hero selections, like you're saying, that play into the advantage of Havana.
I think so, for sure. And I think that Trojans definitely favored that more like double hit scan, like I was talking about at the top of the show, where some teams were now favoring the double hit scan, kind of a ranged, kind of pokey kind of comp. You could see like with the Diva just kind of being a nuisance, kind of soaking up the damage and letting their DPS kind of shine. But I think what Stout was able to exploit kind of with the Lucio and the Mei, just kind of running them down, not letting them play those high angles, those deep angles where you can kind of rack up that damage over time.
And again, like, those are the key things that we're really going to focus on and understanding. I'm actually curious if we're going to still see Odin on the Ramattra, because again, I do think that the play overall, despite I know we have the variations depending on map dependency of the compositions, but it still looked really, really good. Also, just the awareness of being able to dominate and focus on the support line and finding them caught out with that type of aggressive play, I think was extremely helpful helpful as well, especially when we talk towards the later portion of that control map where it's in that final segment. You utilized a lot of the corners. You also, in tandem, worked with the Mei that was able to really get the dividing factors here, as we're going to be heading into this and curious to see what that might look like. Again, everyone ready as we go into a brief pause. So when I said we were ready, I lied to you.
Not quite your fault, though.
Nah, 3 seconds. I was so close. I was so close in getting it right.
Timing just off.
Yeah, timing. That's okay. Timing is everything, as we know with compositions like trying to go into tempo. So
yes, just got to get that timing right. I mean, it's also Caster's curse. I mean, if we say anything is going to happen,
math,
not going to happen.
That happening. Math specifically. Math's always the downfall. Even though I'm a math person, I feel that whenever I'm on prod or in like production and doing anything like this, it just goes out the window. Doesn't matter how much I try. Numbers are not good.
What's that old charge at? Like I just, what are numbers?
Yeah.
Just out the window.
Alrighty, so let's take a look now and see. Okay, so we do have, it's going to be Trojans that are going to be on the defensive right now while we do, or correction, on the attack, and we're going to have Blue Devils on the defense, and they are going to bring the Ramattra back out into this.
I do like that. I think they're going to try and hold up a little bit closer and not let them kind of take those long angles. Like I said, that might even be a problem. I think they're just going to kind of run it down a bit like they were. Only really difference is that they're not going to have those walls from Southwest. It's going to be on Symmetra instead, which I think is interesting. I think that's going to give them an option to kind of back up with those teleports.
Yeah.
You can see how they kind of play off of that. Maybe playing super aggressive teleport to get back to the next choke point.
See, for me, a duck on Quack is what I'm really looking forward to because the Widowmaker, oh my goodness. That was a lot of damage, though. It almost punished them a little bit to get that instant timeout. And realistically, again, you mentioned it with that teleport, able to get out if things get a little dicey. You can already see that the turrets have been placed, so it's going to be a precision type of exit for Trojans to not get capitalized on.
Yeah, and I don't know if Duck's going to be able to stick onto this Widow very much. If you're getting spawn held, it's kind of like, you know what?
We say that.
We say that.
And then all of a sudden you can find this crazy off angle on the top because they're focusing that right-hand side on exit. But Grim and Koi doing such a great job here when they just find the opportunity to dive out, and that first pick really sets up this almost domino effect for them to be able to exit.
Yeah, I mean, that is the value of the Widow, getting that one-off pick to kind of set up the rest of your team. I wasn't expecting them to get it that quickly after I was just doubting it. So, good shots. Good on you. Prove me wrong.
Good 60 seconds off the clock, at least for now. Every second counts. A couple of shots go wide, as you see damage already coming in. Arrow just projected out of the body. And you can see now, with On You for the Genji, being very close to cover, still putting chip damage in, being very aware as Odin soaks so much of this damage.
Yeah, Spinal's going to need to come in and deal with this Genji, or else it's just going to be a problem with this spam from backline.
Now, got Infrared active, seeing if they're going to play out into the open. It's basically Odin just soaking everything right now. There's so much funneled into him.
I mean, just no kills found yet, though. Just kind of backing, forcing Trojans to kind of come to them. I think that's kind of the idea. That's what they want to do. Oh my gosh,
even with the D-Mech, though, they might still be able to stick close to it. But great job by the Lucio to keep it contested and then give space for Odin to also come back on and deny those last few meters. Trojans wanted to use Koi as the, this is going to sound weird, Koi as the decoy so that they can take him out, and then unfortunately it just didn't give them enough time for them to get the completion to go into the next stage.
Evil version of Koi, the decoy.
The decoy. Kitsune Rush now available. Lots of focus onto the supports. Again, that's key here for South. Able to find some damage onto it. But really, they're just waiting for the opportune moment to where they can go into this. On You has the blade and can unsheath it to find into the back. Nice sound barrier and Kitsune Rush. Stout has basically committed so much into this that they realistically should not have a problem playing defense here unless these couple of shots come through. Duck On You with that Hanzo able to get one, attempts to find the other, but a great wall going to come in to deny any projectiles from the high ground.
I really love that wall, but they're also down 2. These respawn waves are going to have to come back quickly or that point's going to be capped. TP
out, looking to try and use it to cross the map as there's still contention just under 5 meters.
Odin is really the brick wall here that needs to get some assistance by the supports, but unfortunately, since you've got oh man, your Pocket Cat gone, there is no sufficient healing, and it is going to be a slow bleed right now until they can get back, even with the Swift Step, so that guarantees that the Trojans are able to take this fight and enter into this next checkpoint.
Yeah, I really liked how Anu got set up on that high ground there, just kind of able to dive down and exploit what Stout was trying to do. I do like Odin's play, but it's just not being set up quite as well by Krelp, and not having the walls from Mei. I feel like Dakota might have banned that. That's the only reason I can think of that they're not running it.
You can see the Genji just chilling on the cart for him. Yeah, guys, I'm just going to wait here. I want to take a breather, so...
Yeah, I've done enough. You guys take some again.
Yeah, I did some stuff. I brought on my blade. It
Whoa.
wasn't great. Big dragon coming out, getting a pick onto Spinal, but Anu is going to be able to come back and counteract against with it. So this is still, again, a couple of really nice picks onto that defensive side. Stout really having to be cautious in how they're fleeing from this, not to be overwhelmed, but realistically, Trojans now gaining so much momentum and playing the high grounds of this extremely well.
Yeah, this is the snowball effect you can see on a lot of escort maps or hybrid maps where you win one fight, you get staggered out a little bit, you're not in position. It's really hard to come back as the defensive side, especially when you're down in ults.
Curious now how they'll be able to move through this last segment. It can get a little difficult here. The Sombra is going to look to try and get a couple of key hacks. Vital to stopping Trojan's push. Nice job onto the Lucio. Hack for the moment. He looks for the reposition. Enough top up though by Grim to keep him alive. Big damage. Suzu down, so they no longer have that for use to reposition up top, and in doing so, that's where this momentum comes in from Stout. They know that there is no way that Grim can get back into that fight as they were separated, and there's just not enough direct healing from the Lucio that it gives them the chance, and they're going to be able to push this the rest of the way.
Yeah, I really love how the Trojans are setting up Duck right now, because they're just kind of having two nuisances, Anu and Koi, just kind of forcing them out into the open for Duck to kind of find these headshots or find the body shots to kind of set up the rest of their team.
Let's see how they want to move in on this. Ram with the Annihilation, so there's going to be a great zoning ult to try and stick close to the payload. Also attempting to try and slow any evasion with that Vortex. Really waiting to see if this engagement's going to happen more through Southeast with the...
They played in early.
Yeah, it's so early. Annihilation still be held. Okay, nobody saw that. Nobody saw that at all. It was all on you. Get it? I did that there.
There it is.
Now we're going to see the Annihilation still being held. Great hack again onto the D.Va. That just completely nullifies any value. And with that hack being hit, everyone hyper-focuses on it.
Yeah, instead of going for the Annihilation, they opted for the sound barrier, which I don't know if I like, considering there is a sound barrier up for Trojans. We'll see if Odin can kind of live through that, perhaps, with that Annihilation.
The Duck on Quack can't quite find the sightlines here. There's so much architecture around that. All the debris, wall, is going to shoot that through the wall, hopefully to try and force them out to the open. But the Kitsune Rush is there. Annihilation also to couple with it. Will you see Grim hesitate the sound barrier initially, and then they look for the return? They backpedal once, shift the weight, and then come in tenfold across the bridge, dominating and forcing Odin away. The Annihilation not really gaining any value. Both support ultimates out, so it's realistically only the EMP and potentially the Blade by Spinal that can turn this back with 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I do like how they've gained so much space now. This cart approaching the final.
Oh, that's a triple.
What?
Big
An
triple.
EMP!
Yeah, 3 of them hit by that, putting it in a really difficult spot, especially Grim being hit by it, and then followed up by the independent hack. So that is just such a long, extended period of time of basically being unable to do anything,
my goodness,
or even able to be getting out with that to Suzu.
Only 45 seconds left for Trojans. This is going to be a time crunch, and they have no ults to work with.
I mean, they've gotten a decent distance so far, but again, they'd love to get completion here versus attempting to try and have only a few meters shy. Diving back on you, looking to close the gap. Odin is down. That rail shot comes in, gets such a significant advantage on top of it. 30 seconds to go. The spawn advantage for Stout. Looking to get back out quickly, has the Blade and the sound barrier. Coupling those together is the win condition right now.
So for Southeast on the backline, trying to get a hack on you. Beautifully.
Looks for the slash, can't quite find the follow through. Couple of decent attempts. Now sheathing that Blade, going back in. A Duck on Quack taking the high ground. 5 seconds to go. Stout is with, again, the spawn advantage. They get back out into this. Odin gets an elimination. Great job with the Vortex to keep Grim in place so they can't get out of the fist range. And you will see in the overtime now, Stout may not have enough in their arsenal to turn this back around, but the Suzu could be beneficial. Pocket Cat lasting for as long as possible with On You now unleashing their blade again on this to try and turn it around. Beautifully done by Stout. That spawn advantage does come in clutch, and it allows them to deny a full completion here on this map.
Got really scary with those rails from Quack, but my goodness, what a great hold from Stout. Even though the beat and the blade didn't really get a whole lot of value, it did zone them out just enough to get a reset, reposition, and allow them to win that fight.
As now we're looking to see what the swap of signs will look like compositionally. Curious if we have any sort of adjustment. I do have to say, the fact that we did have the Sombra, though, switching out was huge. Getting Koi like that and Grim on multiple occasions was so vital to try and be able to counteract against it. And I think that in the long run is what gave Stout the opportunity of being able to, you know, try and turn this around, because they could mitigate, they could stop that momentum, they can deny that access, and it really puts them in a difficult position, especially if they get the D.Va out when they're going in for that frontal engagement, boosting through. Well, now I've kind of overstayed my welcome. I'm hacked. What do I do? And that's what Odin was taking advantage of.
Absolutely, and this is the second time we've seen Stout take advantage of the mid-round swap to Sombra, kind of exploiting Koi, who's we've only seen on the D.Va. I'm wondering if they can, like, you know, are going to make an adjustment in that sense, where they're not going to kind of play this distraction, which had worked up until that last kind of choke point.
Yeah, but Koi is playing a very good D.Va. Like, I can't discredit it. There are many occasions where we're finding, and also just I think the communication as well, because we got that one viewpoint from the high ground where once the Suzu was down, it was green light means go. They all knew that it was spent, and that's when they refocused and redirected onto the other support, because there's no way that you can get Grim back in there to be able to give the assistance. So it's like those combination of details that they're really paying attention to try and take down is so critical for them.
Yeah, I think the one thing to highlight is kind of this tank versus tank matchup that we have. Odin versus
Koi.
What was it? Koi. That's right, Decoy.
Yeah,
of course,
see,
of course.
I was waiting for that.
Gotta remember that.
Yeah.
But yes, both of these tanks have been showing super strong, kind of being the momentum builders for each of the teams. And I'd like to see how Odin kind of comes out in this on offense now.
Yes. Because I feel it's just going to be a different methodology with it, because, again, they like to really hold their ground. They tried to delay it a little bit, which is also where they were able to run the clock so well in that initial point, where it came down to the last, like, 60 to 30 seconds where that you finally have that opportunity to turn it over, and then Stout finally loses it. But they've removed 3 minutes worth of the clock playing aggressively and being able to hold back against Koi and their team.
Definitely, and I think Trojans are going to kind of stick to their guns. The only real swap you're seeing is a Wu Yang, but Stout's going to kind of change it up a little bit more. See Southwest on the Vendetta, Spinal on Hanzo. I kind of do like this, especially for the first point, kind of trying to contest, see what they can do. But Duck's going to be the key here, I think. Really, a lot of range damage. See how many rails they can hit.
Zarya is the confirmed pick, which is a nice one. I do think that that's going to be helpful, especially if we're getting those barriers and those shields onto this Vendetta, going in for the engagement, really utilizing that as a cover, but also being able to really generate that charge for Odin to also start contributing a lot of damage as they get higher and higher with that energy count. Nice mitigation, though, having the Sojourn toss that towards the payload to continue just zoning them back, getting the Okay, gonna go for Vendetta up top, seeing if maybe there's a chance to get the elimination, but no. Great recovery and responsiveness again from Trojan.
That's the bubble we were talking about, and I think they can use it not only on offense with Southwest, but also on defense to kind of shut down On You. See how much that can play a factor.
But look at how the fights, again, it's so segmented. It's not like an independent singular unit. Like, you've got Vendetta going up top trying to do its own combat. Then you're going to have down low with Odin mitigating Koi. Supports on the off angle doing their own thing. It's everyone's kind of focusing their independent segments.
Oh, good. How does Spinal get up here? That's a crucial position to take on the offense, and now it's putting pressure on the entire backline of the Trojans.
Has to abandon ship, though. Can't overstay their welcome. As Koi gets topped back up, the D.Va can be very dominant in places like that, also soaking up so much of the damage from it.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to rely on Southwest to kind of push them off of those kinds of angles, those kinds of positions.
2 minutes and 30 still doing a decent job. Reposition goes in for the engagement in the back. Long drive with the protective shield. Well done for mobility, but unfortunately there's so much damage instantly retaliated onto Southwest.
I was about to say, how are they still alive? It's really
Koi now, unfortunately, not going to really have the self-destruct available on the D-Max, so has to get back into this. Very vulnerable. Suzu, Dragon's tossed into the mix.
Oh, that separated them. Krelp is going to follow up on it.
Will they be able to gain more? 2 minutes now. Checkpoint about to be reached. There is the Kitsune coming out for Stout. They have full advantage of this now. They've been able to get to the checkpoint 4 minutes and 30 seconds now to move into the second segment. There's Trojans at least trying to get a couple of picks when they can, but realistically, this is a nice opportunity to move into the brewery area.
Yeah, they took that a lot quicker than Trojans, but again, Trojans didn't really attempt a spawn hold like the Blue Devils did, so kind of bleeded a little bit more time off the clock. Koi's going to stick onto the D.Va. I do like it, but...
Oh, saw that in the corner with my peripheral. Yeah, fortunately, a little bit too overzealous. Didn't get the barriers necessary from Odin underneath since there was some separation. Having to fall way back into the outside, and this is now where you're going to be capitalized on. There's a pincer maneuver, and the staggers come in. You don't have the Vendetta back in time from Southwest to give the assistance, and these picks are just coming up by Duck.
I mean, that is just raw mechanics. Shoot them in the head.
Shoot face, face die.
Shoot face, character die.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I'm curious how they're going to enter in onto this. I mean, this is a great position to have, though, for Trojans on the defense. They can really watch both sides of it, see if there is any heavy movement up to the window, which they don't have nearly as much access as you do with Koi on the D.Va. Now a Duck trying to take a flank, going for the sound barrier. Krelp looking to give coverage for the team as the Kitsune Rush goes across the top. Now that the shield is gone, Spinal gets completely taken out by heavy focus fire as Koi tries to maneuver to the outside, has the self-destruct, does not commit it just yet, boosts back in to take the high ground with a nice Suzu and Swift up to get back up with them so that they aren't separated themselves.
That was great spacing early. Anu just kind of exploiting that where they could, but Southwest running them down and now in a precarious position themselves.
Self-destruct going off, looking for the remake. Nobody gets too close. Koi is absolutely being blown up right now. The second they're back in that mech, everyone focus fires because it was too far forward. So that's really going to delay this, and you can now see that the Trojans are in a position of where they just have to allow this ground to be given, and I'm curious if they're going to actually have enough time with this team kill to get back for a real solid recontest.
Yeah, that was a great response from Blue Devils. Just committing the Vendetta ult to kind of force them out into positions where then Spinal could just kind of find those picks, and Krelp can follow up on it as well. It's what they've been doing phenomenally.
Dragon Strike instantly going to be tossed into the doorway to deny anybody moving out into
separating
it.
Koi.
Yep. Acting just like that Mei wall we've seen, but it's a big swirling dragon to get that extra pressure. It's a minute and 50 seconds still. Continue. Trades going through instantaneously, but Stout still on the offense, having the numbers advantage. Attempting to get back into it. The Vendetta still spinning to winning as they are denied back. Huge recovery. And a Duck, fortunately, gets a couple of extra picks.
This Duck is, in fact, quacked.
Yep.
My goodness.
Let's see now how they want to enter into this. Again, minute 28 seconds. This is a stellar defensive hold by Trojans. In a great position to deny. Stout really needs to be very careful how they enter into this. Again, they really only have the sound barrier. That's the only asset they can use in this.
And you can see Asterion just building up their own ult kind of in response, and Quack building it much quicker than either the DPS on Blue Devils. See if they can exploit that this next fight.
Sound barrier active. Oh, no, never mind. That was just basic cover. You do have the overclock attempting to break through it now that it's covered most of Stout. This is looking dire, unfortunately. It's a one-for-one trade, but you've lost Grim, which is, again, that primary healing, and Trojans are in a difficult position. You don't have enough throughput to be able to keep the squad alive, and that should give Stout just enough space and opportunity with the grab as well from Odin to reach that checkpoint and go for the final stretch.
Yeah, 30 seconds turns into 2 minutes. It's a great recovery from Blue Devils to kind of get it to this last choke point. It's do or die now. Just under 2 minutes to play. I like the DPS ults from Stout. Love how they've been using them to create that space for Odin and Krelp to kind of capitalize on, and immediately Southwest.
Yeah, Southwest going to take advantage of it.
Vendetta dip.
Yep. VVV. I'm going to say that. That's,
yeah, you know?
Yeah, 3 Vs, absolutely. Because now we're going to see that consistent push forward. You've got the Kitsune Rush across the bridgeway. Nice job by Grim to give that extra necessary push defensively to try and hold on to it, force back Stout. But this payload is still moving, and it is getting dangerously close to that checkpoint.
Yeah, they just went straight through that Kitsune Rush. It basically did nothing because Southwest just kind of had that bubble to play with, able to get a pick yet again.
Your Pocket Cat now with a Kitsune Rush of their own. Dragon Strike not yet going to be thrown into the mix, waiting to push forward as they are doing very well here. That golden box of victory just inches away as there's 60 seconds. Nice pickup, though, comes through. Trade out onto Grim. Trojans defensively have the spawn advantage and are able to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, Stout's just going to have to back off, retreat. I mean, you committed the grab and the Kitsune to that. Didn't quite get it. Didn't quite get it to that golden box, but got it very, very close.
It's all down to the last fight here. With 35 seconds to go, Dragon Strike is key. You really need Kralt to get this sound barrier. That is a win condition right now. They need to have it before this final engagement, and that's why you can see that they're posturing towards it, but have not yet taken full advantage because they need the protection. They know they're going into results, especially with the grab.
Yeah, Duck also with the overclock. That's a game changer as well.
Grab now comes out. Dragon Strike into it, has to reposition. Beautiful play to come back in, and instead of sacrificing themselves for it, pumping damage onto Odin. You do see that there is so much aggression forward. Blue Devils with a Hail Mary play here. You have an opportunity now on the aggression to push the rest of the way. Is Trojans able to come back into it? Koi instantly blown up. Overtime is active. Coming from the spawn area. Arrows from down below onto the high ground. Getting it as the sound barrier now comes in from Kraut. Stout in the final moments to push this overtime as the pile drive comes in. Koi switching on quickly to a mobile character to spin to win around it. The intensity increases as this extra damage is coming out from the spine.
Duck's so low.
Spinal looks to find an angle onto the wrecking ball. Now looking for the support. It's going to be the Lucio play consistently picking this up right now. The Suzu comes out, able to generate it in time. On you low, covering in the back. They actually get rid of the Lucio, so there's no sound barrier for Trojans. The overtime is still continuing to commence under 1 meter. They are able to stop them in this completion. So you will have Trojans be able to take this.
Oh my God, what a fight. I mean, Quack basically turned that single-handedly with the distraction from Koi. Again, been doing such a good job at soaking up that damage, taking attention away from Duck, and just able to kind of exploit that and just shoot down at every single person.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a unbelievable performance at the end here. We get, again, that highlight from Duck, able to get that just consistent overclock eliminations. Big play here is now we're going to have to go into a map 3 since it is 1-1 right now for these round robins. First one of the day here. We've got so much more ahead of it. But again, now that we can take a look at this, we've seen control map go in favor of Stout. Now we've got Trojans taking this, and I'm curious to see what Stout's going to opt in for a map selection and also ban potential.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. Not a single one of those new agents was really used.
Yeah.
It was just kind of vendetta on both sides with the Zaryas. Just kind of whoever could get that pick first, whoever could exploit those bubbles better, which when you're running that vendetta, Zarya's basically been a must within the current metagame.
Yeah.
You pretty much always see Zarya with a vendetta just kind of letting them go absolutely buck wild on the back line if they can because of that amazing movement that you have. So I wonder if one of those teams will ban either of those strategies because they were relying on it very, very heavily towards the end of it.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And again, when we do look down going into this, I'm actually impressed to see the amount of vendetta, and even when we got a couple of the POVs of it, just really utilizing and coupling the barrier onto the vendetta as if we look to see that on like a Genji historically. So what you can do with that heavy mobility and getting that damage and really zoning out other heroes is so important, and we can even see it when we look past that initial point of trying to focus them into those small corridors. But there can also be the high risk, high reward, and where we saw easy punishment if the vendetta does not have the support that's necessary from either the tank or the 2 supports.
Yeah, you just always have to be hyper aware of the positioning of your enemies. You can't just dive in and then just immediately get shot from 3 different angles. That's very easily exploitable, especially if your Zarya only had the 1 bubble for you to go in.
Yeah.
You have no escape route. You gotta kind of be aware of that. And like you said with the Genji, time is kind of a flat circle. It's kind of the strategies that keep working and working and working, where you have that barrier on your dive character. I mean, it's kind of the modern version of that kind of bubble on the Genji go kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that next map selection, curious to see again what they're going to look to bring into this and what their kind of philosophy is behind it as they're attempting to try and find a map that's favorable to them with their composition and what they've played. Again, the fact that they've been bringing out, this diva and still been having a lot of good qualities to it, wouldn't be surprised if they're ending up, trying to counteract against that, to deny it, keeping it in a closer box. Odin, again, making the adjustment onto the Zarya. Really liked seeing it, but unfortunately just coming up short towards the end of it, that they couldn't deny Trojans from taking that map. So realistically, there's so many different ways that I think they can go with this in decision-making.
Yeah, I feel like whoever gets that first ban is going to try and probably take away a tank. And I have to imagine that Stout might try to take away the diva and see what else could get played, because I think Koi has been getting so much value, and you only really saw him swap to kind of hold it off on the back with the ball, which, typical. It's what you like to see. But I think they really need to get away from that diva, and if you can exploit, if you ban that diva, then you can't ban the Zarya that Odin liked to play, or the Ramatra that Odin loves to play, and it has been working super well for them. So I would like to see them kind of take that advantage, seize that while they have that first ban.
Yeah, and again, with that first ban, I think going to be so critical. Once we do kind of get into the game, we can surmise basically what that decision might be. But realistically, again, we talked so much about, for even going into games like this, where it might have been that Jetpack Cat was also that potential focus for ban, or even just with a lot of teams that in this, collegiate sphere, they might not want to really risk bringing something like that into this. And then there's the opposite end of the spectrum where it's like, hey, we're in a place like this, people aren't used to it because it's so fresh, that they want to take the risk in that sense, and if they want to actually apply that into their methodology.
Yeah, it's kind of the dichotomy of, hey, do you believe in yourself that you can play this new composition, these new heroes, well enough to kind of counter what everybody's been used to and been playing for years? It's kind of a tough decision. I think that's what this massive kind of update, this massive change to the game has really brought to the table, and you're seeing it on full display.
And to the scale of it. I know we've mentioned that a couple of times too, where you can have essentially an entire, all 5 team players be all of the new heroes without a ban and exclusion of that. But that's just an exciting aspect of it, where you could realistically wipe what we're so comfortable with in that type of play and then just start fresh. And if you really wanted to throw it into the mix, I am a little surprised that we've not really seen any Domina though.
I was just thinking the same thing.
And that we've not really seen that, I think, brought to the forefront of it, and seeing that type of utilization of the tank that we've heard so much about, and even like you had mentioned as well, when it comes to you getting some insight on the way that your university has played as well. So that's a little surprising for me.
No, it's definitely surprising to me too, where I expect to see people kind of exploiting maybe the knowledge gaps, and that, you've only had maybe 2-3 weeks to kind of scrim with these characters. It's going to be really hard to know exactly what you're going to want to do, or exactly what you want to do. So it's going to be tough to kind of figure out what strategies they want to kind of throw in, sprinkle in there.
Absolutely. And with that, I know we're going to be heading into that map in not too long, but we are going to head to a short break as we're getting that finalization on what map selection is and what the bans are going to be. So don't go anywhere before we get into this third map and see who is going to be able to take this next round robin.
Welcome back, my friends, as we're going to be getting into this third map here in just a second for you. As, again, we wanted to just make sure that we give ample time. But while we were away, we were just enjoying the scene, having some others walk over, wave at us. It's an exciting feeling being here in this physical space, like I said, in the Sheraton Hotel in Lisle, Illinois, here just 26 miles outside of downtown Chicago. I feel like we should do like a little bit of a weather break where it's like slight cloud coverage here in this region as we are still inside this amazing arena where we are not going to have any rain inside, but only outside.
Yes, it's also quite warm.
Yeah,
you know,
warmer than what we've had.
Much warmer. I mean, we're in the 50s. I mean, we were just dealing with snow maybe a week ago.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy. I'll take snow. I'll take rain over snow any day.
We just need a little more sun, and I think we're right in the perfect place. So,
absolutely.
Because I feel I'm a person that likes sweater weather, where it's just like, yeah, just like an easy sweater, easy jacket, not looking for winter coats, gloves, or beanies, anything of that. So I'm okay sitting a little bit more chill, especially in a space like this. It gets a little hot as there's all of us here, but you know what? We're enjoying the space nonetheless. So.
Absolutely. The space is phenomenal. I mean, the setups are amazing. You know, big shout out to Sheridan. I mean, this place is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as we touched on a little bit, before going to the break, we're mentioning about Domino and how we've not really seen a lot of it. So we can dive more into that as well, because realistically, you touched on the aspect of how much damage that Domino can bring to the table from a tank perspective and how that can be so significant. And this is something that, we saw a little bit, at least with the Diva play and the Diva selection, that realistically, we had, increased damage flow from the Zarya when they're able to get a charge. But Domino doesn't really have to go through that type of mechanism to get that damage.
No, I think the only real downside to using Domino is that, one, it's kind of like single focused fire where you're not kind of having that area of effect, and you don't quite have the same kind of damage mitigation for the rest of your team that you do with Domino. You do have her shield, but again, that does break down with kind of like the different health segments. But the defense matrix from Diva is just such a strong, powerful tool to kind of protect your backline from anything that might not be like a Zarya like they were playing. So it's a little bit kind of confusing to kind of figure out, what do you want to sacrifice? Do you want to have a little bit more individual damage but sacrifice a little bit of that protection? Or do you want to kind of have that protection, keep harassing them, and keep setting up your team for success?
Well, and the other part, too, is because when you think about it, when we look at a lot of the defensive or protection or barrier necessary in that sense, Zarya, you have it on a pretty decently low cooldown. You're able to put it onto the target, yourself or a target. Whereas when it comes to, like, let's say Domino, where once you place it, it's not really as easy for you to just maneuver or reposition in that aspect, because you're really having to hold a specific junction or corner or area. Because even the Ramatra, you can toss that shield out quite quickly to reposition in case you need to, because there's been so much heavy mobility here in a lot of these maps and comps that we've been seeing.
Absolutely. So it is fairly easy to just kind of maneuver around whatever barrier is placed. It's a little bit like how Orisa was back in Overwatch 1. When you had that barrier, you just kind of stood at a choke point and just kind of fired straight through it. Where now with this game, transforming so much, you kind of have that movement, verticality, all of that kind of on display in full spades. I believe we're now getting into our final map 3.
And going into New Junk City. Okay, so we've got another Flashpoint to conclude this one. We had it at least for our previous map. Granted, that only went to map 2, but Flashpoint, I guess, is the place where we see teams go to finish off one of the others. As now, with this one specifically, again, this initial engagement in this arena space, I think is always a really great understanding of how teams like to coordinate and play, because the way that you enter into this and or the way that you maintain it really kind of determines how the rest of the flashpoints go from that initial pick.
Yeah, and you can see, I think we're going to get a quick reset. Didn't have the correct characters banned.
There we go.
I think we got it set up now. Zarya being the ban from Trojans, which kind of predicted that they wouldn't want to deal with that again. That does kind of leave Odin to kind of play that Ramatra. We'll see if it comes out, especially on this indoor point where you can kind of exploit those tight angles and kind of rotations around that centerpiece.
Pick that Widow, you won't. See, this is the comments where I love to see it, because I guarantee you they can look at each other and be just like, yeah, pick the Widow. Do it. I want to see it.
No, I love it. I love that kind of talk.
All right, now these few seconds dwindle. Let's take a look and see what they're going to potentially lean in or kind of hover over for the moment. Odin now going to put... I mean, I would love to see Omen back on the Ramatra. The Ramatra was a great pick. And one thing, though, that I am still looking at, we see it again, it's going to be that Jetpack Cat.
Oh dear. I think that if they actually lock that in,
really
you could play that with Spinal a little bit.
I know I'm caster cursing it right now, but in the same instance, I still am really excited to see it if they actually go with it, because Pocket Cat as a cat just honestly makes sense.
Right, like it just... it would feel like all's right in the world, but
All right,
no.
that's fine. That's fine,
It's
Pocket Cat.
fine.
All right, we get it. It's okay.
You need double speed, I guess. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure what we're doing.
It's okay. Gonna come in with something different.
What we are doing is getting into the fight now.
Again, I'm liking that we have the Mei for this again. This is something that's so well picked, especially for this initial engagement. You do see the pile drive already coming out. Koi having to flee there, though, as already using the defensive shield because there is so many collectively together. And now this rotation up to that front entrance area is going to be so key.
Yeah, one thing we haven't seen a lot of variation on any map has been the backlines. It's been Kiri, Lucio, every single time. And where did Duck go?
Duck was had his wings clipped. So underneath, you're going to see that Koi gets a nice reposition, draws back, and is able to find some assistance there onto Krell. Point now in favor of Stout. So Trojans are going to have to look for the regroup and try and see how they want to enter in on this.
Yeah, I think that was just a really quick pick onto Duck, kind of cutting whatever damage that Trojans can put out basically to nothing, and there's nothing that they can really do except give up that point early.
Big, oh my gosh, Duck almost again being completely taken out of this fight, but finds a great pickup onto Krell. Really just landing that shot after shot, and also having that rail immediately afterwards to utilize. With Omen down below on this Ramacho, really rotating around that mech in the middle, giving a few more seconds worth of time, but unfortunately Koi and Grim are going to partner together to be able to get rid of that tank down below, and at this point again, they've gotten 65+%. They feel pretty good about that initial engagement.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the early advantage you kind of have to seize in a decider map like this. You got to kind of get the momentum in your corner early if you are the Blue Devils, kind of recovering from that map loss.
Right now, nice overhead, goes for a second, has to force out the cryo freeze defensively, topping themselves back up as Southwest needs to recover once again, falling back to regroup with the rest of the team. Duck on Quack goes for a pick, finds another one. Southwest no longer having protection, and this is now just about 50%, so Stout needs to find, again, another option.
Yeah, this is shades of the first map again, these kinds of staggers and early picks coming out. It's what Dakota's going to have to kind of exploit in order to fight their way through this point. This percentage is even out.
Oh no, couldn't actually escape. There was a big collective finding on you, again, separated from the rest of the team, getting an early advantage. Southwest attempting to lock down Koi, which is greatly done, but it sacrifices. Duck finds an angle to get the pick. Trojans now still in dominance, at least for the time being, but Odin drops to the point while the fight is occurring elsewhere to swap it over. So Trojans are now going to have one last shot to try and take this initial flashpoint.
I was about to say, Duck has way too much space to work with on the back of that high ground, just kind of shooting down on the point, but they actually just ran them down. Stout doing a great job there. Lots of ults coming online. I think this is going to be another kind of fireworks battle for this first point. We can seize the momentum early in map 3.
Nice wall, denies the movement from Koi. Has to use the grapple to try and get out of that arena, which is not working favorably. Sound barrier tossed into the mix. Ultimate as well from Spinal and the Blizzard to combine with one another. And deleted. Koi locked down on top of the mech, nowhere to go. Spinal takes full advantage of it, and Stout is able to take this in the tail end of it to get that first point.
Yeah, that was huge. I thought Duck was going to get picked off early because they didn't get beat. They were just completely left without that health advantage, but managed to survive and actually be the last one to get picked off. Not quite sure how, but the rest of the Trojans fell at his side.
Curious to see how this is going to be. I mean, the RNG isn't unfavorable right now to Trojans. They were able to still get to this quite quickly, and we're not having to cross the entirety of the map where you have Stout able to capitalize on it. On You gets a great early takedown, losing that additional movement speed for the team. And Trojans are like, nope, sorry, we're going to take full advantage of you right now. We had the high ground, we had the better positioning, and the timing for this engagement that they'll be able to get this second one first.
On You basically saying, you know, if you have a hammer or I guess a giant sword, everything looks like a nail.
Yeah.
Basically what they're doing right now. I mean, that was 2 early picks in the backline and then another one onto Odin late after that annihilation. That was massive.
I mean, you can definitely turn a sword to the side and hammer and a nail with the flat side. I mean, that's kind of wicked to think about, but yeah.
I would be scared about the blade maybe bending a little bit.
Potentially, you never know. I mean, if it's forged correctly, I'm assuming that it's been folded many times.
And I mean, we have like mythology here. I mean, the sword's probably fine.
It's probably fine. I mean, advanced tech, I mean, we're in the Overwatch world, as you now see, with the minefields available, looking to reposition up top. Big damage onto Spinal. Odin as well, getting so low. What a shield, though, from Odin to block that off angle. And even though there was so much time granted, Koi is just being a nuisance on this wrecking ball and finding so many channels and the tech needed with that grapple.
Yeah, I love how it just like barreled them straight into the sightline of Duck, just kind of take full advantage with that full rail. Again, great shield from Odin to kind of prevent that play from happening, but I love the idea. And there's a nail.
Yep, instantly done. I was going to say, we were talking about wrecking ball and like bowling, and I'm like, that's like right up your alley. Just because that's ironic that we found that out earlier, that you're like a professional bowler. As we do have now 99% for Trojans. They are looking to take this zoning back Stout, able to get it and make it a 1-to-1 flashpoint point. It's so weird to say that. Before they enter now to see who's going to be able to take the second.
Yeah, I mean, Odin just could not break through all of that spam, all of that damage being layered on it. Couldn't even get on a point to contest the overtime. Trojans tying it up. Momentum back in their corner, perhaps.
Koi just being the honeycomb ornament, waiting to see who's going to come in.
It's like a wasp's nest. You don't want to get near that.
Oh my gosh, that's actually really funny. I didn't think about that. You're going to have that
early
wasp
OC.
nest going to be opening up. They've jostled the nest, so you can see that Koi's going to come out. The same thing with Duck, getting great pickups here, though. Nicely done overall. Trojans finding the advantage, really playing well. And again, this change up from the Diva to the Wrecking Ball, I'm actually just really liking how well Koi is on these heavy mobile heroes.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, the slam to set up Quack with the OC just for some free picks, free damage. That was, again, these two in tandem have been so good. And Koi especially just setting up both of their DPS for success.
Sound barrier waiting to be unleashed, but there's a couple of early picks again. Stout, unfortunately, just being caught out, and we've seen this kind of happen in waves, where it's like this ebb and flow where they don't allow themselves to be isolated, they aren't getting capitalized on, and then moments like these are where it's like, hey, like, we gotta go back to the spawn, we gotta wait for everybody.
Yeah, it's now Trojans doing the spawn hold that the Devils almost tried to do to them on Havana. But again, points taking across 70, they got one last chance to kind of bring this back.
Koi fleeing for their life, making sure to not get caught out. Spinal needs to be very careful. Nice sound barrier to guarantee that it's not going to be an elimination. There's only 15% to go before this next second flashpoint is taken. Great EMP though. Koi absolutely neutered in that sense, as you've got Southwest switching onto the Sombra, which is a vital component to trying to turn this back around. Trojans now are crumbling under the weight of Stout with this compositional swap and the ultimate from Spinal.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources used for the Blue Devils, though. I mean, that was 4 ults used throughout the course of that fight. Let's see if Trojans can bounce back. I mean, they got 99%. They have plenty of time to fight back with this. They got at least 2 to work with.
I mean, the most important thing is that you at least have the Kitsune Rush. Pocket at least has that to try and outmatch against Grim. Grim is going to be able to actually use earlier, and Pocket gets rid of
Support
Duck.
hero.
So again, that's very powerful to have that eliminated early. On you now, packed once again though by Southwest. Kitsune across the top. Stout is going to be able to sustain here. Great job and timing. That ultimate is literally the reason that you have Stout still in this game.
I mean, they were just running him down. Pocket Cat, dude, chill. You're a support hero. Why do you have 3 kills for this fight? Chill out. Stout, no ults to work with, though. I don't think the Trojans have enough time to make it back, though. It's going to be Koi, probably. Yep, on the point, forcing that overtime.
Lines. Looking to be dropped. What a whip. I think that actually happened a little bit faster than maybe Koi was anticipating where the grapple was, so the minefield really doesn't zone anything off. Attempting to knock them back into it to get the value of that damage. Pile drives onto one. Spinal is low. Gets just massive focus fire. No healer close enough to give that assist. And now you've got the overclock from Duck looking to keep quacking here, and that will be a second point now obtained. It is the last opportunity here for Stout to try and fight against this, that they need to get the next 2 or they are going to be losing this round robin.
I did love how they fought that out. It was just so close, but the thing is, the point got flipped, and that allowed Quack to kind of play off of point, have that off angle to kind of exploit in the back line. Hey, look, Domino.
Hey, we finally get to see it. It only took us, what, 3 hours? It's like 2, yeah, like 3 hours. We finally get to see it, and now we're going to actually get it in full force. And how that'll actually fend off because, again, this is a desperate play. They're attempting to try and do something that can match against Trojans.
I do kind of like the swap for the more focused damage, trying to get rid of Duck, maybe even more focus on Akoi. Oh my goodness.
That hack again being so devastating. Nice job to at least get the grapple out before. Oh, EMP to follow, that's huge. The chase, surrounding the corner. That wall being so challenging for Blue Devils to work around to get the elimination. I have to give major credit to Trojans that they lasted as long as they did, but unfortunately with the way that Stout was able to chase them and keep pressure, they are unable to sustain. Only 30% acquired from Trojans.
Yeah, these EMPs from Southwest have been phenomenal this whole series. This kind of been the key for them to win these key fights and already built back up to 25%. I mean, you could see this come out again on this last point.
Now, Koi, going to be sneaky, attempting to try and take it away. Gets a knockback, entering back onto the point, really just dislodging some of the players from Stout onto the point. Minefield going to most likely be dropped as they go in for a pile drive.
Grim's in trouble.
This is going to be dangerous. There's the, oh, Suzu's already out, has to force the wall climb and the swift step. Everything thrown into this just for survival. Is there going to be enough? Trojans are able to come back again despite so much working effort from Pocket Cat.
That is just raw firepower right there.
And then on you just being like, Vendetta.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back.
Now,
everything is going to look like a nail right now. I mean, this backline could be in dangerous spot.
Oh, the hack was so close, but still able to get the sweeping strike to eliminate, and that stagger is going to be really rough. So you're not going to allow Stout to go in yet. They have to play super protected, but because, oh my goodness, gets a rail on top, finds by Duck with a triple overclock and annihilates everyone from Stout. 15% to go. This is a dire position to be in.
There's nothing to say other than what a shot.
Krub's
3 straight.
Krub's going to go in for the touch to give some assistance. Nice boot back, but unfortunately, Duck's just going to hunker down and make sure that they are the turret that is necessary. The Domina, even though we only got to see it for a short time, is attempting to be viable in these comps, but will be ending up coming up short as the 99% will finally reach its end and go into that 100% as the rest of Stout is eliminated, with Trojans taking this best of 3.
That was such a great series, though, from the Blue Devils. I mean, they took advantage on that first map. They made great adjustments, but all the adjustments not quite enough for the Trojans. I mean, Duck just kind of shooting fish in a barrel, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to see, is it the highlight? It is. Duck managing to get that play. We get to see it firsthand here, most likely, with that triple.
Yep.
Getting one across the wall. Second on the airborne.
That's disgusting.
And third on the Domina. Hey, at least we got to see Domina eliminated. Sorry, that's terrible to say. But yes, that does conclude now our second round robin for Overwatch. I know, again, we've been having many titles that have been playing simultaneously in the background of it, but we still have a lot more ahead of us for today. Again, I know we're going to be transitioning into the Valorant aspect of it. I know Rocket League is also on the alternative stream as well, as we're going to be then diving into that. So we'll just kind of be able to give you that conclusion for at least the Overwatch segment before we take a short break, entering into more of the Valorant aspect of it for those that are rooting for the Valorant, and then closing out the day with the main stream for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which is going to be another exciting event. So don't go anywhere, friends, as we've got some time before that Valorant, and we appreciate your patience.
All right, I'm swapping from one chair to another. Welcome back to the Midwest Battlegrounds here in Lisle, Illinois. Just about 40 minutes outside of Chicago. I am Centipede, here joined by a new face. This is Asher joining me for the Valorant section. We're swapping over from Overwatch to Valorant. Later today, we will be running into Smash, but we're just starting these round-robin pools, best of ones. How do you like this event so far?
I'm super excited. This event looks insane. There's so many teams here, and it's bigger than last year. Last year I was here casting, and yeah, I'm super excited.
Yeah, I was here last year too, day one. It was super, super exciting.
Right.
And it's not just the competition aspect that makes this place so special. We also have a bunch of booths outside, workshops that you can look for, concessions. I saw there was a big popcorn stand. I'm a big popcorn fanatic, so that was
100%.
kind of massive for me.
Yes. Definitely have to check that out. I haven't looked at it yet.
No, absolutely. And Valorant's been kind of in a good spot, honestly. With VCT going on, have you been catching up with that at all?
I have. I've been looking at all the Fairy Tail runs, all my favorite teams like NRG. I've seen the Furia run.
Dude, the Furia run in Americas was phenomenal. I mean, the story just straight up from Koala Noob.
It's insane.
Amazing.
Yeah, going back to EMEA, coming back to NA.
I mean, everybody was doubting him and the whole Furia rebuild, but now they're Seed 1 and going into Masters, which, if you're not keeping up with that, phenomenal story. Please keep up with that. But back to the event here. We are going to be getting into Valorant. We don't quite know who's going to be set up on stage. We'll let you guys know as soon as we do. But there's a lot of teams that were here last year that are competing again this year. Like,
yes. Like Michigan State. I remember last year Michigan State was the winner. On our screen right now, we actually do see the team playing, right? So we see it's Haven. We see that. Yeah.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. The current meta, for those who are unaware, generally on each map you see two duelist agents coming out. You can see on the red side, Waylay, Yoru. I mean, that's pretty much been the standard throughout stage 1 of
But the
pro
interesting
play.
part is there's no initiator on that side. It's double duelist,
that is
double
interesting.
controller.
That is
yeah.
very interesting. So no scans to come out. It's going to be pure information. Probably coming out from the Waylay, diving in, maybe using those stuns to kind of make that space here.
100%. The double wiper, though, the double wiper is really good. The wiper wall for A on the offense, and then the wiper wall for C.
Yeah, in general, for pick rates, Viper has been through the roof. I want to say in pro play, it's been about 78 to 80%. This has just been a dominant agent throughout the entirety of the meta.
Yes, it has. It is a best of one. We do know that. So it is Haven and only Haven, which I am excited about. I feel like best of ones bring out like the dog in the team. They're ready to play.
Absolutely do. I mean, this is like the highest pressure you could be in. It's,
100%.
one map. But again, this is still early, looking to gain momentum kind of early. As you can see, that it's going to be Indiana Wesleyan, I believe, going in versus UHS. I'm kind of interested in the defensive comp here, only running the solo neon. But I believe we're having a little bit of technical issues right now, so we're going to just take a quick pause. Be back with you in just a sec.
Toxins going up.
Sorry, we're getting production on our ear, but looks like we are actually going to get into the action as trades going both ways. 4-on-4 early into the round.
Yeah, we do see the offense take no space, however. The Waylay is poking around mid, and I think Wesleyan is trying to clear that A space. I do like the clearing of A space, especially because the wiper wall is there. They can wall up and take that A short control.
Taking a good pause, but yeah, again, like you said, no information gathered as Wesleyan's going to group out outside of A.
UHS does have a little bit of information here, though. I don't know how, but they are stacked towards A, and it looks like they're trying to re-clear it.
I think it's because of all that Killjoy util over towards C. They're just able to kind of leave that, kind of play for retake, and they're going to group up and walk towards short. This fight could erupt any second now as the Viper Wall is going to drop. Dice is going to be in a very unique position as the fight's going to come out 2 for 2 either way. Again, even trades. The spike dropped on the ground, though.
Very good job by the Omen, though, living with only 30 seconds left. All he has to do is cancel the plant, and he has the Omen Paranoia.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, KJ again rotating in to help. It's going to be up to Pokevan and Rhino to make this happen for Wesleyan.
It's a 2v2. This is very, very interesting.
Split push. Knife out, though.
Last
Ankle
player
perhaps
just
not
come out. It's a
One
1v2.
enemy
It's a
remaining.
1v1 with an Omen blind, and Ryu wins it.
What a great clutch from Ryu to open it up on the pistol.
Wow. We do see the best of one though there, where they're playing really slow because each pistol round is super, super crucial.
Absolutely. This is how you get out to that kind of advantage, get out to that economic advantage, and also trying to steamroll into more and more rounds, winning that pistol. Super, super crucial.
We do see the 2 Guardians and the Outlaw. I love the Outlaw in this little meta right now.
Especially second round. Super, super important to have because it does 140 to the body. That's a one shot no matter what kind of shield you want to buy on this low eco. So see if it can get any value.
I like that Omen smoke top C from the attackers. They're trying to walk up with it. Let's see if UHS's Omen does spot him with the jump spot.
This is where the Outlaws plays though. This could be big, but he's entering straight into the site, just getting mowed down.
Yeah, with the lesser buy, this does sound unfortunate. However, any bomb plan is good just for the eco.
I think it's interesting that Ryu didn't actually buy anything other than the Bandit, just kind of sticking to their guns, maybe saving up their money early to try and like get out an early op. That could be very, very powerful on the Neon.
I do agree with that, yes. Like an operator with no initiative on their side is huge.
It is. Yushiki getting one more, and they're looking for a flawless and tie.
We do see the Viper walking down. He might get caught by Dice. This is so close. Let's see, he does get caught. So that is 1 kill. Sammy Bear does get caught, and he picks up a Guardian.
Would be crucial with the swing coming out. Not quite able to catch it, though.
Yeah. Any damage here from Dice is good for them. This is a full eco for them, so if he can get any more guns out, he cannot, and that's a second round for U8 set.
Yeah, just a double swing. No chance to kind of get anything, especially with the Guardian single tap fire.
German
No real opportunity there. 2-0.
I'm super interested to see the buy on Ryu now that he's saved. Maybe he gets an op, maybe he gets a gun. I think I just saw him pick up a Phantom.
I'm out of here.
That might be the full buy, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit more firepower to come.
Yeah, he does pick up.
Yep.
I also want to talk about like the Outlaw real quick. There's only one person with light armor. That's Eggsy. So that is a good buy from Wesley in here. So they will not get caught.
Yeah,
We do see UHC walking down C long as a triple. Let's see if the Viper gets caught off. He does jump spot, almost blinded, and gets caught by Yeti. This is huge. If he can pick up his gun and live, it's a 5v4 on a bonus.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive pick. Exchanging of the weapons as well.
I do like how Wesleyan is taking that A control, seeing that they push C, but they have slowed down here. They don't have a lot of
walking in
space.
towards B. I love this. But they might get caught out by the C rotate. See a Pokevan.
They do get seen by the Killjoy alarm bot.
Oh, it's not there though. It's a 1-for-1.
Dyson,
Now Wesleyan.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, 100%. He gets started by their drone and gets picked off. It's a 2v3 in the favor of UHC on the defense side. We do see them both coming through A-Link into Ian. This is big for him.
Spike down as well.
One
To be
shot.
recovered.
Yeah,
What
one
a
tap
shot.
Oh my god, that's a big 3K for Ian right there.
That's a 4K. That's not just a 3K. That's a 4K.
That's a big 4K.
What a bonus conversion. Didn't even need the dropped rifle. Just straight up fighting with that Guardian. I mean, that is insane shots.
That is huge. That is huge. And now we see that Wesleyan has no money. They're on that eco again.
I'm a little shocked they didn't go back to buying that Outlaw. They tried to exploit that in round 2. Didn't try to go back to it here. It would be a great buy, but not quite aware of the value, perhaps.
We do see Eggsy buying that Bulldog. That is an interesting buy. He's heroing that.
No, just we'll go back to the Sneer. Maybe try to play a little bit more close quarters. Gotta worm their way into garage, but it's just a shutdown by Yushiki.
We do see that, yeah. Yushi just kills 2, turns into a 5v3 instantly.
And the spike drop just in the middle of window. I mean, this is a really tough recovery mission, especially on an eco.
Yeah, this is a bad spot to be in.
Maybe players just faced up, waiting for any sort of peek that they may find.
So what Drone does spot the Killjoy turret. They're trying to spam it, but not with the Vandal. They probably need like an Odin or an Operator for that.
And shoulder spotted by Sammy Bear, though. Wisely retreating back as Yushiki gets a third. Could it be an eco? Ooh, good shot by Pokevan. Let's not count him completely out. These sheriffs can hit.
Could eco ace here. There is a chance here. These are the type of rounds I'd run it down B and try to kill him for that ace and then die and lose the round. So
yeah, but again, that spike just not collected yet. 40 seconds left on the clock to try and make it happen, but this
one enemy remaining.
Timing, no. Sammy Bear outside of garage, able to shut it down. Is just on Pokevan.
Oh, clean round. Clean round. if he doesn't die here. Let's
30
see.
seconds left.
It hit the one shot, has the one kill. Would have to be an ace, but
Who could have
I don't think there's
predicted
really any
this?
chance when there are
All right.
3 people
I-
facing towards your exact direction.
Yep.
Or nothing. This is an early advantage. And, I mean, Ayan really, really finding
Yeah,
value. I mean,
Already has it so well. The
That's
Hunter Series is gonna
insanely
come
quick.
out. Yeah.
insanely quick.
I do like how they're switching it up though. They have that Killjoy playing on A now with the Viper wall where they push down C again. I wonder if they have a Sova dart, Sova ult from that spot as they push down C. This could be a stat strat that we're looking at.
Yeah, I really do like that, how that Viper wall in general just allows them to play much more heavily over towards C now. Setup changes now, the Killjoy on A.
Eric
They're
is
just
getting
contacting.
overblinded again and they get caught 2 rounds in a row, 2 gun rounds, and both times they die on C.
I love that aggression, then just immediately going back like, hey, we just dropped one of your players, now we're going to play a 5v4. That's basically what UHS has been doing this entire time.
Right. And the thing is, if it's a 5v4, it's basically impossible for Wesleyan to take any space. They have to take that 1v1, 2v1 disadvantage.
Good pick back, though, from Ozzy.
Does get the Neon. That is actually a huge pick.
In numbers. An even bigger pick would be onto this is the Hunter's Fury coming out from Ian. Trying to get any sort of information on where they might be walking up, but looking like it's going to be more towards C. Fight coming out over towards long. Sandy Bear taking a great timing. Able to take down Dice. Now it's a 4v3 man advantage back in the favor of UHS, but as I say that, trades back again. 3-on-2.
Yeah, 3-on-2. There is a Euro TP backside, but I think Sammy Bear is aware of that Euro TP, so they're
plenty
probably not
aware.
going to take
Staring
it.
straight at it, standing right next to it.
100%.
Not getting fooled by it as the rest of UHS is leaning over towards A, but it looks like it's just going to be the
30 seconds
garage
left.
walkout. 30 seconds left. Might even consider a saving of the weapons if you're Wesleyan.
I do like that C play here, though. They could walk into C for, well, not for free. Sammy Bear is backside, but it could be a 1v2. This could be a good spot to be in. Time is running very low here, 13 seconds. They don't really
10
know what to
seconds
do here.
left.
They have to go get the bomb. Sammy backside. They have to clear Sammy Bear
they're gonna
and
go
get the
for the
bomb.
B
They're planning
plant.
B while he gets caught off, maybe.
Oh,
Sammy Bear
shots.
does whiff a little bit. Rhino
Spike
gets him.
planted.
It's a 2v2, both A-Link.
Yep, 2-on-2 here. The retake on the B side. The
One
aggressive peek
enemy
from
remaining.
Ozzy. Traded up by Ian, and he's so good in the clutch.
Oh my god, Ian is nasty. He gets a 4K, 3K, keeping his team on it. It's a 5-0. This is not very good for them.
No, that was a great clutch from Ian, just trading beautifully. Able to
What?
pick up that round nice and easy, honestly.
Yeah. In your opinion, what does Wesleyan do here?
I think they have to just be a little bit more aware of where UHS is going to be aggressive. You see that Viper wall coming out across B&A, they're really the only option is to kind of continually be aggressive towards C. They have to be aware of that, use their utility, don't take once, don't get caught off.
I do like how Ozzy has a judge here. He does have the Euro roll. Could judge in with that.
Ooh, I think that might be exactly what they're going for.
Yes. I look at this lineup right here. They're locked in. That's a lineup for front B. You can pop that lineup and then walk up B for free.
That also may convince them that they're trying to take some mid space. As you can see, 4 players leaning towards either B or C. It's just Ryu on A.
This is not a very good spot for Ryu. He could get spotted and then
Oh, absolutely
apparently,
will get spotted by this Ozzy.
He does play slow though. This is huge. He decides to walk in. He is alone the backside right now with no team.
2 getting spotted though. Yushi
Spike planted.
trying to get in. Is a
He still
spam from
picks one
Oh
against
my goodness. Backside, Ryu just firing. Pokevent finally had traded out, but still a man disadvantage for Wesleyan. Fighting now in a 3-on-4 retake, but look at where Ozzy is on Evan. This could be a precarious spot, but no, Yebi clears it. And Yuxi to finish. Not even close. 6-0.
Flawless round out of them. Even when our Killjoy is alone on side, he still gets 2 and then gets traded.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal job, especially after getting spotted out by the dimensional drift. Super, super well done to find 2, honestly. So it
100%.
is a miracle. And you can see Wesleyan's going to take a minute. You know, we've lost 6 rounds in a row. We need to take a breather, figure out what we're going to do for this next round. What adjustment do you think they have to make? They have 4 ults online. They only used the 1 last round.
I think the biggest thing with the Wesleyan is, as you said, slowing it down, taking spaces in sections. For example, if they're pushing down C, push C together. Do not get caught out. I think that's the biggest part. Every single gun round, they've been caught out. So Wesleyan just needs to slow it down a little bit. Or the opposite is they could speed up.
Right, and then maybe if they see that aggression coming on from one, they need to accelerate onto the other site that might be weaker, because we've seen UHS kind of walk down 3 people down C long multiple times now, and it's just never been punished, never been kind of exploited. It's always just kind of resulted in a man advantage, and Wesley not quite reacting quick enough to kind of take advantage of that empty space on the map.
Yeah. On the Wesleyan side, though, it does get tough when you keep getting pushed and then pushed and then pushed. You start losing confidence. You start making bad plays. So I hope they keep that confidence up. I hope this timeout tells them to calm down a little bit. It's still not over. It's an eco, but you can still win an eco.
Sure, and you got plenty of ultimates to work with. We'll see what they kind of try to do, though. It's not a full eco. I mean, this is full shares. This is still very, very dangerous. You have to take it a little bit seriously.
Yeah. Well, we do see the outlaw coming out from UHS's side. They are ready for that.
Oh. And Dice could be caught out, shot, hurt. I wouldn't peek that again if I was you.
I do like the smoke and the jump pick. That was very
I do like the
nicely
bait,
done.
though. It's drawing 4 players over towards C. I'm thinking, no way would they fake it with just a solo Omen on an eco, but they're just walking up sewers.
Yeah, that is the benefit of having a Viper Omen, right?
Yeah,
You can smoke C, you can walk up for free. Ryu is playing very safe. This is very nicely done by Ryu. He's not getting caught out.
This is what I was talking about, though. Lots of ults to play with as the Killjoy lockdown invested, but invested on both sides.
This is interesting from Wesleyan's side, though, even though because they're on an eco, they are using double ults here. How do they play against the defender lockdown? They do play auto fade. I think they're going to re-hit A, while Aussie is held right now, detained.
Yeah, but fully in sight. Wesleyan have to be ready for this. It's a convergent pass thrown in. Not going to find anybody, though, as Ozzy's just going to take up space, hold inside of the smoke, be the gatekeeper of CT, but Yuxi able to find a pick on Eric from Heaven.
It is a 4v5 on the benefit of the defenders. This is very well played. They just need to wait for the plant to go down and then retake. The plant is down. They are getting ready to retake. See Ryu coming out of CT with 3 other people. Omen is defeated, gets one. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 trade. It's a 2v3 in the favor of the defenders.
Again, though, shots from Sammy Bear. It's all left up to Ozzy on 16 HP. You don't have a prayer in holding this plant.
Wow.
My God, UHS, these retakes have been phenomenal. They're finding these man advantages and just exploiting them.
And every single retake has been together. Nobody's taking that solo fight. Nobody's doing anything crazy. They know what their win con is and they're playing with it.
Yeah, they got a little bit dicey with that crossfire between Waylay and Omen, but again, only found really the 2 and no sweat cleaning up the rest of the round. And honestly, on a heater, this is the player to look out for right now.
10-2, another Hunter's Fury farmed. He's ready for this, man. We do see them pushing out A with that Sova Dart Neon. At the same time, Wesleyan is taking that C control.
I mean, this is just straight aggression that you'd expect from like maybe Paper X, maybe a little bit of G2 as they've leaned into. But this is just straight up aggression. This is disrespect from UHS, honestly. Just taking up space for free every time. And now that they have control, basically, of A, no chance anyone.
I love this Wesleyan haul, though. They saw they pushed up A and they're rushing C into Ryu. He's alone on site.
I love that.
Gets picked. It's a 5v4. It's the first time they're on an advantage.
I do love this. Retake's going to have to come out from UHS. You see the Hunter's Fury could be invested here in this man disadvantage to kind of wrestle back some controls too.
And Neon is on the flank. I don't believe he's been spotted. We do see the Viper's pit coming out. 5v4.
This could secure it. Ozzy with a pick.
But the pit goes down.
No! The spam through the pit takes down Rhinos. It's going to go down.
The Omen gets picked off in his ult. It's a 1v1 with Yebi versus the Yoru. Let's see if he can do it. Omen throws the bomb.
6 HP, man.
And he gets picked off on that jump. No.
It's a great fake out from Yebi to take it down. That's going to be 8 rounds in a row for UHS. I mean, there's no chance.
There's no chance. No. And the best part of being on land, I can hear UHS celebrating as soon as they win that round. That is awesome.
I mean, they have the momentum. They have that fight right now. Right. And I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yes.
Honestly, the biggest factor for that round was finding Rhino somehow in that pit. I'm not quite sure how they went down. I think we might have missed it on the observer, but like, oh.
Yeah, getting spammed through a Viper's pit is the worst feeling ever.
That was the win condition. That was the win condition for that round. And as soon as that Viper's pit went down, they were able to just entry 2 at a time, clearing out those crossfires, and leaving, you know, Omen to do their thing in the clutch.
Sammy Bear is jiggling B right now, trying to see if he can find anything. As we see Wesleyan taking up that mid control. Hunter's Fury does come out with that 8. Does not get attacked, I don't believe. Dice is in a bad spot here. Gets picked off by Yushi.
There's no way you're expecting two. There's no way you're expecting two people there after using a Hunter's Fury to maybe clear out that angle. Why would you have two people there? Not ready for it at all.
Yeah, definitely not ready for it. The Ozzy does get spotted by the Sova tag. It is a 5v4 again. Resident is down. They need to group up and try to get a fight somewhere. I think they try to do that towards A.
Yeah, regrouping over towards A. You do have that
Toxin screen down.
Viper Wall to lurk up with.
I do like this A walk though. They are making noise and they're getting spotted by Yushi, but the Rhino might be able to get something. The slow comes out, the stun comes out, and it's just basically a stall here.
Great delay.
This is awesome. And we do see the Omen in the corner. He is getting baited for. He could get 2 or 3 here.
Oh, I
Yushi
think that
is
jump
stuck
might
in
have
the
been
corner.
hurt though.
Viper's spit comes out backside as they walk out. The Omen smoke is so good.
30 seconds
It just
left.
splits the side in 2 and gives them so much time. The
Spam
comes
was there.
down.
It was there, but not
down
quite finished
A.
off. But it's not going to matter. The swing out
One
from the left
enemy
side is
remaining.
just going to take it down. Pokevan only able to find one, and again, it's just Ozzy able to find one. It's not counting fully out of this until I look at the time, though. Until I look at the time, and the wall comes up, and bye-bye.
Does get... I feel like the best part about UHS is how they're fighting together. Every single fight, there's at least 2 people there.
Yeah, they're not taking ones at all. No opportunity for disadvantage states. It's all just been straight up trades at worst. At worst, it's been trades.
Yeah.
At best, it's been multi-kills.
Exactly. And we see nobody's negative on that UHS side. They're all actually playing mechanically well.
Everybody firing on all cylinders. This is a dominant showing on defense. Just keep it a stack. I mean, on a 3-site,
Walking down
map.
C again with that Omen blind.
yeah, it's insane. But
Resident does look ready for it though. They're pushing into garage. That, so what, for the first time alone, maybe they can pick him off.
there's
He's in
still
the window.
3 people
He
here.
jumps
They're
out,
pinching.
picks off Ozzy, picks off Dice, picks off Rhino.
C.
How is
Last
this
player
possible?
standing.
Yebby gets 1, it's a 1v5 and they can't get it done. He's alone in garage and still gets 3.
How do you expect that flank timing that quickly? I mean, they're just walking up every single gap. I mean, this is so well studied for Wesleyan. They're piercing every gap that that Wesleyan is leaving.
Right. It feels like
Excuse me.
they've seen them play, and this is all just anti-strat. It just feels like a 10-0. There's no chance you can come against it.
Oh, just, again, straight up aggression. This is not what you expect from a defensive side. They're
Right.
just taking space
We can see that
so
from B now.
aggressively. And it's not what you would really expect from a solo duelist comp. This is what you'd maybe expect from a double duelist where you have like the support of the Waylay, maybe to throw out a stun or 2. But
They do push C
not
here
quite.
with that roll. Omen is alone on site. Gets popped on, but he's still there. Ozzy is back there. Gets picked up by the Yushi coming out of spawn, and the delay is huge. Viper Mon,
Spike down.
Neon
C.
stun, Viper spit. They cannot come out. It's a
yeah,
5v3.
trying to fight through smokes, just not quite ideal. It's another 2 versus 5 in a round that feels impossible to claw back, especially as the spike's been dropped out front sight. I mean, it's just an entire firing squad. There's no way.
If I'm on Wesleyan's side, I'm praying for a round here. Maybe get like a hero, maybe like a 2v5. One guy just kills 5. That's what I'm hoping for here.
I would love to see that, you know.
Bomb is down. This is an impossible round.
They can't even be lurked up anywhere because all the coverage from the rest of UHS. I mean, you see the Viper just holding outside garage
Nothing they
along
can
with
do.
the AM
Yeah.
on the Sova.
I'm out of here.
This is just gonna have to be like a straight up save round if they don't make their move soon.
The sad part is, it is
30 seconds
Yeah, he's
left.
aware that there's.
they're so
Still
ready
one
for
trapped.
it. Right, they're so ready for it.
I mean, this is oppressive. Oppressive defense coming out.
At this point, even if you have strategy, it doesn't even matter because you're getting crushed mechanically. And at the end of the... Oh, they do not know. Rhino does get picked.
And it's a good crossfire. Able to find 2, taking away the guns, but
Wait, it's a 2v2, but they have no
Last
time to
player
plant the
standing.
bomb. And it's a 1v2.
good picks at least, but that's not going to mean much.
Yeah.
Especially if Pokevan gets taken out after time, that would be catastrophic. And it is.
For UHC, it does
Last
not
round
matter
in
if
the
they die.
half.
They have money for the entire game.
Like, yeah, this
Wesleyan losing those 2 guns, they can't buy now.
has been a, flawless half. This is just absolute domination. I wonder if this is one of UHS's best maps. Maybe not maybe Wesley not quite having like that anti-strat knowledge of where UHS wanted to take this
Right.
single map to. Again, this is a single map. You don't really have the opportunity to come back in a series like, hey, all right, that was map 1. We can come back on map 2 and 3.
Right.
You don't really have that opportunity. But this is just roleplay. This is round robin. We are not like eliminating anyone on day 1 here. This is just kind of getting legs under you, trying to find it. And that is a really good early pick for Ozzy. I love that.
Spam through the door. I always like getting those kills. That's a good time to have.
What are you going to do? Sojourn immediately coming out, spotting Rhino.
He is stuck in the corner though.
Take a one.
Look at the confidence from Ian. He's alone in garage and still getting that fight.
I mean, can you blame him? He's been on fire the entire rest of the map as Yoshiki evens out the numbers 4-on-4.
We do see the Viper wall going up and them taking that A short control. Full Killjoy util A though. This is going to be hard.
Yeah, turret's going to spot out. Contact onto 1. It's going to be 2, but the convergent pass looking to be sent straight in towards Ryu's location. They're going to try and back out into hell. Still somehow finding the kill on the Pokemon. Eric, though, and Ian alongside spamming through that smoke, and it's all left up to Rhino on the lurk, 1v3, to try and claw back a single round on this offensive half for Wesley.
I am rooting for Rhino here. Please get this 1v3. I am so excited. Let's see
Doable,
this.
but are they aware? Yep.
They are so
ready.
The thing about Rhino is he gets Vele ulted, goes hell, gets pushed by 3 people, gets 1, and lives.
I think that's just the supportive smoke from Yebi here. Just kind of making them get up close and personal, giving you a high percentage to kind of hit that headshot that you need to secure that kill.
Exactly.
And I mean,
look at the scoreboard. 10-5 is the worst scoreline on UHC. How?
It's just ridiculous. Like, what can you do against this? It's everybody firing on all cylinders. There's no weak point you can kind of take advantage of. It's just straight offense.
Yeah, everybody's negative, everybody's positive. This is just a team diff, kind of. But I'm sure they'll bring it back. This is only round robin. You cannot get sad about it.
No, absolutely not. You got to kind of lock in,
100%.
find a way to fight back on this next point.
Only day 1. Only day 1. The Owen Paranoia does come out, blinds 3 people as Wesleyan does walk down mid. That's a great aggressive.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, Ozzy gets 1. Slow comes out. They're looking for 2 more. This is good. Job's done. They could back up. Sammy Bear does get the trade. Turns into a 4v4.
Space not really taken by UHS either. You can see that was kind of one of the downfalls of Wesleyan on their attack side, not kind of taking advantage of the space that they're creating.
Right.
As now it's just going to be slow walk up towards C. I think Rhino's going to jiggle, maybe spot it out. Oh,
Jump, yeah.
Yep,
does
jumping spots it out. But now they're going to accelerate 2 people to defend the site, but no, caught running back. Ian just does not miss.
He does not miss. He's so locked in. It's a 4v2 in the favor of UHS. And
this is to keep your map alive, to not kick us off with a 13-0.
Sammy Bear gets 1. It's a 1v4 all on Eric with a pistol.
It's doable. It's a pistol round. It's doable.
No, Sammy Bear just dinks him for a 3K on a pistol, turning into a 13-0.
That is a dominant showing from UHS. This is going to be a dangerous team looking forward. If I mean, that's the precedent they're setting. A 13-0 in your first match.
First match, 13-0. I'm saying they're winning the whole thing.
Oh, early prediction?
Early prediction.
Early prediction?
I
Okay.
don't know any other team here, but I think they're going to win the whole thing.
You heard it here first. UHS is going to go on and win this whole thing. I really like their defensive half, though, and what they were able to exploit was that early aggression.
Right.
Just taking spaces all over the map, especially on a 3 bomb site map. You really do have to take at least 1 avenue of space to kind of shrink the map for your opponent. And I think they did that really well.
For sure. Especially on Wesleyan's side, they had no drone, they had no initiator to take any space. So they had a really good read on that, and they were able to take that space really quickly.
And that lack of information kind of running him down, but that'll be our first match done. We'll be right back with another match of Valorant coming back at you. Round robin, best of 1s. Catch you in just a minute.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We took a little bit of an extended break. We're switching out between the waves here, but we're coming back at you with some Valorant action. We're setting up the lobby here. I believe what we are about to have is a matchup between Lawrence Tech and UWM Black.
Yes, yes. Super excited for that match too, yeah.
Yeah, we were doing a little bit of research while we were in the break. We weren't just kind of slacking around, just kind of sitting in our chairs doing whatever. No, we were trying to get some insider information for you, the viewer, try to get some little insights. And what we were saying is that this is going to be a fairly even match.
Yes, we did see rank-wise they're even, but I'm excited to see what kind of plays they bring out, because I think at the end of the day, the rank doesn't matter. It's about team play.
Absolutely, and I've actually had the chance to play against, or I guess the misfortune of playing against LTU. They are a formidable team. They have a bunch of good players. Smarty on the duelist is a player to highlight. Been the captain for maybe a year or two now. Just absolutely destroying everybody. I want to say won MVP of WAC this past year. So.
Wow, that's a big accomplishment, I would assume so.
Absolutely. I mean, he's absolutely destroying people, so I'm looking forward to how he plays into a very difficult opponent, I would say.
I do, yeah, yep. I feel like a duelist captain is also something new.
I think it is. I'm not sure if he's IGL at all, but definitely at the very least, the leader in the front lines going into these fights. But let's take a minute to talk about everything else that's going on here. We're started the day off with a little bit of Overwatch action. We'll be back to Overwatch right after this game, but we have one more round-robin best-of-1 for Valorant for you guys before we switch it on over. As you can see, everybody wanting to get on the stream. I love to see it. No, we have a great group gathered around for Midwest Battleground, the 3rd annual installment.
So, yeah, the scale of this event is so important. We see so many teams. We see so many PCs. The production is doing a great job. We see people running around everywhere. This is such a great event. I'm so excited to be back casting for it.
Yeah, absolutely loving our time here. And I just want to say, like, in general, you've played this event, you casted this event, right?
Yeah.
What has been your favorite part outside of the competition?
It's just meeting people. I've been in this scene for a little bit, not like an unk, but like I played a little bit, and then coming back to see my old teammates, seeing my new teammates, seeing people that I've played against. recognizing I think the community is the biggest part for me.
Absolutely. I mean, like seeing people recognizing them based on their gamer tag and now finally putting a face to it.
Exactly.
Super, super fun
Yes,
dynamic to have.
yes.
And as well as playing in person, you get to like yell at them, you know, across the stage. That,
Yeah.
You know, we talked a little bit earlier during the Overwatch segment about, you know, the mental games that you can play with that. But I think in Valorant especially, because there's so much downtime between rounds, you can really let that mental battle like sink in.
Yes. If you get like a thrifty and you start like screaming at the other team, it's over. They can't do anything. They're just sitting there like, oh my god, we just got thriftied. It's a big feeling.
Really,
Yes.
no screens to hide behind. I think it's really, really fun dynamic,
Yes.
especially here on LAN. We'll get people on stage, I think, hopefully Saturday and Sunday. We don't today because this is, again, just pool play, round robin. We're getting set up. I believe this is wave 3 and 4 coming at you. Again, we're getting into this lobby very quickly.
Yeah.
I believe we're just sorting out the bans to get us on this one map that they are choosing. But overall,
It is the best of one overall for Valorant for now. So I am excited to see what maps they pick because I feel like back then the best of one map was like Ascent or Haven or Lotus. Those were like the 3 staples that people would play.
now 2 of those aren't even in the map rotation
exactly,
anymore. Lotus is gone.
Right.
You know, Ascent's gone. They're not even being played now. I think they're swapping it up after this next Masters event.
Right.
You know, I believe
yes.
they're bringing back Fracture and I think
Lotus.
Lotus.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but for here and now, we have the same map pool that we do over there. I'd like to see how people are planning on Corrode because, again, newest map in the pool.
Yes.
It's not fairly new. We have had plenty of time to get used to it, but the dynamics that you can play through with, like, Waylay and Yoru on it, I think is super, super fun.
Yeah. I think, Waylay goes insane on Corrode. Just the slow dashes. I want to see Abyss.
You do?
I want to see Abyss.
I got bad news. I think they just banned Abyss.
No, they banned Abyss. No, I do not want to see it anyways. It's
What do you
all
like
good.
about Abyss, though? Is it like the same kind of dynamic with the Yoru, Waylay?
It's the Yoru Waylay, but it's also the Harbor. I feel like Harbor is the strongest on that map, and if a team can play that well, I'm excited to see that.
I think Harbor is definitely at his best on either Breeze or, excuse me, Abyss.
Abyss, yes.
My bad.
I actually forgot about Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze, I don't think too many people really want to
Remember
be.
it. yes.
Not too many people like Breeze anyway, just because it's such a wide open map and there's so many angles you have to be worried about. And, you know, mid is so crucial to fight for because you can just kind of wrap either site through it.
Right.
So I think
I do agree.
it's important to fight for it. But
I do see it though. Now I think we are playing Split. I like Split. I like Split.
Split. I mean, it's a good map. Generally been defender sided, so we'll see. You know, if you're on offense, you want
Yeah.
to try to shoot for maybe 4 or 5 rounds to still give yourself a chance to gather momentum going into that second half. We'll see how that goes, as I believe UWM is going to be starting out on defense and LTU on the offense. Look for the Rays of Smarty to kind of make an immediate impact on this game.
That's in. You said Raze. That's
Raze.
very interesting.
I would say that is his like signature agent. I've seen it brought out on Bind. We also played, I believe, a split against them, and Raze came out, and that was, you know,
I feel like Raze right now is on the weaker side.
absolutely.
But if you could play that Raze to perfection, that would be awesome.
That's not the right map.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a. It's okay. We'll go back and fix that.
Whoopsie.
That's not a big deal at all.
We were just talking about this. Ascent isn't in the pool.
And
Lock in,
I
gentlemen.
think everybody wants to play Ascent. That's why it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it is really like the gold standard.
Yep.
So let's keep it honest.
Yep. Yep.
Let me be back in the lobby real quick. But we're gonna get this sorted out. Bring it back real quick.
I like how one of the teams is like full ready with like the DRX tags.
I do. I mean, what do you think about DRX? They were kind of like the pioneers of this kind of Yoru Waylay kind of thing, and now
Yeah.
ushering it kind of into this new year, I think has been really fun.
I haven't really seen DRX play too much because they're APAC team, but they were a really, really solid team. I remember when they went to like LANs, they would never lose at the start. Like the group stage, they would always beat
Group
2-0.
stage demons, and then like
Yes.
3rd to 4th place.
Yeah.
Every time.
Every single time. Super solid. Always knew their fundamentals.
Yep. And then at Champs last year is where they really kind of pioneered this kind of style with
Right.
like Hyunmin and shoot, who was the other duelist on that team? I'm blanking.
I don't.
It's
yeah.
okay.
I know
But
Yum Yum.
Yum
That's-
Yum
Yum
Hyunmin.
Yes, I
Yum.
know that.
Oh god, that was such a fun run to watch. Them get 3rd place. You know, honestly, a run that I don't think anybody was really expecting, because they got really deep in a really stacked tournament. I'll be honest. Like Energy
yeah.
ended up winning, of course, and Fnatic making their way through the lower bracket, and those are two stacked teams. But you know, I think most people are expecting like G2 to make it through, but no, DRX just actually shut them down with that new kind of comp and kind of ushered in this new year of, you know, a meta that not everybody's a fan of because it's kind of hard to keep track of what's going on sometimes.
That's true. I feel like Valorant is in a very good spot right now. You could play double duelist, that is the meta, but you could also go double controller with that Harbor or that Viper. You could also go double initiator. I've been seeing a lot of Tejos.
Really?
Yeah, I've been seeing Tejo Fade, Tejo Sova.
Yeah,
So
I guess Tejo is kind of back. They did kind of give him those buffs where it's now his special delivery, no longer just a stun, it actually does damage now.
Yes,
So I think
yes.
that was a huge change to kind of bring him back into relevance because I feel like he kind of dropped off as soon as he lost those rechargeable salvo missiles. As now we're finally, I think this is the right map. We might be playing split, guys.
yes.
But we're going to be getting straight into it.
I feel like Viper is staple on this map. If you do not have a Viper, I think you are at a disadvantage unless
definitely.
you have a good plan against the Viper.
Definitely. Don't pay attention to the graphic. LTU is going to be on the right side. That's your attackers. And UWM Black is on your left side. They are defending first.
Talk to me a little bit about the Vito. Do you like that character?
I do like the Vito. He normally sees play on Abyss. Seen a little bit on Pearl as well. But he does a really good job at kind of shutting down those bushes if he puts that interceptor at a good spot to kind of take away all the util. And I really do like how he plays into an agent like Waylay, like Tejo. It's really hard to get him off the line because he just won't take damage with his ultimate, his evolution. It's super, super hard to force him off of those angles.
Right. I love how you said that. It forces team to be slow. Like, you have to take your time, get that util out. Otherwise, you just don't have any util to take the side.
Yeah, and it kind of encourages you just kind of have to take fights no matter what. You have to just shoot better. And it's difficult sometimes when you're forced into those fights with someone who has potentially a cracked out aim.
Right. We do see, I think the major difference right now is the Sage for the Vito. Other than that, there's a Raze and a Waylay. But I think the Raze is more of a comfort pick, as you said. And the Waylay is obviously just the meta pick.
And of course, you're seeing Viper. Of course, you're going to see Viper played on pretty much every map.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single map where Viper is bad. That's why, you know, she's been dominating in this kind of double duelist because she has that screen, she has that molly, and is just able to create so much space for your team.
Just
like
forces util out from the other team. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I want to say one thing real quick. Look at the ping. 9, 8, 5.
This
That's
is
the
land,
best thing
baby.
about being on land, the ping.
It is land.
I'm super excited to see how their guns feel on land because I feel like it's a different feeling when that phantom headshot hits.
I do kind of like how UWM are set up right now because I like the Sage in mid, able to wall off super, super early. That's very powerful, especially on pistol round, to kind of deny that rotation spot.
Very interesting, nobody on it.
Oh, quick shot out from Babel immediately.
Yeah.
And Nico's put pressure on as well, Tangly.
Wow, instantly it's a 5v3. Nobody on A does not matter. They just clean up B and it's a retake for 5v3. Tempt is alone in...
Oh, could
maybe
have a
here's
timing though. You gotta
There's
turn
two
around,
people
bud.
behind him.
You gotta turn around, dude. This is so awkward. The Vipers have missed each other. One walks out the wall and gets shot for it.
Oh
Missed
my-
timing,
Down
punished
A.
immediately by Tempt, but could get rewrapped. I
Last
don't
player
know if
standing.
Sai's gonna be ready for it, and Merc's gonna take down Tempt. This might be the site if Merc can find a second and does 1v3 though. Not quite enough.
Not quite enough. The aim is clean, gets 2, but the team unfortunately does fall.
That was such an awkward
That was
fight
so-
up in
yeah.
heaven. Oh my goodness.
Temp gets behind 2 people but doesn't turn. It doesn't really affect them too much though. It was still a 5v3. They still close it out.
Yeah, they just missed that timing. That could, what it could have been.
What could have been?
What
Yes.
could have been.
Yes.
Able to find the one, and again, found the round anyway. But that was so awkward, and if Sly wasn't in that exact position, could have easily gotten rewrapped.
For sure.
Here.
Yes. We do see a full save. No pistol, no nothing. Just full save by LTU. Just a clean round. Logging
like
up mid.
I do like them attempting to control mid right away, and I think Temps can kind of be the bait to kind of allow Sly to set up this wall in mid to kind of deny this as LTU kind of grouped up on the bottom of mid.
For For sure. We see the open smoke coming up male.
Oh, it's a great clear. Hawk immediately there for Babo to clean up a Shine 3. That is the only lurk they had on the A side. It's now just presence towards B and mid.
Omen does spot one with that jump.
The presence is walled off,
But
though.
Smarty is out on B. Does the Omen know he might get
I don't
picked
think
off?
he does. Yeah, this is going to be a pick for Smarty on the Classic as Sly drops down, tries to trade it out, but it's now stuck in hell. Able to find Nico, though. Spam through from Rogue. Able to pick it up again. We're back in a 3v3. Weapons disadvantage still for LTU, but maybe 1 or 2 picked up.
They have sight. The Viper Molly is available. Does come out. Does take him down low into 28.
Just standing in it. Smarty again, though. Find another pick. This is going to be the key, but Babo and Sems in tandem, able to take it down, able to avoid disaster. That would have been a loss to just Classics.
That would have been terrible, yes. But they do close it out. Smarty, as you've been pointing out from the start, still locked in, got 2 kills, got the round close.
I love that lurk, though. That timing was just phenomenal for them.
He walked out pretty nicely. I do like how he was sitting in the molly, though. He was trading
Rogue,
pressure.
That was ballsy to kind of stay in that molly, but almost rewarded for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost. But that's a great just Classic round, you know, getting the spike down.
With that damage, we see now UWM doesn't have too many guns. They only have 1 Guardian and a
so
Spectre.
this is a very, very weak bonus round.
Right.
So LTU hopefully looking to pick it up fairly cleanly if they can.
We do see UWM pushing that A with that Sky Flash.
Yeah, they've been doing that 2 rounds in a row now. Trying to take a timing outside, but Shine ready for the pressure, but maybe not ready for the second. No, standing in the molly.
Big 2 kills, that's huge.
Able to take down 2, that's insane. Man advantage still for LTU. That's a great shooting, but pressure being put on by UWM.
Tangley does get that upgrade on that Phantom, and he's sitting in that corner on ramps, which is very difficult to clear. Let's see if Smarty is aware of that corner.
Might just be a double satchel up towards Heaven to try and create that pressure. Again, this is the only person even near the A site as I say that. Sly going out towards ropes, trying to put on pressure. Smarty not quite ready for it. Shot's not there for either team, though, and Merc's going to finally pick it up. Now it's just Sly, now spotted out by that Hawk.
The satchel moment is insane. Nico does pick up Sly and Tempest on that flank, maybe to try to get 1 or 2 on that eco. Let's see if
We've seen a cheeky flank already. I mean, we're 3 rounds in, so see if they're aware. Oh, that's a great flash to confirm that Tempt is coming from flank.
100%, that was awesome. And now they're all just waiting. No, we see the DRX in this, the discipline. They're all waiting. If this is me, I am peeking and dying instantly. Instantly.
Ego swing. Little ego swing.
Yeah.
Oh, able to find 1, but that's just going to be it. That headshot also came out on the Rogue. That got a little dicey.
That was good damage, though. 1 gun, 1 armor. We'll take it.
Yeah, they'll take any damage they can get, especially with how weak of a bonus buy that was.
On the UWM side, we already see Tangley having the Sky ult. He's ready with it. That was quick.
Oh yeah, farming up kills, farming up orbs. You saw even in the eco round, or in the anti-eco, farming up that A main orb.
Yep.
So that's why that's up so early, and because Sly also 1 away from the res, that could be a big factor. Coming into the next round, as it's our first real gun round of the game, let's see how these teams like to play.
Lone Stacks loves the default here, right? They've been doing that 2-2-1 setup.
It's what it seems like. They do like the 2-2-1, but
Do you see a B main wall with that Omen hiding in it? He's looking over. Let's see if he can find anything.
Oh, I don't think they're going to get a chance
pick
with
up
Smarty.
Tangley,
Whoa.
though.
That's quick on A. I think he just double satcheled in.
And Merc kills Bapple. Smarty just jumped into one trying to kill Tempt.
Bad timing.
Bad timing. 50 HP though, does get him low.
Tempt with this wall though, seemingly safe is Sly again. Like I said, picking up that res. Shine 3 with the reaction. Great job done. 4 versus 3 now.
Omen is alone on site. That's a good spot to be in if you do get a couple.
Yeah.
Does pick 1 off.
Had no idea. Paranoia going to come out, but the timing from Rogue Basher is just better. Spike's going to get planted down as the retake from Heaven commences for UWM, but I don't know if they're aware of the flank.
No, that Omen has a very good spot.
It might not even matter.
It does not matter. Rogue just 1-taps him.
Goodness. And yep, Nico confirming it from behind.
Wow.
Score is even up. The pistol round, crucial, but you still got to win your gun rounds.
Yes. Especially because now you are on an eco. You've lost that advantage and the ult advantage at the same time. So it looks like Lauren Tech is becoming pretty even after losing the pistol round.
I love how they just played that slow default, waiting for UWM to make some sort of mistake. And they've been fairly aggressive in like swapping spots over towards middle. You've seen Tempt swapping over from Mail to Ropes 2 rounds in a row now, just behind the Sage Wall and behind the smoke. We'll see if they go for that sort of timing again after the dog. And
Scout destroyed.
UWM taking that A main control, I'm not sure if LTU know they have that.
oh, I don't think they're aware. There's not a soul over towards that side.
But at the same time, you see Dorkstack has all of B main. They have
Seekers
no
are out
space
there
to main.
confirming that not a soul is over towards A. It is all over towards B. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake.
On a lower, this is going to be a little bit harder for UWM because of the lower buy. Merc sits in hell, does have his
Welcome to my
Oh, Viper's Pit pop. That could be devastating, but it also allows UWM to kind of close the gap between opponents.
Slide is on that sly little flank. Nico gets 2 handily does
3
fade away.
enemy remaining.
On the fadeaway, Nico! My goodness.
That
We
was
like the
insane.
Counter-Strike counterpart. As Shine's going to close it out inside of the pit. 4 standing for LTU. They'll take the lead.
Clean. Even with the Viper ult down, they keep it very nicely. You do see a tech pause coming in.
Let's take that opportunity to talk about how they played out that round, though. It's been early dog towards mid every single time to kind of try and seize that advantage, seize that space. And I think it's been working out really, really well for LTU because they've just been able to kind of exploit that and go on these lurks that it seems like UWM just hasn't been ready for.
I want to talk about LTU's extremities players. If I'm on the extremity, I usually just die on that lurk. The fact that they live and give that info makes it so they can push on the other side. We see UWM trying to take that A main control, trying to take that B main control, but they've been every single time they've been red. I think that's the biggest part for LTU right now.
Absolutely. They have a great read on this game. And again, we were talking about, ranks don't really matter. It's really about how you play with their team, and LTU has been playing perfectly off their team.
Yes.
I mean, Smarty just creating space and at times taking those lurks, like around the pillar we saw on B site and during that eco round. I mean, it's just creating space for your team to be able to work on the offense, and that's really a difficult task on Split, but they've been succeeding so far.
Right. I think with Split, with Split, the hardest part right now is taking space on defense.
Definitely.
And we see UWM trying to take that space.
All right. It looks like we do have a little bit more of an extended pause. You can see one player disconnected. We're going to take a quick little pause to sort this all out, and we'll be back at you when we're ready to come back at you with the action. PC crash, unfortunate, but now we are back. Hopefully all online, as I believe the timer will be ticking down very shortly here.
Very close game. It's still 2-3, anybody's game.
Yep, Lawrence Tech with the momentum now, but UWM maybe taking this little opportunity to take a breather, take a step back, and reset their defense. Again, you're looking to get out to an early advantage on the defensive side of Split. You're looking to get maybe like 7 or 8 rounds, but LTU's looked very good for these gun rounds. So
They've been very ready for every single push. You see that Viper holding out back on A main, does not get spotted by Shine, is so good at that. Same time, Smarty taking that mid control and taking that B main control.
see 2 already leaning towards it, 1 from Ropes, 1 from Mail, but looks like the focus is going to be more towards B.
So much utility already gone from UWM because of the push. The slow's gone, Skydog is gone. They smoke Mail, try to push the people back off.
Yeah, LTU, this is very methodical. Just taking their time, not wanting to overextend, maybe force an error into all this utility, but you can see like Temp literally has nothing. Wall's already up, smoke's already out. Like, there's nothing more you can really do except maybe pop your smoke on a timing.
Exactly. Now would be a good time for LTU to push up. That being said, we do see that A little bit weaker with just the way they're holding, and I feel like Shine does know about him, just the way he's holding it. LTU does gear up towards A while the Omen is faking that B on his own.
I mean, this is the correct call. I mean, there's 3 people leaning over towards this B side. It is only Bappo with even a chance to hold on site. Reaction time out there.
That was a good
Jiggle
spot to
peek,
be in
that's a
this.
great
30
slow, but
seconds
Shine's
left.
going to find the kill anyway. It's all up to Tangent to kind of hold on as Smarty's going to pop.
Showstopper does come out, clearing that side real quickly. Oh my!
Blind shot on attempt.
That is all skill. There's no way that was luck.
That's
that is
all
Smarty
skill.
for you.
No, he just knew. He knew.
Exactly.
He just knows. And now it's a 5-on-3. You have 3 people trying to retake this. They're trying to flood out really quick. TP and then smoke,
They do,
Sly. But Nico again on this flank been so good for it. This could be the dagger to the back, but Smarty with the shorty and the rest of LTU chiming in as well. I mean, this is a 4th in a row. LTU, don't let that tech pause ice them out.
100%. They're so ready for everything. That retake, it didn't even look like it was going to be scary. The Omen Paranoia came out, blinded 3 people. They were still ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a loud ability. You can hear when Omen's kind of taking that TP. You can get a good idea, especially if there's a random Omen smoke out in the middle of sight. You might know where you
There's a little bit of a guess you could take there.
just maybe.
Yeah. They do see an eco round coming out of UWM. I
Yeah.
wonder if they switch it up. They've been trying to take like a control on the side, maybe push something together here.
Yeah, a little bit. It's been kind of been exploited by Shine on those lurks up towards A, but
Nico and Merc.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing you can really do. Evolution popped as well. Merc is not going to be deterred by any sort of Molotov, flash, whatever they might throw at him.
Yeah, nothing slows them down. Just take the B side for free. 5v3 retake on an eco. This should be very clean.
Yeah, I mean, if they could do it on a gun round, you'd have to imagine they would do it on an eco. I mean, Sly maybe just looking for a couple exits with that cheeky little Bucky buy, which I like. I liked it. Was initially taking space over towards A, trying to catch out Shine on a lurk, but
The thing about the Bucky, it always gets 2.
always gets 2 unless you're looking the wrong
WGs,
way.
WGs.
Unless you're looking the wrong way, and then Smarty takes your head clean off. It's left just down to Tempt.
And this is just Nico farming with a great flash. That's
Good
another teamwork. Even on an eco, they're flashing for each other.
Yeah, Vigilante, no chance there. I mean,
No.
they're holding nothing back.
Yes.
You know, all the protocols are in place. We are flashing for our players. We are dogging. This is honestly perfection by LTU. This is
100%.
why they were so infuriating to play against. This is why they have all their protocols so set in stone, damn near unbreakable.
You see now what they were doing before, and now do you feel good that it's happening to someone else?
I mean, if at least I know I'm not the only one suffering.
100%.
At least I know I'm not the only one that is suffering. As you can see, Temp trying to lock down mid space with this very early pit. Dog not going to spot them out.
Yeah.
I do like the confidence still coming out from UWM though. Not afraid to take these fights, but haven't really been winning too many of them.
We also saw
to
the
start.
Melee ult coming B main, but no space being taken with that. At the same time, LTU just speeding up A because of that. We see
Very interesting. The double lurk out. Again, this is why this Viper is so valuable. It just allows you to take these timings, take these walkouts.
Tangly does have a couple utility, and they're playing together, Sly and Tangly. I think this could be a good hold.
Could be, but There could be someone lurked up heaven. That's what they're worried about. Now LTU is going to make their way up there. It's Merc and Smarty to try and take that space. Spam from Sly not quite connecting. This is going to be 3 people to defend. This is going to be an all-out brawl up in heaven. Merc not quite able to get the kill. Tangly, but Smarty able to trade. But Tangly's still here, still flashing, still being a nuisance.
Yeah, creating
Smarty's
so
going to go
much space
down
for
though.
Tam.
Yep. Super, super well done. And now it's a 4v2. I don't think LCU have a very good chance at this. They do have control of the spike, and that's really about it. Is
shooting his own teammate for 1 second. That's okay though, that's a land. We do get the res coming out. At the same time, they're speeding up on B. I do like this play,
It's trying to make this impossible.
Yeah.
It looks like Vigilante's going to try and cut them off. I think they might have a timing out from heaven. The spray from Nico isn't clean, but turns for the second. Tempt able to find it though, and Beppo. It could have gotten scary after that Nico double.
Even if they lose that round, Nico is looking like prime CS Nico from Falcons right
That's
now.
what I'm
This guy
saying,
is so
man.
locked in.
His dude is locked. That spray transfer was disgusting. But it's a round loss. UWM get back on the board. It's 5-3 now. They stop that streak of rounds.
Yes.
I think that's really good for the mental, really good for the momentum, trying to bring themselves back into the game.
We see they play like Lawrence Tech there. The Sky's flashing for his teammate. They're playing together. There's no solo plays from UWM there, so that was good.
No, this is high-level stuff from both sides here. Not
Exactly.
quite like what we saw out of the little bit of a rout that we had in our first match, but this is heavyweight bout going back and forth.
Very even teams as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
The showstopper is out for Smarty here. Let's see how he tries to use it. They do pick up the main control. At the same time, Bappo's
Stunned
down
up,
with
stunned
the
up.
smoke.
Smarty with the cover, though. Saving his Sky.
That's such good awareness from Smarty to come back and help mid. Creating that 5v4.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Now, man advantage. LTU looking to convert onto it.
I got the spike.
Been able to get that most round and Shine
Toxin screen
again.
down.
So good on these lurks, so good at punishing these timings. Sly just feeling like they have to kind of make something happen.
Do something. If you're pushed down mid and die, yeah, you have to create some space. Look at Temp though. He's in a great
Does he
spot.
know though?
He timing around. Temp has had the worst timing this entire game.
Still top fragging for his team, but oh, that timing, man. That's brutal.
One enemy
Oh, swing out of the smoke, though. Does
Spike
deny the
down,
plan. 50
B.
seconds left, but it's all left on Tangly. Timing out of the smoke is good, but Nico ready from heaven. Shutting it down. And now LTU with double the round total.
Yeah, 6-3, and they keep the showstopper.
Yeah, they didn't even have to pop it.
They did
I
not.
feel like they might pop it here, though. The only real scary thing is if you run into the Omen, I mean, that could be wasted real early.
That's okay though, because it's an ult for an ult, or it's a space for a space. So like, sometimes it's okay to roll a little bit.
Could be, could be.
We'll see how he tries to play. It
I
does
wouldn't
seem
expect
like
a dumb play coming out of Smarty, though.
You would, yeah. You
I
said-
wouldn't
yeah.
expect it.
I do agree. You've said a lot of good things about him, so I'm excited.
I'm hyping the guy up for
He's
a
10
reason.
and 6 for a reason. Yeah,
He's
you're
10,
right.
I'm
You're
saying.
right.
This flash for early info has been really good, but Merc a little bit slow on it. Oh, spray transfer nearly there, but Tangly able to shut it down. It's 1 for 1. Smarty now getting healed back up. Popping the showstopper, looking to find out Tangly, and Will, I'm not sure how that hit. Tangly was at the back of elbow.
There's Rosa ults and there's Smarty ults. This guy is locked in. Bappo does get one with that pistol,
Shine.
but Shine does trade him
fall
quickly
back
out.
here.
Bucky and a deagle in his hand.
Last player
Yep,
standing.
no
Not get
chance.
it done.
Shine with the Phantom, able to take down yet another, and it's all left onto Vigilante.
That spot on the close left is impossible.
Yeah, I was about to
He's
say,
not even
oh,
staring at it though.
oh, it's awkward.
It is awkward.
Yep.
Shine gets it done.
Shine with a third. My goodness, this is a dominant attack side from LTU. This is coming out
It's not.
hot.
It's not just dominant though. Have you seen Smarty's ults? You remember the first one he threw up heaven, didn't see a guy, full dead. Second ult, full blind, still gets a kill.
And you shot it into the molly that Shine had just thrown down. Like, what kind of awareness is that? Like, if that's me, I'm assuming that they're gonna wrap outside, maybe of the back side of elbow.
Right.
And I would shoot it towards that. But no, just shoot it straight in the molly. That'll get the kill.
I
And
mean,
that's
yeah.
insane. That's
That-
insane.
That's
outplays.
why he's playing there and we are here.
Yep, that's why
It's
we
exactly-
we're sitting here
exactly.
talking about it.
You do see that Sky got coming to take that mid
Oh,
control,
wall.
just like usual. Bappo does pick off Smarty instantly with that Omen Paranoia and Sky Flash. This is a great
This is
trap.
the aggression that exactly worked on the pistol round, and they're bringing it back now with the gun round, and it's gotten them 2. Still only 1 up, though, as Rogue is able to trade 1 back.
We also see the Wito taking that ramp control, and I'm not too sure if UWM knows about
I've
him.
got your
but-
trail.
Do you think that LTU are going to be aware
Tempt
that?
has
No,
timing again, but
Tempt
this time
has got
he's
it.
good. This time he's good. He did not
Finally,
miss the timing.
finally it favors Tempt. And Rogue, again, this guy's hot.
Omen
Able to
isn't that
clear
off
the left
angle.
corner.
Enemy
Nope.
remaining.
Swing out from
Spike
Vigilante.
down.
Shooting the body a little bit. I do like that.
A
Shows
little
some passion.
spicy, okay. Getting back into this game. It's all left up to Shine. Pit available, but I don't think this is really going to be super doable. Especially with
Yeah,
the
with
Seeker
Seekers
now
coming,
popped.
yeah.
Yeah, no chance.
This does not seem
You got to get
possible.
through a smoke. You got to get through 2 players. And unless there's some miracle spam from Shine, I don't see this happening. 30 seconds.
He does have a Viper Molly.
30
This could be
seconds
huge.
left.
That
Does
clears out
clear
the left
close
corner, but no one playing there. They're both on the right side. Shine diligent in clearing turns, but Tangley able to find it.
There was a chance. Honestly, that one tap and the flick.
Last
If it was
round
Nico,
before
I was about to say, if it was Nico,
maybe.
maybe
Last
they
chance
hit
to
that,
use our
but
stuff.
It is,
last,
yeah. 4-7. 4-7. If they get 5, it's still doable, I think.
absolutely. If they can come out as hot as LTU did, I wouldn't say they're favored, but they still definitely have a shot.
Yeah, it's definitely not over. We do see a judge coming out on Sly. I wonder how he plays that
Ooh,
judge.
I think they
in
might
mid.
just play straight behind that wall on mid. Like you saw they were holding a crossfire last
Right.
time. I think they might just hold close-up crossfire, just like they did with the rifles.
Yes, I do agree with that. LTU, same default. 2-2-1. Do they get caught out by this?
Oh, this is a good trap play. Aggression Shine is completely caught out, and Smarty is separated. There's no way that he can cross back to unite with Shine. Not able to get the kill. Tangley aggressing, and Shine just has to give up that space. I don't know if the spike is down that close, though. It's back down in sewers. As Tempt able to find another pick onto Merc. Good flash, though. Rogue trying to make a play for themselves, but Tempt will shut it down. Clean taps on the Guardian.
Temp is so nice with that Guardian. I also want to talk about real quick. Really grabbed the ult, so he does have that ult ready to go whenever he
Last
needs. And
player
it's a
standing.
2v5. Sly picks off
1
Nico.
versus 5. Did I ever tell you about the Shine 1v5?
I have not heard about
No,
it.
so it was at this very event, actually. at,
Right.
Midwest Battlegrounds 2026. Okay, so Shine walked out on the B site. Okay, was able to get the pick on the Sly and pop the pit immediately, and it was able to get the spike down. Okay.
Okay.
Then was able to pick off 2 in quick succession because they all just walked into the pit and tried to flash in, but didn't quite work out. As I was saying, okay, so Shine gets the first. Okay, pit's gonna go down to the site. This might be happening, folks. I don't think it's super doable because he's getting wrapped
30
very
seconds left.
quickly.
Does have time though. He does have 30
Not gonna check the right.
seconds.
Not gonna check the right. Timing.
Gets
No.
one more and gets timing.
Tempt found timing.
This is 2 timings for him. So he lost 2 timings. He found 2 timings.
Switching
So-
Lost 2 in 2 separate rounds, but got
Yeah.
2 in this round. Okay, maybe we'll call it even.
Exactly.
Maybe we'll call
Yeah.
it even. As a s-
5-7.
I-
5-7.
You know what? They're not out of it.
They're not out of it.
I think with how this has been playing out, I don't know how good LTU is going to be on the defense. Only really having a veto, and that doesn't necessarily completely lock down a site. You do have a trip that you have to be aware of, but it essentially works the same as a chamber trip. You just kind of have to shoot it if you see it.
Right, exactly. I feel like the bigger thing with veto is just playing slower. You need to make sure you get that utility out before.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how Bappo plays on the solo Waylay. See if they can find some value and set up maybe Tangley to kind of have
yeah.
those second picks in.
We see that A control quickly right now. We're going to see an Omen Paranoia ramp with Bappo just dashing up.
Also, me double flashes in, setting up Bappo.
Bappo is all alone though. Does have a refract.
does have the
However,
refract.
does
Get one. Doesn't back
Under
out.
him, behind him, he doesn't know.
I don't think
Smarty
either. No.
knows. Smarty does get tanked and he kills Bappo.
What a job done, Sly. Eventually able to trade it out. It's 3 versus 3. The B side is open for business, though. I'm not sure if UWM is aware of that, but no, they're going to start accelerating.
Do they expect the Omen B main right now?
No, not at all.
Nico gets one.
Not at all. Nico's just going to run away. It's going to re-wrap through mid. This is phenomenal as the rest of LTU grouping up outside of CT. I believe, yep.
The Skydog does clear Sly.
Yep,
Ending.
shots immediately from Merc.
Yeah.
So clean. It's Tempt able to pick off Nico, but so far away. He does have Spike in hand. Is able to run it back towards A. This is back and forth ring around the Rosie.
Taps the...
Taps the roll.
Timing?
Going for the fight.
He
No.
misses the timing. But
Shot's
Merc
not
does
there.
get him.
If you hit that headshot,
It's possible?
Tempt, I'm there.
Ooh.
I'm there. I'm there for it. If you hit that first headshot, this is so doable. You can even back off and just play for that spike, or just hit the second head tap because you're just that good.
100%.
You know?
I mean, just with his Guardian shots, we saw that. So, possible. 100% possible.
Absolutely.
I don't want to call anybody out, but, like, I like pies.
Oh,
I don't know if Vigilante
no.
like pies. So, let's see what happens. Hopefully, he does get a kill here.
I hope for for their sake.
For your
I hope,
sake,
I, hope,
yeah.
I hope Vigilante does not get pied here.
I hope so too.
I
I
love-
do want to pie right now. though.
I love pie as much as the next person, but I
Nico
don't.
is holding that B main
Oh.
and that Marshall. Interesting Marshall.
Yeah, against a full eco, it's so good. It works the same as a Guardian, or not a Guardian,
Outlaw,
Outlaw,
yeah.
excuse me. But, you know, with even more shots to work with. As Nico, again, headshot. We got some fresh pie in the
Ooh,
building.
we do have some fresh pie. It's okay though. I believe Vigilante will bring it back.
Uh-oh,
Tangly does
uh-oh.
get one.
One
Making
enemy
it a little
remaining.
sketchy. Shine does fade him out.
No chance. No
Clean.
chance. Shine is on a heater right
Shine
now.
is on a
I'm
heater.
not even going to lie to you.
Yes.
And I believe, you know, Shine not necessarily the highest ranked in the team, but absolutely popping off right now. I mean,
16 and 8. I
this
mean,
is-
more than just popping
this
out.
is Nat's performance.
Yes.
This is like prime Nat's performance.
Yes. Putting the team on his back. I hope he's
Uh-oh.
giving out inspiration.
Uh-oh. Bucky.
Shine picking up the Bucky. I call 2 kills.
2 kills?
2 kills.
2 kills? I'll take you for 1. I
One?
think UWM is good enough to trade it out, though.
Okay. All right.
I think they're good enough to
that's
trade it
fair.
out.
That's okay.
That's what I think.
The Marshall is still in the hands though. I wonder what's the benefit they could find from here.
Interesting. It could just be kind of early peak chip damage.
Blinded.
Flash
Yeah.
will confirm presence, but I don't think they know that there's 5 just waiting to explode out. Battle straight onto sight. Flash by the
His own
Sky Flash,
teammate.
though.
Rogue
And
does
Rogue. Oh, Smarty out with the Judge and Rogue again.
Spike
This
down
could be
A.
LTU converting their bonus, but I say that Silly able to take a pick. Vigilante TPing out, looking for the pick onto
Last
Merc.
player
Oh,
standing.
almost finds a second, but Shine with the Sheriff, able to pick it up. It's now a 1v2 for Sly. This would have to be a 3K.
Sly's all on his
Aware,
own.
I think aware of the presence, but the timing might not favor them.
Enemy
But the
remaining.
weapon's done.
It's a 1v1. If he gets the bomb down, he could res, but there's no bodies available.
Oh, no bodies over towards B, but I love this. Walling off your back, preventing that rotate, forcing Shine to have to play through this. But again, this is the hottest player on the server right now, 16 and 8, maybe even more.
Yeah, 100%. We do
Spike
see him
planted.
planning safe.
Interesting. Not aware if Shine could have wrapped quickly, not willing to take the risk, but it's just going to be peek out through heaven. Shoulder spotted, I think, for both.
It is not planted from him. I do not think the Viper saw him.
It's
Actually,
gonna be
he's
a
still
timing.
looking. He has timing, but Sly thinks he fell heaven. Or hell, I mean, I'm so sorry.
It's going to be a rewrap, though. Straight through CT, just dwindling the time.
Sly thinks he's out on sign. Shine thinks he's push CT. There's no timing for both of them.
Oh, this could get awkward real quick. Oh,
Oh my god! Shine has the craziest timings ever. This entire game has been a timing game for Shine.
Sheriff picked up and plenty of time to defuse.
Out of so many games I've played, I've never seen that both of them have their back in the middle of the site.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with Shine and Sly. My god, just literally back to back. They had no idea. This is the amount of awkward interactions
It felt
we've
like they
seen.
were teammates holding each other's back the way that was. 18 and 8 for Shine. This guy is unbeatable.
Yeah, indomitable. Nats, who I want Shine 3.
I
But
want
you know
Shine-
what? You know what? Drop Nats, sign Shine.
I agree. Liquid
Drop Nats,
lost.
sign
We
Shine.
need Shine right now.
Yep, Liquid's out of Santiago. Get them on, please.
Nico does get that operator pick on Bappo instantly.
I love
Before.
that. 5v4. Early pick. Still getting set up now. On the
They do
line.
have that res though. Do you think they use it here?
I think there's a good chance.
Tempt
Especially as Tempt gets a pick there.
You will
This-
Yep,
not
immediate man
kill my
advantage
allies.
seized by Silly. Or Sly. Bit silly of me to miss that
It's-
one.
we do see that Viper taking that A heaven control. Is Smarty
Nico's just
aware?
walking up though. Looking for the op shot, but they're vacated the area. Moving out towards mid and A. Two
LTU
players.
does seem too thin though.
Timing from Tempt though. This is a game of timings.
Smarty is also low. He's 1 HP. Are they just gonna play that retake? Are they gonna play the save?
I'm not sure, Asher. This is 5 versus 3.
Smarty does look like he was going for it.
I might just be looking for any sort of aggression to kind of turn the tides in their favor, but
If he gets a kill, he has that showstopper.
planted.
He could go crazy with it. A showstopper never misses.
That's a good
Vigilante is Heaven looking into screens.
I
I
do
wonder
like
if
what we're
anybody's
seeing.
spotting his Heaven though. Omen Paranoia, Nico is behind with an operator. The timing is good for him. Does pick off Tangly, picks up a weapon as well.
maybe better for the retake, but Vigilante able to take it down. Shine trading back though. Vigilante good for a second. It's a 3v1, and Nico's got no chance.
6 to 10.
UWM back in it.
Back in it.
It's
Yes.
a really good round to convert there off of that res and also the early picks from Vigilante. Kind of coming online now.
Yes. More importantly, they're also breaking the economy. Lawrence Tech now is on a lower buy.
Yeah, only a couple rifles able to be afforded out.
With the best of one, it is super, super important you don't get thrifted here.
Yes.
You need to make sure you keep snowballing this. Try to keep it going.
And I think I like this. The judge coming out for Shine, maybe playing close in mid, trying to exploit it, but it's going to be 4 players from UWM grouped out. Grouped up outside of B main. Presence detected. Nico's going to back off.
He does use both of his smokes.
Oh, attempt on the lurk, though. Able to find Rogue. This could dissuade LTU from grouping up on B.
Tempt is still in that corner. I think he's very aware of Vito as well. At the same time, Shine is using his molly to clear mid with that skydive.
Yeah, looks like all of UWM grouping back up towards mid as Bappo's going to dash in and clear ropes. It's only Merc to defend A. I don't know if UWM are going to be aware of that, though, as Nico's taking the timing to try and clear out B, just trying to confirm that they're all over towards mid.
Yeah, this is a good clear from Nico. However, UWM are just stacked up mid right now, and if they take B heaven, it is only one. There's a judge there, though.
There's a judge. This could get real scary real quick as Shine firing, but taken down by Tangly. Not able to even find one with the judge. That's me on judge, honestly.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That happens to me every single time.
You
Nico
always
is B main, though.
Nico's behind. I think Bappo's going to be aware of it, though. Oh, attempt isn't, though. Great shot from Nico.
Yeah, that's an upgrade right there. Let's see if he can do anything more with it. Does decide to use his paranoia. B heaven. That's interesting.
Maybe trying to set up Merc. Maybe make them think that they're working up towards heaven, but it's just going to be a straight peek out towards
Nico does
C.
get one. It is a 2v3.
Merc, no, you can't turn this. This is a 4v2 in the
One enemy
post lane.
remaining.
Vigilante on 1 HP. The spam not quite finishing them off.
Last
Such a
player
scary
standing.
spot, and Merc with a
does get him
headshot. Oh, can't quite.
3 kills for Tangly. This was huge. I said you cannot get eco, and they did not get eco. They lost a lot of guns. That's okay. They still have the money.
No, they don't have the money. Sly doesn't have
Oh, you're
the
right.
money to be able to afford. It's going to have to be a
Yes.
buy coming out. This is
Yeah.
a very crucial round in this entire game. If UWM are able to convert this, they will break the economy of LTU. But if LTU win this, it's the other way around. The economy for UWM is looking a little bit dire.
The ults also we see for LTU, though, a little bit stronger. 4 ults compared to 2.
Yeah, so they could try to exploit that. It looks like it's going to be double ults ripped off the bat. Pit going into mid, trying to deny that. And Nico again, so good for these early picks. Takes on the Danger Man and Tangly. This
Yeah.
could be big.
This is huge. And he stays B main. He does not give up that space. That's huge. We see Vito in that corner evolutionized, if that's even a word.
Evolved?
Evolve. That's the
Well,
word.
only evolved to go to the grave because he's been cleared out. It's now 4 versus 3. Good readjust from Tempt. Able to take down Rogue. It's now a 4v2. Don't make me sweat here.
There's still a showstopper that they
Enemy
could
remaining.
use,
Yeah,
but I
no.
doubt he will use it here. It's
I
gonna
don't
be
think
a 1v4.
Smarty's just going to have to try and get away with his weapon.
With all the hype around him, I think he could do it.
I think he could, but if I'm Smarty, I'm saving. Instead, we'll keep it to 2, and we'll get his life snatched.
Vigilante is, I've seen him. He's been shooting now.
Oh, yeah.
He ate that pie.
Turn the
now he's-
monitor
yeah.
on.
Exactly.
Maybe just needed a meal to
Yeah.
get started. You know, a little
Yep.
bit hungry coming in, you know, a little hangry.
It's the first day of the phase, right? They're just getting warmed up.
First
so-
day of the tournament, first game on land.
Exactly.
Just gotta get, you know, a little food in your mouth, and now you're back.
Exactly.
And UWM have seized the momentum now, 3 rounds straight, and have broken the economy of LTU.
And they can be building up their own ult economy. They have 2 ults here. They don't have to use it because they're on a better buy. We do see that B main control coming out of UWM. At the same time, Nico this time is not fighting B main. He gives it up.
Very early rotates for LTU. Not taking any chances on this lower buy as conversion pass optimally from Bappo. Trying to clear out this site for good. Going straight over Nico, though. He's able to find 2 with the Sheriff. Finally taken out by Tempt, who responds with 2 of their own. It's down back to a 3v3. Heals coming out from Tangly. Back up to full HP. It's just going to be a straight 3-on-3 retake, and a Pit invested.
It looks like they're going quick though. They're ready for this retake. Merc drops down heaven. Shine comes out rafters. This is very doable even on a lower buy. Temp does pick off Rogue though. It's a 2v3.
I don't know how doable this is with a pit in your face and shares to work with. This is looking like a possible dive in from Shine. That is so insane. And Tempt on for the ace, but Tangley's going to steal it in the end. It's a 9th for UWM. They have seized back the momentum. This is 4 straight.
This is very important round. That was very good. At the same time, they did use their ults. But it's a similar buy now. They do have better economy. If they lose this, they can still keep going.
Yeah, this is a huge momentum shifter to tie up the game potentially for UWM. Again, you saw LTU go on a run of 5 straight on the offensive.
I do want to see LTU start using those ults though. I feel like Smarty has had that rocket the entire half, and he hasn't started using it.
Yeah, I feel like he has. It's been interesting because it's a little harder to kind of pop that unless you're on the retake. And really, we haven't seen them in many retake situations where Smarty's still been alive.
Flash comes out. Rogue is full. God, that was great. Double dash flash.
And UWM has come online. It's 5v3 now. Make it a 5v2.
Vigilante getting active with that flash. TPing up Heaven, getting 2 kills. Nico all on his own. 1v5.
World of hurt if you go for this.
I would have saved this.
Well, did I tell you about the Nico 1v5 though? Because we had the Shine. We had the Shine 1v5. Could we have the Nico one?
No, not even possible.
No, Bappo's gonna shut me up.
All
And
even. 10-10.
Yeah, we are even. I was not expecting this amount of fight coming from the attack side of both comps, and yeah, it's gonna be a timeout for LTU. They're just gonna take a minute. Now, let's talk about what we've seen now, because both teams have had a good opportunity to kind of establish themselves on the offense and defense. What do you think LTU needs to adjust here after losing 5 straight?
I think the biggest thing for LTU is understanding the pushes. We see UWM 5-man rushing every single thing. Learn from it. I think play full 5-man retake. Don't get picked off early.
Yeah, especially if you want to get that value from Smarty's showstopper, you really do have to kind of let it cook and let yourself get into these retakes and areas. And now that the pit is gone, that's a huge danger kind of removed from it, as well as the res being available. You don't necessarily need to take early fights because it's just going to kind of get rezzed out if you trade.
Exactly. I think for UWM, though, they're doing a great job of just snowballing together. It's just like all 5 men go together, trade each other out. We see the Sky Flash coming out. We see the double dash from Bappo, slowing the guy. I think they're playing great.
Yeah,
this is like set
ball of death.
Exactly, ball of death. I love that.
Just kind of running it down, and Tempt honestly running down Nico for being like near the top of the scoreboard has been insane. Like the comeback.
I don't know if this is a misclick, but Nico has a Deagle and a Bucky. Now,
if we got the econ for it, I kind of like it.
I've never seen it before, so I'm super excited.
I mean, you got something for short range, you got something for long range, and it looks like Smarty's going to pop it aggressively, trying to take over this A main space, and has. I don't know if they're going to be aware.
It's Tempt again, and it is timing.
There's a reason they both begin with T.
Exactly.
They're going to re-wrap back through sewers.
But look how aware they are. Tempt gets 1.
And the slow coming out. That's so well done. Tempt set up for 2.
Wow. And he runs away. If it's an eco, I do not run away. I love this guy.
Playing out of his damn mind.
And he's aware of the other Viper coming up A Heaven. Tempt is so locked in. It is a judge though, or it's a Bucky, and Bucky does get 1.
I'm telling you, we don't question the Bucky. Oh, the lineup! Merc could have gotten 2 there, but Tangley able to find it, and the res immediately back online. Bringing this back from maybe doable 3v2 to 4v2, looking very dangerous. But Nico again, still on site, has that Bucky playing inside of the smoke. This could be dangerous, especially the crossfire from Shine, but not quite there.
The Bucky's about to save.
Bucky
gets 1. The big one was out.
Gets out. This could get real dangerous. Nico, 1v3. Can you really do it? No.
The thing is, the Bucky and the Deagle, we talked about at the start of the round, and it almost just played a role in that round.
It almost did. I really like the idea of it, especially if, again, if you have the money for it, again, able to buy this round plenty handily, 700 credits over. But
UWM finally have taken the lead.
Yes.
The entire game, they've been on the back foot.
Yeah, after
now
getting
they're
that,
up.
They got the pistol, they got the conversion, and then bye-bye.
Bye-bye. They did not look back after that. They're like, we want to win. This is where we start. Sly has this lineup. I believe it is for B Heaven. And we see this again. B Slam. They did a mid slam. They're doing a B Slam right now.
I like it. Just kind of keeping it simple, just taking the space, whatever they can do.
Exactly.
And it's just worked out so well in this offensive half. Just not overthinking it, not overcomplicating it. Is Bappo dashing straight on, taking down Nico. That is a
That is a Jogamo level entry.
Yeah.
Angly also clearing Smarty. Even though they're low, it's a 5v3 with the flank on Vigilante.
Oh my
Getting
gosh.
one, it's a 5v2.
It's just an outplay.
The Seeker comes out, but what's the point?
remaining.
It's a 1v5.
Back in a flash.
Have you heard about the 1v5?
The Merc 1v5? I don't know about this one.
You've not heard
You know,
about it?
I haven't heard about it. Can you tell me about this one?
I don't think it's possible, actually, but if it was Merc, you could walk through this, spam 2 people, walk out on site, kill 3.
Okay, okay. I'd like to see it, but taken down on a half. Oh my god, the shorty. Straight into it. That's a flawless round. And now, UWM on map point.
And look at Vigilante, 12-19. Even better. This guy's locked in.
Absolutely locked in.
I'm
You know, since
looking
going
at this
pie.
guy.
Since going pie, right?
Yeah, 100%. This guy's so good.
Has gone 9-5 since.
But it's not just the kills, it's the impact. I feel like he's had other than the last kill, there's been a lot of good impact for him. Going into heaven, killing 2 people through a blind.
Yeah, it's just, it feels like the retakes for LTU have just been shut down before they can even
This
begin.
is a very important round. We see them 5-manning A main, but Smarty's there. With Sky Util. Sky Util comes out, Smarty is still
Spotted.
there.
Oh.
Gets one with the judge.
Spike down A.
Can Rogue get out?
Does straight out of the saturate, but now 3 people facing its attempt to take him down.
Does
It's a
get one.
3v3 retake though. Ult from Nico's gonna be spotted and heard. I don't know why he stuck that.
That ult does seem a little bit throw, but Shine is alive, their top frag. Vigilante is holding that heaven. They are aware of
Merc
the
could-
retail. Merc
Yeah.
could find a timing, but I doubt it. It is temp, and his timings are always good.
This could be it. It's all left onto Shine, the top player, shining through. But can he shine for one more round and keep LTU in it? Or will it be UWM completing the comeback?
Look at the discipline. Nobody's peeking him. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Great
Hit,
shot, but the shorty's gonna seal it for
Attackers win.
Sly.
What a comeback.
That was insane. It looked so not doable. Whoever won the pistol had the worst half. That's never what you see in Valorant. The pistol's so crucial
I
every
agree,
time,
yeah.
and then it just got flipped on its head.
But it's not just the pistol. It was the pistol and the bonus. And they started winning after that. That snowball I've never seen.
Yeah, that was insanely well played.
10-5, I believe the score was.
Yeah.
And they brought it back from that.
10-5. That was crazy.
That was, and looking at the scoreboard, we see Temp with 25 and 16 on that Viper.
I mean, yeah, I'm telling you. And, you know, the 2 Vipers really, really showed out this entire map. I
Yes.
mean, the value that they got on the lurks, on the timings, was just phenomenal on either side. It just kind of flipped who was getting those timings. It was Shine early on offense, and Tempt doing the same on offense.
I want to talk about Bapple real quick, though. I know he did not put that many kills up, but 6 first bloods. Every single time I saw him dash in, it was with a Sky Flash, getting that info and then refracting back.
I think what's really interesting is that Nico had the same amount of first bloods for his team, despite not being
The
you know,
duelist.
the duelist entry.
Right.
I mean, Smarty got 3, and you know, you do love to see that, but you might have maybe been asking for a little bit more, even on offense.
I do,
you
yeah.
know.
I do agree with that.
These first bloods are super, super crucial for swinging the round either way, but it looked like the lurks just kind of took over in the timings that each team was able to take.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
think it was just a game of Vipers, as you said. Just play that wall, play that molly, use that utility, bring it out. And I think they played against that Wito so perfectly.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I don't
absolutely
think I
loved
saw
how
a
they played
single
it.
utility get broken by that.
All right, I've loved how we played this. That was a phenomenal map. That's going to conclude the section for Valorant for now. We'll be coming back at you with Overwatch in just a little bit of a moment, and then we'll be Smash later on. We'll catch you right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We got one more game of Valorant to get through. That's my apologies. I was under the impression we only had 2, but we got one more coming at you. It's going to be another very heavyweight matchup. We got Winthrop taking on College of DuPage.
This is going to be the best match. This is going to be the best match.
No bias.
No bias. No bias. I can hear the College of DuPage right there yelling, I'm ready. I'm ready.
It's going to be a hype match. Do you think they're going to get loud?
100%.
If you see some round wins coming in?
If they don't get loud, I'm going to get loud for them. That's what's going to happen here.
So no bias here in the casting booth?
No bias here. Of course not. I'm wearing an Illini shirt.
Of course.
I've never
Illini.
played for, yeah, exactly. I've never played for DPG. I don't even know the team.
Do Page?
Do
they Page?
No, they don't Page.
No, okay.
But they do have a player called Peyton. Pay.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What do you know about them? If you might have any insights.
What do I know their comps.
Yeah. What do they like to run?
We'll keep that till they play. I want to see what they play.
I like that.
They might have changed it. There's one player we would need to look at though.
Okay.
Dami Tusaishti. Or Dami.
Dami, okay.
He is high school all-star.
Okay.
He has a clip where Curry is glazing him.
Whoa.
The big Curry.
Sentinels Curry.
Sentinels Curry. The Masters winner Sentinels Curry.
That's kind of massive.
Massive.
So,
huge.
We'll be on the lookout for it. What does he play?
Dami plays Duelist, Harbor. He does it all.
Anything?
He does it all.
Anything at a high level?
Anything at a high level.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
100%.
Now, Winthrop is a school that is not going to be an easy opponent. As you might know, if you follow Valorant, Winthrop University made it pretty far through America's Challengers, almost making it to the VCT Ascension to become a Tier 1 team. Exactly. I'm not sure exactly how that would have worked. Maybe they get picked up by an org or something. But the main roster for Winthrop actually did so well that they made it through that tournament to be in the Final Four.
Right, exactly.
Which is insane. It's insane to have. I'm not sure if this is the exact same roster, but that's a scary, scary legacy to go against.
Exactly. And it's not just the Valorant. The entire esports program at Winthrop is huge. I've seen their Overwatch teams pop off. I've seen their Valorant teams pop off. I believe their Rocket League team's really good too. Looking at the players for Winthrop, I do remember Echo. Back in my UNC days when I was playing, I did play against him. He's very solid. DPG and Echo go back and forth too. I remember that. So I'm excited. This is gonna be a good rivalry.
I do like it. And what map do you think they're going to try and run? Do you think they're better at kind of those two-site maps where you got to clamp down on the defense, or do you think they're going to be more focused on like high-flying offense, maybe picking like a Haven or Corrode?
Yeah, I think they need to get mixy here. They need to play like Abyss or like Corrode, like something different. No more Haven. At least for me, I don't want to see it. I feel like we already seen it.
We don't want to see Haven.
We do not want to see Haven.
We'll see how it comes in. I believe they're getting those map bans and picks set right now as we speak.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I just want to kind of highlight the event as a whole. If you're not aware, Midwest Battleground going on all this weekend, March 6th through 8th. This is the 3rd annual installment. We have a ton of colleges here looking to play, looking to earn their spot here in the bracket finals coming up Saturday and Sunday. You see we have Overwatch, Valorant, Rocket League, and I believe even open brackets for League of Legends, Rivals of Aether 2, Smash Brothers. I mean, it's a massive event, and it's such a beautiful thing.
It is so awesome to see esports come to this level. I feel like when we first started, it was more like just colleges playing at home. Bringing it to a LAN, that's a different level.
And not only just a LAN, but you know, you have so many games going at the same time.
Right.
You have the whole event outside. You have, you know, recruitment efforts from colleges where you got, you know, a whole expo where you can just go up and get information and get connected with that.
Exactly.
I think it's just a phenomenal thing that DuPage is putting on here, honestly.
And big shout out to the production team. Big shout out to the people that are leading this. They're doing a great job. Everything's been quick. We've been getting all great information. I hope you guys are excited about this LAN too. It's only day one. It's only going to get better from here.
Absolutely.
Right?
Again, this is just pool play, and we just had that intense of a game between LTU and UW.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
that was insane. That was such a fun watch. And that's not even playing for a bracket spot. If we're playing on stage, you know, maybe in an elimination match, that is going to get loud. And I'm all here for it. So make sure you tune in, especially tomorrow and Sunday. There's going to be some insane action. After this one Valorant match, look forward to one more Overwatch game. I believe we're going to throw it over to Smash after that. But for right now, I believe we have map bans coming in. I think we're going to get taken to Breeze.
I like Breeze. Oh, I don't like to play Breeze.
I like to play Breeze. I do love to watch Breeze.
I like to watch
I love
Breeze.
all the creativity that you can play around, maybe the Astra Viper kind of situation that you see typically on the map. But it looks like
Dami
okay.
is on that Yoru, and I know I said his Harbor, but Dami's Yoru, I'm a fan.
Yeah, we
I'm
were
a
talking
fan.
about Harbor earlier, how, you know, you do kind of want to run it on, you know, a map like Breeze, a map like Corrode, a map like, you know, all these
Abyss, yep,
Abyss,
yep.
the ones with the very, very long sight lines where you just kind of need that wall pressure to kind of deter your opponents. What do you think this is going to do, not selecting that Harbor and only playing with that Viper wall?
I think Harbor is important for sure, but the fact that they have an Astra brings it to a different level. I think Astra brings in new things you cannot do, like with the suck, with the stun. There's so much post-mine utility. You need to be aware of that. With the Harbor, you don't have that freedom, right?
Not only that, it's larger smokes as well from the Astra, able to cut off just a tiny bit more of the space necessary to kind of execute on a site. You can see both teams actually running an Astra and a Viper. If Pei locks in this Reyna, it's going to be very interesting.
I've never seen
Okay.
Pei run the arena,
Okay.
but that Neon
It's
I have
neon.
seen.
It's neon.
I've
We're
seen
good.
that Neon.
We're good. And now we're going to get into it. This is, again, Winthrop taking on College of DuPage.
It is basically mirror comps. It's
Basically
a
mirror
it's
comps,
a
yeah.
Neon for a Jet. That's the only difference.
Do you think it's going to change anything? Oh.
I think the biggest difference with the Neon and Breeze, it's the wall. That being said, I think we do have a little bit of a tech issue. I'm sure it'll be resolved soon.
Yeah, we're
And-
just going to talk to you for a little bit here.
Exactly. You get to see our beautiful faces.
All right. What do we think?
Yeah, the Neon, I think it's the wall. With the Jet, you can hold that operator line. It's easy. You have a dash, you pop that dash, you can pop back out.
So we're going to see maybe a little bit more aggression from the Neon
Yes.
versus a little bit more passive op play with the Jet.
Exactly.
See how that kind of
Yeah.
factors in. As we're taking a quick reset, just a little bit of tech issues.
Yeah, it's the first day. It happens, you know, we'll figure it out.
does. So we just need a little bit moment to kind of reboot. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at you with when we are ready. All right, we are straight back into it. A little bit of a shorter tech pause than usual. We just had a little bit of an observer crash, but we're back in, and the pistol round is starting up. Early aggression towards mid.
The PG does, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's a 4v4 in mid. This is basically a skirmish.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be an absolute brawl as soon as the Viper wall drops. It's going to be Pei trying to take first contact, but it's going to be traded out, but it's all going to be in favor
One
of
enemy
Winthrop
remaining.
until...
It is a 1v3 with Cascade alive. Gets picked instantly by an Echo. Quick pistol round.
I mean, that is really quick, especially for a map as big as Breeze. You're not going to expect too many of those quick fights, but 4 people for each team grouped up mid, and it's just an absolute bloodbath.
Right, it was whoever has better aim at that point. It doesn't even come down to the gunplay. Or sorry, it doesn't even come down to the abilities.
Yep, precise gunplay.
Exactly.
As advertised.
There's no shot we're running and gunning here.
Oh yeah, and now it's going to be immediately DuPage on the back foot.
Time to
Chill classic. Not a single purchase.
Not a single per. Well,
Oh. No bandit?
Obscure
No bandit?
is. Nope, no bandit.
Nope.
We're fighting a heavy with that Soa Dart.
Oh, so Dart's
Bayron
good,
does see it.
but the Marshal's going to be really good against these unarmored opponents. If he chooses to spam, it could be devastating, but the shot's not connecting. TP out to safety. Not a soul dropped, but space gained for DuPage. This is really good on his classics.
I am looking at Cascade right now. That Astra has to come in huge right now. We see Veron alone A main coming up on Mauser. Maybe he get picked off. He is aware of Mauser in the corner though. Can he do anything about it? Mauser does get picked off.
Nope, down, and now the real pressure coming in over towards B. Spotted out by the Recon Bolt. Cascade going down, and it's just going to be a cascade of players coming out on the B site. Spike going to go down. This is a very
Spike
favorable
planted.
spot. Very easy to convert, I would say, against Classics.
Yes,
Here.
it's a 5v3. There's no... Well, I don't want to say.
One
Dami
enemy
gets one.
remaining.
Yeah, there's no risk here. They could close that out very quickly.
It'll be just the one. Yes,
like
Veron's going to find onto Obscure, and it's just going to be a clean 0-2. That's what you're expecting. And now we get into our little anti-bonus.
This is where we start the game, hopefully.
Yes, this is where the game starts, hopefully back and forth.
The only thing is the Outlaw and Mao. There's a lot of light shields on College of the Page right now. We see 3 of them with that light shield. That Jace Outlaw could sing.
It could. Veron sticking with the Marshall. Again, just like we saw last game. Players opting to stick with the Marshall rather than upgrade too much of anything just for the bonuses. We'll see how that plays out.
Right. It looks like a pretty default for the offense,
Standing ahead.
1-1-3. Taking that A main control slowly.
Oh.
Jace instantly picks off Pate.
Don't know if he needed the headshot, but finds it regardless, and it's now just 2 players to defend this A site. Trying not to get spotted out by this Sova drone, and I don't think they will. Clone to go in, try and bait out some attention. Shots from Domi not quite connecting, as it's going to be him and Mauser to try and hold down the site, and it's just going to be traded out. Skyproof and Echo combining to crack open the site, and now it's just 2 left to retake, and I think it's just going to be a save.
I love Winthrop's playstyle right now. They see they kill 2 people A, they're still playing slow. They're going B nice and slowly.
I mean, even after making that space, killing 2 defenders on A, you were just still just walking over to B because you have that Viper inserted into heaven.
Discipline. Yeah, this is so good.
That's phenomenal discipline.
Let's see how
Obscure?
Case can do anything about Obscure though.
No, just gonna cross like ships in the night.
Toxins going
No
up.
idea about each other.
Ships in the night. Wow. I love that. Veron grabbing that orb. This is ult maxing as well. It does look like College of the Page is gonna opt to save. If I'm
Yeah.
Winthrop, I might be chasing here, right? Because you're on an eco. You
I'm
do
not
have
sure.
lower buy.
This is you know your first real buy, but maybe to kind of take down these weapons, grab them for yourself.
Right.
I think that's more than viable, and you can see 2 already going on the hunt.
That's a land for you right there. That's aggression and that's passion. I like that. I don't know what team that was, but we want to hear more of that, actually.
Love to hear that. Obscure able to find it on Decase. The round will go the way of Winthrop, but
Can Veron get anything double doors? Obscure is looking at it. Oh, he looks away, timing.
yeah, timing
yeah.
really bad. Veron able to pick it up. Now it's just Cascade trying to hold on to the Phantom, and will
you
be
Janet
allowed
because
to.
it
That's
means you're
1
my
gun
friend.
coming
But
in
maybe I should call you
for the side of College of
That's
Debate,
the
but
only
that's it.
positive light here.
Yeah, that's
That
really
one
it.
gun.
On the
That
bonus, you know, only 1 person surviving, you know, barely any money in the back for that. I mean, it's
And there's an outlaw on the other side. You can't even peek anything.
Not ideal situations,
Yeah, no. Everything you peek, you need to use utility.
I believe Veron actually picked up that rifle and then
We must
bought
be
it?
better
that
now.
outlaw
Oh, wow.
for themselves.
Wow.
So I think this is a really, really smart play, knowing that the
Without
low buy
a
is coming
stop,
out. This is just as
obscuring
good as an
vision.
op and even cheaper. And they're
College
just gonna
of Dupage is
walk
changing
down
it.
elbow. This could be a brawl. Oh, Pay and Mauser, they're gonna
Spike
drop the
down,
spike
B.
on the floor. And a man advantage, guns recovered.
Wow. College of the Page, a big advantage. It's a 4v3. And playing slow. Do they know about
The
the
timing,
Astros?
though, good trade from Cascade. Able to maintain that advantage. Spike's still on the floor.
Yes. And Obscure has the line. Someone needs to play with him here. If they Case is walking up, the Yoru does not know.
I don't
He
think
does
Case
not
is going to know
timing.
either. No.
Standing.
Obscure does get one. Case in a 1v3. Is it possible? The Outlaw sings but does not
Great
get
shot.
anything.
That's a great shot from Case to start it. Trying to crack it open. Working back down towards mid, I think is going to be met by both of these players. But if they peek 1 by 1, this could be devastating.
I don't think Case is aware
Oh,
of
I
this
don't
timing.
think Case knows.
Does Mauser and Cascade know they
No,
do? And they pick
no
up a Thrifty.
chance. That's a Thrifty. That's one way to get yourself back on the momentum.
100%.
It's a Thrifty.
In a best of 1, Thrifties are what you're looking for. You
Yep.
already lost 3 rounds in a row. This is what you need.
This is absolutely what they were looking for, trying to get the momentum back in their corner.
That being said, Winthrop still has an ult economy.
They have ult economy and, I mean, money economy. They're doing plenty fine in that department.
Right.
Other than maybe Case, a little bit low, but other than that, everyone else is going to be able to buy next round. This is still a very important round for DuPage to pick up, to get their momentum back into this game, try to fight back, just like LTU did to start their match.
Exactly.
Didn't end up coming away with the win, but I love how they just grabbed that momentum. It's going to be an early Astro Wall. Trying to come in. Dash not going to be coming out.
But he gets a lot of utility. Mauser is alone on the side. Stunned, darted, ulted. Oh my god, can he live through this? He does live through it. It's a 5v5 retake.
Will, yeah. Playing around this Astro Wall.
Can they retake?
Spike can go down. Oh, Jace playing outside of it.
He does
Wrong
get
side of the Astro Wall, but no, wisely backs up, plays with the rest of their team.
Two College of DuPage are pretty late. It looks like they are fighting through the wall. Leon gets one, Jace gets the other. It's a 5v3.
Domi just got absolutely mollywopped with the flash. Hey, trying to claw something back. Does find two, and the shots from Obscure. Wait a minute, we're at even numbers now, 2v2, and both players are trapped on site. I don't think they know it. Hey,
The big shot gets his ult. Do they know Case in the mid side? They don't.
Now
but
does
Case, oh, they're getting 4 kills. That's the big drop. That's what they call him.
What a retake! That was a 2-on-5.
That was a 2-on-5. That
What
was
a
huge.
job. What a job done by K, finding two immediately, and Obscure coming back through mid. That was phenomenal. A 4K in the round to pick up that round that looked so unlikely at the beginning.
That was so important. Pay pulling up when we need it. It's a 2v5. His family is in the audience.
Really?
He's locked in.
Oh,
He wants this.
I mean, this is what you play for.
This is what you play for.
People you love in the audience, you want to show off a little bit. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm the greatest.
Exactly. I love this. I love this.
Gosh.
But Winthrop didn't know they had a good plan there. So they're re-hitting that A site, right?
Yeah, Winthrop has gotten into these sites fairly easly each time. It's just, that was a really, you know, the retake kind of fizzled out a little bit early, but still with the hero play from Pei, able to just take it out. And Byron early, going for the information with the dimensional drift, able to spot just the single defender to back out. Again, this is another 5v5 retake situation.
Yeah. 100 Fury is available for College of DuPage, but they opt not to use it.
Standing ahead.
Due to the recon clearing in mid, Veyron does pick off Domi though. It's instantly a 5v4. When Veyron goes for more little greedy maybe.
Yoru diff to start, but again traded back. We're back at even numbers, 4 versus 4. Mauser revealed. As all of Winthrop kind of stacked up towards main, with the exception of their Viper.
That's their win condition right there.
Yep, slow loop through mid. We'll see if this can come out in time, but Pei immediately on the front lines, not wanting to give them the opportunity as the Astrowell coming out to try and deny this plan, but Obscure with 2!
And Mauser closes it out!
Oh my goodness!
We can hear the building getting loud every single round here. Nice. I love it.
These 5v5 retakes have worked well for DuPage so far. It's back to even 3-on-3. It's streak of 3 and a streak of 3. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Exactly. And Winthrop is on a lower buy and a little bit worse of an ult economy.
I mean,
I'm picking up that all out because of that.
Absolutely, and you know, DuPage on the verge of having even the Astro ult online as well. This is, you know, panic time if you're Winthrop.
100%. I think you need to take a step back, see what you're doing right, because they've been doing a lot of things right. You just gotta make some couple things.
Convert and stop the flood out, but Pei has just kind of been unstoppable.
Bit of a slower round on this side.
Yeah, 4-1 default.
They love that
Get
aiming
out of my
control.
way.
Yeah, Winthrop just kind of letting Case cook a little bit. Give it some time.
The Jet did pop the knives, and they are hitting this A side. Mauser is all on his own. Does he opt to play off? He shoots the Euroclone.
Absolutely will. I mean, there's no one else to help him. He has to play back. 100 Fury coming out, trying to catch out Jace, but the shot's not there, and Veyron straight through the mid doors, and Jace following up. This is a 5 versus 2 now, as Jace finds a second with the knives, and this just feels like it has to be a save, except for maybe Domi trying to upgrade to a rifle.
That was so...
One
Oh,
enemy
I'm not
remaining.
gonna say anything. That was so well played by Winthrop. That was an eco round, but they played around the Jet Knife. That's the only win con they had, and they did it.
And they got the entry. I mean, that's a triple.
Exactly. That was
Super
huge
well
from
done.
Jace.
Super, super well done by Jace.
Pinching that Mauser ult too, right? The 100 Fury goes off. That's a big win con. They just shut it down instantly.
Yeah, there's just no one else to kind of watch that push up. They're just kind of wrapped immediately around double doors as there was no one to cut that off. So super, super well done by Winthrop, taking advantage and changing up the pace a little bit. You know, starting super, super slow and then just exploding out.
Yeah. It does look like they're going to be doing that again but on the B side.
Really like that.
The Viper's pit is out by Obscure. Let us see if he can do anything. Does he
Early
get
fight potential, yeah.
Boom is cheating!
No.
You just one past him through the pit!
No, you can't be doing
At the
that.
same time, Case gets
Check
a
in
kill.
PC. Check in
and
PC.
elbow.
Time to
I
check.
thought this was a land, not a cheat. This is insane.
I need to look for word.exe on
Spike
that
planted.
computer
100%.
right now. Hey, though.
Dude, are they aware of the Viper in the corner? They
Yeah.
are. The
Yeah.
slide is immaculate. Getting that trade on, it's still a 4v3 though, and pays low. Or Tommy's low.
Yeah, Dami was able to spot it out, but took a lot of damage to do
Take
so.
this.
Now there's
This
just
way.
one player.
I'm out of here.
By this half wall. Is Pei gonna check it? Will check it, but the shot's not
Last
there.
player
Able to
standing.
convert Jace and Skyproof, shutting it down. Winthrop back in the driver's seat. This is 5-3.
5-3. That's one of those rounds you can't do anything. You got one tap through a pit. Go back again.
Yeah, genuinely nothing you could do. I mean, just play around getting spammed by a Guardian, honestly.
Right.
You know, Guardian, notably the best weapon to spam with, obviously.
I've done that, and I've got so many spam kills. 100%.
Me when I lie.
We do see a timeout being called by College of DuPage, though.
I do like that. And a little bit of a reset. We went on a streak of 3, but now they're starting to adapt. So now we need to take some time to come up with a strategy to adapt to. If you're DuPage, what are you doing here?
Play that retake.
Keep playing that
I
retake?
think the only thing that's worked so far is that retake. If you try to fight that side, you get picked off, and it's a 4v5.
I agree. I think, you know, the way that Winthrop has been exploding out onto these sites, it's been super, super hard to even kind of contest that area. So
Right.
if they continue to play for these retakes and kind of give up site and then collapse back on them and maybe pinch,
Right.
maybe more flanks coming out, I think that would be a really good look for them.
I think one thing Winthrop has been doing so well is taking that site, but now they need to be more disciplined after that, right?
Yes, get better set up in your post plants, not giving up those ones. Maybe set up a couple more crossfires
Exactly.
so that at worst you see those trades come out.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. Winthrop does look like they like that mid play now. They've been going A, they've been going B, changing it up.
And mid, and any map, mid is such an important thing to control because if you get mid control, what can you do? You can split a site.
Right.
And it's super, super hard to defend against that now. DuPage are going to be on an eco, so it might be a little bit more difficult even to defend against it. But again, if you just slam out mid like they are right now, you know, no fear. I mean, they know they're up against inferior weapons, and the shot just going straight to the bone, not even finding a hill. But now they're able to
Down, mid.
retraded out by both of the duelists from Winthrop, and that's going to be the site again. But Spike is kind of down in a weird spot in the
And they have a
two-person
flank
flank.
here,
Two-person
yeah.
flank. They're going to hear that door open.
Yes. Case, I think,
Case.
did hear them because he was a little bit more aware. So let's see if he can pick anything off. Cascade is behind
Spike
Veyron.
planted.
Veyron is aware, though.
Yeah, looks like there's going to be a slow retake. And disadvantage and weapon disadvantage. It's a great headshot coming out from Cascade, but
I like how Veyron
Cutting
plays
through.
this.
oh, I really love that. Getting taken down, kind of have to
I'm
tuck
blocking
tail between your legs and back off, and it's going to be another trade. Advantage still with Winthrop.
Last player standing.
And yep, it's only going to be Obscure on this flank.
If he wins this, everybody has to splitter. Oh, too bad. You're not getting any followers, buddy.
It's almost there.
Yeah, almost there.
Almost there. And you're stuck at -2 followers.
Exactly.
Unlucky. Maybe you should have won it. Maybe you should have shot better. Who
Dami
knows?
does pull out the operator.
Uh-oh.
Is that gonna be the difference maker here?
I do like that, and I don't think Winthrop is going to be honestly ready for
Ready
that.
for it?
The only real thing to deter him from being there is that Sova drone.
Right.
Go, go, go.
I mean, the thing is though, Winthrop is just that's balling every single site, right? So even if you do find that operator, maybe he gets one, you could just speed up on him and then trade him out. So we
Right.
see that on B main right
I
now.
think that's why they got the Yorga route, so you can just take that shot in TV, but it's going to be the wall immediately coming out to B, trying to separate out some fights and divide up the site and conquer.
Yeah.
As it's going to be the Dimensional Drift as well coming out, spotted out. Cascade is in a world of hurt. Neko's going to take him down.
Cannot get anything done. Instantly, it's a 5v4. Even if College of DuPage has that operator, it's very hard to retake with an op.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
You got
basically
this
impossible.
Viper's Wall on top of the
Astral
Astralified.
Wall,
There's
wow.
no chance.
Euroclone does come out. I shoot that Euroclone
Astral.
100% time.
I shoot that every time, but
Veyron
Veyron taking
gets
the
two!
timing! What a timing for 2. Pei eventually trading it back, and now assistance.
Last player
Spike
standing.
down, now all alone. If there was a man to do it, it would be Pei, but not today. It is Echo to shut it down.
Not ready.
7-3. The lead grows for Winthrop.
Watch
They have
them
done a
run
really
when
good
they
job
play
of taking the lead
That's
back.
when we
Like, they
strike.
lost in a row. They were like, okay, what can we do better? And now they're doing that.
Yeah, I really do love the adjustments being made, kind of playing that more explosive act because they know that they're playing for that retake. They can just kind of take advantage of all the space, but now adjusting to kind of focus on mid kind of nullifies that because you can get in through where these players are just kind of sitting, waiting for you to take the site.
Sure. And Weiron picked up that operator. He's solo hopping mid while the rest of his team goes full A main.
Interesting. Good scene early pick onto...
Dami is in that corner. Let's see if they're...
Scan might come out, yep.
TP's out, gets a pick. Does not get a pick, sorry. Just shoots and TP's out.
I do love the idea, though, having that TP to get out on this eco. I mean, it's so difficult to kind of lock that down and double peek at the same time. Wonderfully timed, but Cascade and Mauser both with Buckies able to find it.
The Buckies are singing on
Spike
a
planted.
map so open. That is insane. Peyton has his own.
Breeze?
That is insane. And we have the wall here. Peyton does pop in. Nice.
Timing, though.
It does get timing. Obscure does one dig him. There is a wiper pit out.
Yeah, this is going to make this retake so difficult. But the spike is not inside the pit. Perhaps slightly misplaced, but the Astra's still in line. Going to have to tap that to bring out the well, and they will. It's going to collapse. Cascade on the Skyproof. It's only Case left in main. It's going to get shut down by Cascade. 3 in the round, and a 4th for College of DuPage. And you can hear how much that means to them.
College of DuPage is bringing rounds from nowhere. These are miracle rounds.
Yeah, how do you even find... Why did the pit drop? Why did they let the pit drop?
I don't...
That was your win condition. I know the spike wasn't inside of the pit, but if you still have it, you can play up close. You can play the shorty.
How did the Buckies get 2?
I don't know. This is Breeze. You're playing such deep angles, and Buckies get 2.
That is crazy.
I mean, they knew they were against inferior weapons. You gotta really be careful pushing into those tight angles.
Right.
Especially, but I guess you don't expect a Bucky, like we're talking about. You don't expect to see a Bucky on this map, and that's why it gets that value. That's. And I hate to see it in my games, but
I love to see it right now.
I love to watch it. Oh,
Dami gets picked just instantly, turning into a 5v4.
Clones out as well. Baron trying to take this space up towards mid, but
come out into Mauser. Does not get picked, but he's out on site. Does he know? Oh, it goes for the peek again, but Skyproof gets him. Quick trade by Pay.
Yeah, great spacing. Able to deal with it, but the double peek out through the smoke.
What
Pay
a
not
shot.
aware.
Yeah,
Echo,
that was an insane shot.
Yeah, Echo, great shot. Baron regrouping again through main.
With College of DuPage are all here. Do they know it's going to be a 3v3 retake quickly?
I mean, I feel like they have to know. I think they're playing for this, and you can see the Astro Wall is online for College of DuPage. I have to imagine they're going to use that for the retake, and Dimensional Drift immediately popped 4 info, just making sure, ensuring that they're coming out of A. Bingo called out, every single person spotted.
But Echo is just different. Echo just popping them.
Yep.
Obscure on that long flank. I don't know if they're aware of that.
Yeah, as I talked about, though, the Astro Wall going in, dividing the site in half, trying to divide and conquer on this site. Cascade working alone. Obscure looking for timing.
They still have 2 Astra smokes here, so if they do get a pick, they could smoke it. However, he does go down to Weiron.
As Weiron aware, doesn't need to be. Case is watching. It's all up to Obscure, and still no Twitter followers. It's an 8-4 half.
No. Yeah. That was actually very well played by Echo, or Winthrop in general. I feel like there were a couple of rounds where they should have won, but they kept the gas, right? They kept
the foot on the gas.
Foot on the gas.
Kept pressing forward. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Pushing the advantages that they're getting early in these rounds with those picks. But again, that was a man advantage choked up by College of DuPage. They got that first pick from Domi and then kind of got caught out. Kind of with their pants down on that site, not ready for the re-hit. So I think it's very interesting to see how that defensive half played out.
Right.
And now, as we swap,
before we start, I just want to say something.
Yep.
Domi's about to eat a pie. And if Dami eats a pie, he has to buy everybody
Switch it up,
here.
just for fun.
He has to buy everybody
A cookie.
here. Everybody here is getting a chocolate chip cookie.
Everybody's getting cookies.
You heard it here.
pies.
We're holding it to him. Oh!
Oh my god! Obscure just one taps Jace out of nowhere.
That
and it's a free A site.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's your only A defender, guys. Go for retake. Man down. That's going to be a tough task.
It's going to be, yes. But there's no sentinel on either side. They can flank for free.
They can.
Our College of DuPage aware of this flank.
I mean, this is a 3-person,
Spike
4-person
planted.
flank.
They're very late here, Winthrop, on that retake. Echo's still clearing B. I think they might have heard someone there.
Yeah, maybe waiting for that lurk. Could have been Domi maybe on that lurk and then took that TP to reunite with the team. Is Case able to find one in the back line? Do they know that the entirety of Winthrop is here other than...
Cascade just sits 2 people down. Weiron has been locked in today, though. If anybody can, I think it's
Absolutely
Veyron.
has been, but Cascade with 3. It doesn't look like too much is going to stop him other than a share of bullets to the head from Veyron and the slide straight through all stunned up. Domi not looking to buy anybody anything.
No chocolate chip cookies for us.
No, no, no. Still a chance, though.
I'm
Still
hoping
a
for it.
chance.
I'm hoping for it.
Now, you're a hater. We're being hateful.
I was told that Domi is the GOAT. That's what I've been told.
That's what we've been told, and we
Yeah.
just haven't seen it.
3 and 12 is
again,
not
the
acceptable
rest of
for
the
me.
page has stepped up, right? You're expecting Domi to kind of take control and clear it, kind of like how Smarty was early on
Yeah.
in our first good match.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, we're just not seeing it right now. We
Yeah.
just got to get that Yoru online.
I love this Winthrop play. Where people be?
How?
Let's see if they can do anything. They dart A to fake the fact that there's somebody A.
Yeah, this is a gamble stack. This is a quiet stack.
Look at Echo. Look at Echo. He's so mid space right now. This
Yeah,
is so
they
good
know,
for
They
Winthrop.
know it has to be B
Right.
or up through mid.
Exactly. And the TP is actually fake information.
It is.
I think
They're
Call
gonna
of Duty
come
Page
back
is
and
about to hit 4 people.
I think they are, but again, with the weapon advantage, you have to imagine they can break through it no matter what, but this is the best chance Winthrop are going to have to convert.
Yeah. Dude, so what Drone does come out, does tag. Page just dashes
Coming out,
into
Jace.
Jace gets 1 kill. Jace has a gun. Domi kills 2
enemy
people. Jace
remaining.
kills 2 people. It's a
Spike
1v3
down B.
with guns.
Only Obscure, though. Sheriff bringing out for the first. 2 more to find to secure the clutch. 1 on the flank, 1 on the site. Do they know, though?
This seems very difficult for Obscure, especially with the flank coming in and he gets
yep.
picked off.
Timing thrifty. We
That
talked
is
about
so
it. This is
big.
devastating.
Yes, this is very bad for Call of Duty Page. Especially when
is-
you're losing.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive find. Especially, again, the O1s. This is the one map where you can make your statements. And again, they're going to abuse this outlaw. This is,
Yeah.
like, really well done. This is what we see pretty much every single team that has done well in professional circuit. They've been abusing this gun. They've
Right.
been buying Outlaw every
Right.
single opportunity that they can. And also, you know, buying Light Shield when they know they're not going to be punished for it. But, again, Veyron's so smart. Top of the scoreboard now, top of the server.
Just
Knows
locked
exactly
in.
what to do.
Exactly,
I mean,
exactly.
just
And it-
straight up lock. I mean, this is a
Exactly.
Yoru diff
Yeah.
right now. I'm so sorry, Dome.
We see Peyton taking that mid control, but like I feel like it's not possible with that Outlaw. The Outlaw just keeps going.
I mean,
And
we
he's going
talked-
for more. He gets 1 more. It's a 3. He can go for an ace here.
One enemy
Echo's
remaining.
going to bail him out, though.
That is good.
No shots
Sure,
left.
alone.
It's, yeah.
As a
Obscure?
Guardian, maybe. If I am on Twitter, I would watch this clip if he wins this.
Nope, nope. Nah, it's just going to be Veyron taking a
He's just
fourth.
not playing for the clips.
Dude is locked.
We
Get
saw
the-
this last game
get the
though,
clip.
5-10.
Yes, we
5-10
did.
comeback.
We did see a 5-10 comeback.
Do you think it's possible here?
I think it's absolutely possible. I mean, you're on the attack side. If you can bait out rotations on this big of a map, you can have some free sights. And if you're able to actually set up your ghost plants with that extra time, and you're aware of whether they're going to be flanking, because with no sentinel on either side, they're both very aware that you can come on the flank so easily.
Right. It's gonna be so Yes. We also see Winthrop taking that main control again, right? Veyron has that op.
I kind of like this straight default, though. Spike's literally been left in the middle of spawn.
Right.
The fight immediately won by Obscure. That's a great pick on the Sky Crew. And Jace going to go down as well. This default has worked dividends to get themselves a pick on either site.
Right. But Veyron does get that quick operator kill on Obscure.
TP is immediately out, though, and they know that they're going to try and accelerate towards B after that op ring out. So now it's just Case left to defend.
Winthrop are here. There's 2 people at least on site. Case is on site. He does swing, gets that kill. Cascade does straight him out. It's a 1v3 with Veyron as an operator.
Super well done, Veyron. This is a real tough retake, 1v3 with an op.
Spike
Gonna have to look
planted.
for a rifle to kind of bring this one back.
There's only
Maybe
one guy that
an
can
early
do it,
pick.
though.
Did it, though. If there's anyone on Winthrop to do it, it is this guy. And
One
dropping
remaining.
down with the Sheriff, finds a third. This is so doable.
But the TP's all the way back to A.
And it's just Cascade. I mean, this is the post-plant util that you want online no
Yeah.
matter what. But the reflank through heaven is watched, and Cascade's well aware,
need it.
Wow.
finding it.
Taking
And
that
now, DuPage back on the board.
I was scared for Call of Duty Page right there. When Veyron killed Dami in the back,
Yep.
I thought it was over.
Start sweating
Yeah.
bullets.
I thought it was. Veyron is so locked in. 22 and 10 on that unit.
I mean, this is just putting the entire game on the back. Say, hey, you guys aren't shooting the best. Let me just kind of...
But they are shooting the
Take it.
best, and he's still doing that good.
Dude, wait.
Only one person
Three
is
players.
negative.
3 players, 12 and 9.
That's insane.
That's kinda fun.
That's insane.
Everybody is just kind of firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
I mean,
On the other side, College of DuPage need to
Skyproof,
lock in here.
Skyproof's about to put up a triple-double.
Right, right.
12, 9, and
Call him
10
Russell
assists.
Westbrook.
Dude, Russell Westbrook of Valorant. You heard it here first.
Exactly. Skyproof.
It's going to be another slow default out for
I
College of
love
DuPage.
College of DuPage
really
holding
do.
that in main though, like that far.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is a great move. And now 3 people grouped up towards B, but it's only 1 defender. Not sure if they're aware. It's a heavy stack over towards A, but now the rotation's slowly starting
Echo's
to come
already
in.
used all his utility. There's no SOA util for at least 40 seconds. No dart, no drone. So this is probably the best time for them to hit something.
Yeah, if DuPage recognized that there's only 1 defender on this B site, it could be crucial. But Veron's going out for info that there's nobody out towards A main.
Right. They stopped
CP
killing
wins
people.
safety, and they're just
Yeah.
move up towards mid.
Winthrop has the whole map on lockdown. College of DuPage has no space anywhere.
Yeah, but you can see the slow move up back towards A. It looks like that's where this is going to try and finish, but there are 2 players aiming to lock down this site.
Yeah. It looks like he's trying to fake B, but like, it's only a neon.
Yeah,
How much can he
it's
pull?
Not quite, but there's still 2 people there, and there's
Big
not
thing
a
is obscure.
TP. Yeah, there isn't
30
a TP
seconds left.
for Veron to get here fast enough, so it's just going to be Skyproof and Jace. Look
They
at the
check
seal.
in the corner. They do check in Domi does for them. How Domi
It's
is
just
out
too
to obscure
easy.
get Skyproof. It's a 3v5. Instantly.
3-5, great
What a-
flash. The aggression, phenomenally done by Cascade to find that pick, and now it's a 5-on-2. This was, you know, DuPage working the map quite a bit, and I think it worked out phenomenally for them, and now it's just left to Veron, honestly, to just kind of save. I don't think you can really find too much
Yeah,
in this
I-
5v2
yeah.
case. Perhaps with the money looking to take that shot, and a great flash in from Veron to set him
Player
up,
standing.
finds 2, but now it's just left on the Yoru's shoulders and can't do squat. A 7th on the board for College of DuPage.
Yeah,
That is
7th,
big.
that is
This
huge.
is momentum.
They need to keep it going though, right? You can't just win 2 rounds in a row and be like, all right, we're good.
Oh, nope.
No, let's keep the
Damn.
just say pedal gas on the.
Keep your foot on the gas.
Exactly.
Keep your foot
It's
on
an
the
eco.
gas.
I did not realize that. I thought Winthrop would have a little bit more money.
I thought they would too, especially considering how, you know, aggressively they were pursuing that 2-on-5,
Right.
which, you know,
Yeah.
never is going to favor you ever.
Yeah.
Especially when you have 1 person on an outlaw.
Yeah.
Not even an op. So,
It's okay though. We've seen Winthrop win this.
Oh, we have.
I
Full
think
shares,
he can do it too.
headshot. Oh, that was scary for Domi.
Yeah.
Really got his head taken clean off, but
Look at that. They see 3 people with that dimensional drift and they're instantly running 8.
they're just booking it in.
Echo
Echo's
get-
been taken down, trying to take space over towards A main, and now it's just a mad dash for the A side. Who can get there quicker?
Right.
It's going to be College of DuPage able to get the spike down 100%. But will they be able to hold against this flood? Again, they do have man advantage here.
And better guns. Although Veron does have that utility. That
And
flash.
never count out
Exact-
Veron
yeah.
and the rest of Winthrop. These guys can shoot.
Do you see them coming up close? Are they ready to trade Payton? Obscure gets one.
They're
Domi gets
plenty
one.
fine. The spam.
Payton does
Yeah, the
slide
spam
out.
straight down from A main. There's no chance to kind of redo it. And smooth 6 HP. Regen shield ain't gonna save you. Domi's gonna spam you down. And it's an 8th. And that's 4 in a row now.
8 to 10.
We
I
were
am
talking.
excited.
Sorry,
here.
3 in a row. Excuse me.
Yeah, it is 3 in a row. Veron does pick up that operator. I think that's huge. Especially with the defaults that College of DuPage has been doing, it's pretty easy to pick 1 guy off and live from there.
Definitely.
Um,
And I think that's the one kind of counterplay that they can kind of find here, because it's just been so oppressive. Every time they take the slow default, you don't know where they're going to be. They're working the map so well.
Right.
Just to hit the weak site every time. And when it's not the weak site, I mean, they're just winning their gunfights anyway.
Look at this fake too. So what? They're Domi flash, and they're just waiting after that, just to see what kind of reaction they can pull from Winthrop.
And still, there's 3 towards this A site, and you can see they're still lurking up towards B. Worried about mid as well. Like, there's nobody watching this B main angle.
Both of the teams are in a very precarious spot here,
Portal
because
closed.
Veron's TP just went out. At the same time, College of DuPage is walking up elbow. So what kind of space can they get right now? I
There's
think
no
the
one
best
to really
thing,
receive in mid, though. They're
Right.
just kind of giving up mid. This
Yeah.
is, like, very dangerous.
Winthrop does feel like they've been pinched. They have no space, and that's why they're rejoining mid to see if they can find anything.
Time
Yeah,
to
the
jump.
drone mid's going to clear out most of the space, maybe spotted out 1 towards elbow. You can see they're going to lean towards B now. Smoke's
Winthrop
looking
is
to
ready
fake it,
for
though.
that, though.
Here.
Look at that. Winthrop has 3 people there. Skyproof is
Oh, it's
holding
pulling
that
2
elbow.
away. Oh,
Well, they're staying. They're staying. This is good.
Oh.
This is very good for Winthrop. with the Wiper Molly used, there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is slow and meticulous. This is basically Fnatic and
Echo's ready with that Hunter's Fury.
30
As soon as
seconds
you go
left.
out, you're going to get Hunter's Fury.
no.
This is bad for Call of Duty Page, but
be
Page
devastating, but no, just straight out onto the site. Location revealed by the dart, but it doesn't matter if you can run down in the back of the site.
Spike's
Echo is able to trade out one, but it's a 2-for-1 as
You want
DuPage
to
has the man
fight it.
advantage, and the Astro Wall is going to descend upon the site, cutting it and Echo off. But
Echo does get one with the shock dart. Obscure
Spike's
is
not down.
mid.
10 seconds left. This could get dicey if Echo decides to take a timing through the wall, but not going to be done. Just looking to get the
Spike
flank.
planted.
Echo's
able to find
on
it.
for that ace for a 2v2, both B main. There's no
Last
first line
player
utilities right
standing.
now. Domi does pick off Chase. It's all up to Echo. Can he get ace and win this
enemy
round?
remaining.
It's a 1v1. Echo just aces to win the round. That's such a big round for them.
You can hear the pop-off. That was an insane round to wrestle back control of this game. It's putting an 11th on the board, stopping the cascade of rounds for Call of Duty
That was
Page.
all Echo. The
Hey.
Sova dart, the 100 Fury, the shock
there
dart.
no
He
one
used
left?
everything in his arsenal to get 5 kills there. He kills the flanker. He kills with the shock. Oh my god.
Not
Oh
only
my
that-
god.
Not only that, great teammate, picks back up the op. Like, dude,
I
this is
would- yeah.
5 stars.
5 stars.
5 stars. I want this guy on my team. I want this guy on my team.
Yes. 10 out of 10 times.
What
The
a
weird
pop-off.
thing is, even after the win, lower by. They have.
I think they're going to
a
rely
shorty.
on knives on Jace
Right,
here.
yes.
So it's going to be pretty much a full buy, but Skyfruit's a little bit poor having to force up on a Guardian. You can see that that's the constant damage. So DuPage is always been picking off 4 or
Getting
5
ahead.
each time.
Exactly.
That even when they've lost the round, it's been good to knock damage, and the shot not there for Veyron. It's a rare missed shot for this game. As now DuPage is going to explode onto A, and it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake. It's going up.
Mid side, yeah.
I
And he
love
picks
that.
up Skypoof and he lives. This is huge. It's a 5v4 instantly with the Hunter's Fury, with the Wiper Molly, and the Astra utility.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing out of College of DuPage. Just trying to secure this round no matter what. Popping that Viper's Pit immediately for the 5v5.
Look at how.
Oh, no!
Was that a spam?
I think they were spotted out by the recon dart from the drone.
The dummy does get that trade. It's still a 3v3, however.
It's still up. The spam nearly there.
Well, Wiper Spit does
Obscure,
come out.
gotta be careful. And the molly on top. I don't know if they
The
know.
Wiper Spit is down.
Oh, no.
It's
Case.
a 2v3. They
finding
have
it.
suck, but
Time is running extremely low, but it doesn't matter because all the kills are going to come out. But the suck, I
they
think,
have
just
time?
got them off. I don't think they have time.
oh my god, turning into a 9-11. What a huge round for
Half
College
a
of DuPage.
second. Just half a second separates that round when it's 9-11.
I
This
thought they
is-
had time.
No, this is back and forth. That sucked. I thought they got the kills in time, but no.
Yeah.
They just got off. Oh,
That's
my
that
gosh.
post-plant utility though, right? With that Asha, with that Wiper.
Yeah, that Viper stalled out so much, just that pit being
Yeah.
so oppressive. You can't just push into it. And it stalled just enough time for that spike to go off. I mean,
Exactly.
that is a massive, massive pickup for College of DuPage. This is what they needed to get back in, maybe even tie up the score, not allowing Winthrop to hit map point.
Exactly. And now if they win this round, they're on a lower buy. We do see a Marshall, we do see a Bucky. College of DuPage playing that slow. Dami's clearing that B with that ult, and they see nobody on B.
Yeah,
Do
this
they
is-
expect the...
This is a round with massive implications, and they're just straight up on B, but the
Spike
3-person
down
lurk
B.
through elbow pays dividends. The spike is dropped onto the floor. Yeah, sure, you're on site, but what are you going to do without the spike? As the
Exactly.
Viper Pit's going to descend upon it. That might be real tough, especially if Pei isn't ready for Echo in heaven, and there's just no chance here. Domi,
It's a 2v4 with Obscure and Dami alive, but they can't really do much if there's a Viper's Pit on it.
yeah, this is going to be nigh on impossible. Spam, Obscure maybe trying to fish for one, but none really being found.
Yeah.
2v4
Case does
hit.
swing
Oh.
through the
Oh.
and shooting the body. That is the passion you love to see.
Oh my goodness, letting them know.
That is actually such a
Match
big
point.
round for Winthrop. It is huge because they're broke now.
Dude, there's another person alive, and you're still just shooting that
You're
body.
shooting
You're
bodies.
taking a timeout. Yeah,
I- yeah.
we need to take a timeout.
I
Dude.
think
That is
I need a
crazy.
timeout.
That is that's just disrespectful.
But do you see how disciplined Winthrop is? Even after losing such a close round, they keep it in. They keep going, walking down elbow.
yeah, not even a question of whether they're going to
Wow.
be the aggressors, whether they're going to take that space. I really love that adjustment because they've recognized that College of DuPage has been working this map so slow, so they need to take these aggressive fights together. And I mean, it just worked out beautifully for them.
Veyron is on one right now. I think he's like 26 and 12, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, this dude is absolutely cracked. It's just been so amazing to watch, and now that Winthrop are on match point, we're going to need another big streak of rounds, 4 chances.
Right. They,
know?
they need to win at least 3 to go into just overtime.
At least 3 in a row. And are they even going to be on the best of buys?
Yeah, no, they probably are not. And they have no ult economy, just Mauser's ult.
Like, this is going to be extremely rough. I have to imagine that Winthrop is going to aim to try to get into the site, use the Dimensional Drift, get all the information, and Astral Wall for the retake so that they can't do anything. Maybe even Astral Wall for the retake, or for the site take, and Dimensional Drift for info on the retake.
Exactly,
That,
yeah.
I think, would be the easiest to secure.
Right.
And yeah, ult economy is really not good for DuPage.
Yeah. They're in a bad spot right now, but I have seen miracles come to life.
And I mean, we're seeing some Buckies. You know, you can't really predict anything that's going to happen when you bring out the Bucky.
They're taking that A main. Jace is in a bit of a trouble. Does he bait good enough for that Astra? We do not
I don't
know.
think though. The stun's out, and yeah, Bolt's going to have to be destroyed. But there's going to be a back off. This has been a fake the whole
But
time.
look at Veron's
Space is
space.
being taken towards A. They have no idea that they're just lurking up towards it. TP from Domi. He's trying to catch out Case, but he finds one, finds 2. No way, not a third. Okay, Cascade finally trying to get it back and Pay, evening out the numbers. It's 3 versus 3 now. College of Pay doesn't quite have the sight, and the spam from Echo finishes off Cascade.
The spike's down on site. It's a 2v3. Your man down, and the bomb is down with the dimensional
and the
drift.
dimensional drift. Yeah, no, this
They're
is
all no. This is a bad
not
spot.
looking ideal. Mauser's going to need a miracle. Shots from the Guardian not there. Jace
Not
going to
good,
finish it off, and
Veron
Pay
closes
going
it
to
out.
Win.
What a... That was a really great adjustment from Winthrop.
That was a roller coaster of a game, though. Like, even if it was 9 and 13, it felt really, really close.
Yeah, that felt absolutely doable. That was about as close as our other match, honestly,
Right.
with LTU and UWM. I mean, those are 2 phenomenal matches back to back. I love what we saw from
Yeah.
Veron. I mean, that dude just popped off 28 kills. I
What
mean, what
can
can
you
you do?
do?
What can
What
you do?
can you do?
What can you do against that? When someone is shooting that hard against you, you just kind of have to roll over
Right.
and let the man carry
Right.
you.
Exactly.
And I think, you know, something to highlight, Pay didn't finish off the best in terms of like scoreboard kills, but the impact that Pay had, you know, with that retake ults and those pop-off moments, I think that is something really, really important to highlight. That College of DuPage is still going to be a very, very dangerous team going
Right,
forward.
right.
I mean, you cannot count them out at all, despite this tough loss to Winthrop.
Yeah, it's super important. Yeah, this is just a round robin, right? We're just getting started. This is like they're getting warmed up. We still have day 2, day 3, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see how both of these teams perform.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop is looking absolutely dangerous if Veron stays online just like that.
But
That-
it's more than just Veron too. I just want to quickly just echo, right? The darts, the spams, an ace. That ace really flipped the entire game. So
yeah, the fundamentals
Yeah.
from Echo were
No.
just amazing. The reads that they had on the,
yes.
you know, using the dart, using the Hunter's Fury for the retakes, even though that not all of them were successful, I thought they were really, really smart ideas and really, really well done. Now, I think we have to wrap up our Valorant segment here. Thank you so much for joining, Asher. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back at you with some Overwatch action and then some Smash Bros. To close out the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. I know, weird caster swap, also placement. Placement for you.
I've been
Swapping
swapping
for me.
seats. I've been
I know,
swapping seats.
you've been dancing between them. Musical chairs indeed. Now, but we're back as we get to continue on. We had some Overwatch earlier today where I had the glorious pleasure of starting off with Centipede. Now we get to bookend that for today since we've managed to have some of the Rocket League and Smash on our alternative stream, which also having the main one here in the actual house with our big Midwest Battlegrounds. So we're going to be heading into our last round robin best of 3 Overwatch, where we are going to have Lawrence Tech versus Co. We get to enter in onto Lijiang Tower, which is fantastic that we actually get to see a little bit of a variation of another control map, since we've seen already quite a few. As I mentioned, they were predetermined, so we get to close out today, starting off there and seeing who's going to be able to take the victory for this best of 3.
Yeah, I love seeing this. I know my team has been playing against LTU a lot. They're a fairly strong team. I love Gevity coming out. Honestly, their star player 9, they lost.
Yeah.
But I think they've been fighting fairly hard, so I like to see what kind of fight they bring to LAN.
Absolutely. Well, and again, you even mentioned about, losing a player, and that was always one of the things I've always found the collegiate sector to be so unique, in the fact that realistically, you're always having to constantly be on your toes. Students graduating, students departing of, specific universities or colleges. How do you adapt into that? And it's such an ever consistent rolling almost squad over a period of time. It's very rare that you get to see all 4 years consecutively for most. So I love to see how these teams adapt when they're bringing in new players, how they get them acclimated, and how they're able to work as an entire unit for competitions like this.
Absolutely. It's another thing that you have to bring in that you don't see on a professional aspect. You just kind of see, you sign a player, you expect them to play for you for however long you have them under contract. You don't have to worry about them graduating and going on to do something else. I mean, then they can never play for you again.
100%. Yeah, you got that, grown-up job, those kind of things, maybe moving on, or doing other aspects within, the esports aspect of it. Even tomorrow morning, we've got an opportunity for an educational aspect in IT in different sectors within not only the esports space, but also just career-wise for them to develop and grow into those areas. As we're going to now hop into this map, we can take a look. First, going to be opening with potentially, again, we talked about it, we got to see a little bit from the tank roll from Chunkles, so we'll see if that actually comes to fruition.
I think it would be fun to see, especially on this map where you just kind of have to take inside control of the point in order to have the most success. And I like Gevity on the ball. I mean, this is just going to be harassing everybody on the back line of Co. We'll see how it works out.
Well, and there's also a lot of environmental opportunity utilizing the Wrecking Ball, whether it's the bridgeway or underneath that round inner sector. So we'll see if that's something of value, as you can already get some decent shots from Railgun into the back, finding those little nooks and crannies to put some pressure and make sure that they're forcing out that healing. Early great pick here coming in from V onto 60, allowing that Kiriko to be completely eliminated from play. So that's going to give Co the advantage, because they're really out on healing right now.
Oh, they are. There's nothing to support Gevity and Pop-Tart right now. They're so low. They have to back off and spam from Railgun. I mean, you really do have to just back off now that Navi's gone down as well.
Pop-Tart looking to see if they can get a couple of decent shots from a distance, but again, still playing safe, doesn't want to overstay their welcome or get themselves into a vulnerable position, as Navi swaps out now onto the Echo, again, getting that duplicate when necessary to try and counteract against it. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Domina being the focus that duplicate has to give some extra reinforcement alongside Gevity.
Yeah, right now I'm really loving the angles that Railgun's able to take over up top onto these. Oh, great shot from Eric, though.
Yeah, using that bridgeway. Just also, this is what's really nice, too, on maps like these, where we talked about the dominant shield and how it can really benefit holding a specific junction or area by having that complete shield protection. Denies any sort of real free fire happening there and has to look to maneuver towards white room.
Yeah, and forcing them into that such a small choke while still having a Domina and, a Pharah just stuck on one angle. I mean, it's just forcing them straight into that sight line, and that's so much damage that you just can't really do anything about it.
Have a boop there onto Gevity, so it gets them eliminated for the moment, at least out of the fight, but not fully taken down. Pop-Tart being picked up, though. Railgun, despite being at the disadvantage comparison to a hit scan, still finds a decent pickup. Trades are coming through, but still favoring Co. They are able to overwhelm and dominate in this at first, but it is hard swapped back over when Lawrence really starts to gain some momentum here. They have to get more of this point presence to try and see if they can turn it back.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Domina and how she's able to output that immediate early damage, and Junkle's immediately swapping off of it as I'm talking about it because, hates me or something. But, I'm able to get that damage, straight onto Navi and just not letting them set up at all on and off angle.
And Gevity's still keeping a hero that is high mobility in that sense, opting onto the D.Va to more so mitigate some of that incoming damage with that defense matrix to try and outlast for these last few percentages. 5% still to go. Railgun now with the ultimate landing onto Mark. So that's going to be a great opportunity to deny that utility that comes through from the Lucio, and with 60 going down, there's no hope at all here to try and keep Gevity alive. Navi doing everything imaginable to try and get back onto the point to touch, and honestly, Ko at this point has dominated heavily here, and now going to look to see if they can continue doing so into this second round.
No, that was super well played. I mean, just forcing them to go into whatever bridge that they desired to play for, and, you know, forcing in almost environmentals from the Pharah, as well as just setting up their Emre, Eric, to just mow them down. I mean, that was so well played.
Now we're going into center to see how this is going to fend off again. I'm immediately thinking that maybe we would see a Mei, because this is such a predominantly Mei-used map historically, just because you're able to get that same type of mechanism when we talk about, you know, alternative maps such as Busan, where in that smaller room you can block off certain doorways, segment out areas, but haven't really seen too much of that here. Most likely going to get that initial teleport from Railgun and Navi to see if either one of them are maybe going to adopt that consistency in hero use.
I think what you're seeing also on this map a lot of is Bastion. You've seen a lot of Bastion and Mei. You know, if you can get the wall and immediately the turret form out, but neither team opting for that.
Vendetta, we're seeing a little bit more of. We talked about that. We've already seen it on a couple of occasions going into this, looking for that high ground positioning. Also still having some mitigation as well to partner alongside of it. Pop-Tart hitting early onto Eric. Again, Junkrat haven't seen as much, but this can be a very favorable map, utilizing it to ricochet the grenades off the wall. Great holding on that high ground. The defense matrix soaking so much of that damage in from Chunkles with this just mount to play it, continuing to try and press forward.
I mean, both kills have gone the way of LTU, but the point has gone the way of Ko. They're just kind of taking space a little bit better. Now, dominating the white room is very crucial, and now you can see the point flipped as I'm talking about it, because, again, they hate me, but...
I mean, realistically, though, even those few little percentage points that they're just getting, really denying it from the opponent to continue to surpass and gain even more so. So this gives them a chance to come back into it. Again, they are up one round in this, so they can give a little bit to get a little bit in that sense. But Lawrence, I'm really looking at Pop-Tart, who's already hit 75% to that ultimate charge, which is massive.
Oh, it could be. Chunkles is going to have to be well aware of the positioning of Pop-Tart to try to mitigate any sort of shots that they may want to take from that white room angle.
Keep an eye on V up top. Good look for the swift step to get close. Vendetta play from Navi. Pass to draw back, sticking towards that health pack. Blow onto 60. Needs to be very cautious, and because they had to swift step back, Navi actually is left vulnerable again, really needing that helping hand on that high ground. You can see a follow through as well. Deadeye gets that D-Mech and will continue to try and swap it back over. 50% almost stripped away from Lawrence, and finally Ko is able to take the advantage of it. They drew blood very early on it, but still kept it for a decent amount of time, so it wasn't an instant hard loss.
That's insane. Railgun was just all up in there. I mean, on the off angle, just spamming those bombs from the side. I mean, that's such oppressive damage. You can't really do anything about it, and it just allows Chunkles and Eric to kind of finish it off so easily.
And now you're going to have V with the Kitsune Rush, ready to toss into this as they push through the choke point. You can see that 60's going to lead first. They're okay with it. Ko's going to draw back. Unfortunately, they lose one, which is not favorable, so V has to commit the Kitsune Rush themselves to see if they can outmatch and take down Maker. On this Lucio, a sliver of health. Beautifully done by 60 to keep alive, but that sound barrier comes only microseconds too late where Pop-Tart's eliminated. Navi no longer having that protection from the shield because Pop-Tart goes down early. So everyone hyper-focuses the secondary DPS, who's now too far forward. 50% still locked in here for Lawrence, and 63 and climbing for Ko, who is looking to try and close this out now so they take this first map.
Yeah, and I love the ult usage as well from Railgun, able to find that early pick, and they're just responding with that beat in kind. It's just been super well managed, I think, on the side of Ko College.
Now, self-destruct, tossed in. Quickly moving, peeking the corner. Got Navi getting an elimination onto Chunkles while out of the mech. Great reaction and read on the positioning to guarantee that you deny that D.Va remix. So they cannot continue to be within a dominant position. 92% in climbing. Ko is still in the driver's seat for at least percentage-wise. But Lawrence is going to be taking that away and looking for these staggers. Absolutely does so.
Yeah, that's just really bad staggering if you're Ko College. I mean, you had so much, you momentum utility, and now you just kind of thrown that a little bit away, kind of having to reset. And you still do have one ult to work with, but that's about it.
Still tossing in those grenades. Not really yielding too much value at the moment. Would love to get the Riptire before this next fight. V and Urf are too far away from their sound barrier and their Kitsune Rush, so they have to rely on patient play as there's only 20% left to go. They could get close to it. V is specifically the one I'm watching because that's a hero that really can generate it fast enough, but these eliminations are coming in very, very quickly, and it's overwhelming at the moment that Lawrence is still in the driver's seat right now with the percentage as it's starting to be swapped over. Ko losing Urf, so they no longer have the Lucio for that movement. V needs to get this Kitsune Rush to guarantee that they can hold on to this fight and turn it back over. Riptire up close, gets the damage onto the mech, also getting that Diva out in the open for V to get the takedown and swap back over to Ko.
It's got to be
now
Navi
they
to
have
touch.
to be Lawrence to dive into this, and this is such a desperate play right now, and I don't think there's going to be enough for them to even get there in time. Ko strips it away in the last final moments to allow them to get that first map.
That was a really, really close second point, though. I mean, Lawrence Tech had a really good shot at taking that. I mean, I love the plays out from Navi. I love the off angles that was taken. I mean, just straight up in the back line, able to find that value. But, I mean, the Junkrat was just a little too strong, I think, on that inside point.
Absolutely. Well, and even like we have a highlight right now of V on this Kiriko. There was so many kunai that are landing that are generating that ultimate so fast. And like I commented, where when you looked in comparison to where you have the Lucio ult charge and the Kiriko ult charge, they start roughly at about like 40% each, but then you start to see that Kiriko really accelerate. If they can land the damage and they can really get that extra amplified healing and also just damage throughput, they can generate that ultimate so fast and get it for this a little bit more slightly quicker pace of a tempo to use that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, I mean, you just rack up the damage so much with this hero. I mean, I keep saying it, but support.
Yes.
You're outputting that much damage and still being able to keep your tank up, keep your DPS up. I mean, it's damn near unstoppable.
Yeah, and again, when going into now this next map, which I'm curious to see what they're going to opt into, and also potentially what the ban is, the Kiriko is something they're very much going to have to be keeping a watchful eye of because it was really well played. Again, you do see that, you know, LTU is trying to really match up against it, 60 coming up shy on a few separate occasions, or being a little bit, I think, too overzealous to use the Swift Step early, so then it allows them to be vulnerable elsewhere, like when Navi was picked off when they were on that backline flank, and same thing when it comes to Pop-Tart. So those are little things I'm going to be curious to watch going into this next one and see how they're able to work together as a unit to not allow themselves to be vulnerable.
And I think it's really difficult when, especially you have all that spam coming out from the Junkrat, from you know, all of your team, you know, the harassment from Diva. It's just so hard when you misuse your utility or misuse your Swift Step. Like, it just can put you in such a dire position, and you know, Ko was really good at punishing that.
Well, and we're actually getting some confirmation, I believe it is going to be banning on Vendetta. So we do no longer have that available, and leaning into Watchpoint Gibraltar, I think. Yes, indeed. Yes, so they are going to lock that in. So this one, again, having really high skyboxes, really nice channels that they can work through and find off angles, especially when we talk about a defensive position to really hold. Even if you lose that first initial checkpoint, if you can hold them within those 4 doors and deny entrance way to those, it can be a real time sink.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is Dive's heaven, so kind of banning Vendetta might even be kind of a defensive move, as I think, Ko's going to ban Diva here. So just taking away some of these tools that most dive comps have. Might even see something like a Hazard come out, maybe a Winston. This is, you know, I mean, this is Winston's map.
Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked.
It is true. I mean, ever since they reworked it to where that rocket is now no longer capable of flying, it's so sad. Like, when you look at it, you're just like, this isn't the old Gibraltar. But again, when they made some of these changes, it was very helpful, I think, overall to the function of the map, which was long overdue.
Yes.
So these little tweaks, again, are something that have always been, I think, really important to help keep the balancing aspect of the attacking and defending side. So going into this, we can look to see how that's going to fend off, as Lawrence Tech is going to be on the offensive first. Ko will be defensive. So we can take a look where we might have a few let out of the cage. It looks like we were going to have both. Actually, okay, so I was thinking maybe they're going to have one more of the newer heroes, but really Jetpack Cat is going to now be brought into the table. They're focused on bans elsewhere, and that means that the cat is open for play.
And we did talk about, you know, the comfortability of being on some of these newer heroes, you know, who's going to be able to utilize them to their fullest potential. I don't think we've really seen too much of Cat being played, either because of bans or because it's just not quite working or you're not comfortable playing them. But I think this could work really, really well on Gibby.
The other thing, too, is when maybe not as much in the mid segment, but the early and late segments, especially because depending upon how they're going to play, if they want to use that back stairway, you're not going to want to really touch it because guarantee you V is going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to throw you off the edge. And then towards the conclusion of it, if they can find a really good off angle or try and take them over that back tunnel, that's another area for it. So realistically, the only safe place from the Jetpack Cat to be dragged off the end is the mid segment.
Right, and even then, you can use that Jetpack Cat to your advantage to maybe bring one of your DPS heroes who might not have the movement to get up on top of that ship to that very, very powerful position. So we'll see how that, you know, works. So you can see the Hanzo coming out. I'm excited to see if there can be any one-shots here, because I think that's going to be a bit of a win condition for Ko.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that's always been interesting, too, is whenever it comes to a Winston dive, you normally have to try and take the high ground to jump in first so you can do your damage and use the jump more as an outro. Like, you don't really use it as an instant engagement unless knowing that you have the safety net of either somebody to support you or an avenue to get out. V actually now gives that extra lifeline, where if you want to be aggressive with that jump and V is there to grab you out of it if you get into a sticky situation, that's going to be really key and vital to be able to make that comp even more useful to them.
I mean, it's like just straight up like an even better Life Weaver. Like, if you're just thinking about it, like you can just be aggressive and just have no fear and just walk right back on out.
We'll see, decently pushed already halfway through for the offense for Lawrence. But again, the payload in that underpass to see how they can now get back into it. Swap now, Gevity going to go onto the hazard, so there is some denial with that wall block through the doorway, so no real great avenues to see anything. And this is just a slow play until they can find an opportunity to outmatch Ko.
Yeah, I think just not trying to run into Railgun all too much, and Gevity immediately jumping onto it, exploiting that. I think that's going to be the one person they're going to have to try and focus on to try and get off the line and get that one-shot potential off the map.
Big focus here on the high ground, eradicating that hit scan positioning, which is great and well done. Jetpack Cat low, again, looked to go after Chunkles, but really couldn't find the opportunity to get them out of that bad positioning. And now we'll have to look to try and re-engage with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
No, this is really tough. I mean, this is really good defense coming out from Ko College. Coming out a lot more hot out the gates than I think they did on Li Zhang. It's great showing from Railgun, already having ult built up, and G as well. I mean, you look at the comparative ult charges.
Oh, what a shot. Big play by Pop-Tart, denying V, just left out in the open, and it's these kind of shots that you desperately need. The only ultimate that they are looking for next right now is going to be that Kitsune Rush. Again, you can use the Dragon Strike, but if you can find an opportunity, which is going to be unleashed immediately, big pickup, huge damage on the high ground. Again, zoning out and pushing back. That payload continuing to push forward with a minute 40. This hazard from Gevity is being practically chunked by those arrows on entry and has no way to sustain through that type of damage. They just have to play the corner here and look for the regroup to see if they can reach this checkpoint.
Yeah, Maker just a little bit too late to dive in with his hazard. Just a little bit too late, a little bit disjointed, and that's what led to Gevity just kind of blowing up there. What you want to see, the coordination between the Lucio and the tank to kind of speed themselves onto and take that advantage.
Dive forward, looks for a lot. Having that slow, forcing the Primal Rage, no surprise there. Has that safety net, could look to continue chasing. Swift step, juggle, big pickup, 60 is down. And again, 55 seconds, they're gonna have one last chance to regroup as a full 5 here from Spawn to see if they can break this defense that is Ko.
The spam has just been so impressive by Eric and Railgun. I mean, it's just impossible to break through, but the beat early, trying to just slam it straight on through, try to get onto this point early. Not quite working out though.
Nope, and with a couple of picks coming through now, unfortunately, on the offense, dwindling numbers with this little time is so challenging. Gevity,
Isolated them.
I was going to say, Gevity's also just at 1 HP for the longest time. There's no one there to help, and again, 60 was far too distant from the spawn to even try and swift step to give that assistance. 15 seconds now. This is the only opportunity to try and recontest.
Oh, this is a dominant defense. I mean, there's not much you can do, and immediately Railgun's back. Look at that drag from V. Beautiful. And immediately getting a kill for it. No way, man.
So
that's the value. That's the value. It's better than Lucio speeding. It's better than anything.
And now they're rushing in. They're attempting to try and hold this. Thankfully, the only benefit was that the payload was pushed far enough back that they can go in for the recontest. Navi is finally returning back, but unfortunately, there's already too many bodies on the floor. That is a beautiful defensive hold, denying reaching that second checkpoint. And at this point, this has to be a Herculean defense coming out from the opposing side. And Ko on the attack is feeling really good right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see anything like a swap to like a Reaper or something to kind of deal with this monkey, because Winston's just kind of been dominating every single spot that they wanted to take. Like, there's just no chance for LTU to kind of take any space off the back of it, especially when they're losing 1 or 2 and using so many resources to even get onto these spots.
And again, like I said, you have that lifeline with V on the Cat, so you can be more aggressive than you already intend to be with the Winston. So, and you have a primal range as well in situations like that. Hey, I'm going to go in for a dive. Cool. I'm going to be able to get really low. Cool. I'm going to primal. Hey, I'm really low again. Well, that's cool. I can either jump out because the primal reset it, or I can go even further. And then he's like, hey, I've also got an out for you in case you really need it. There's just so much that can snowball this Winston type of play, and it gives so much more agency to that very heavy dive type of comp.
Yeah, and that's kind of the complication that adding so many of these new characters can add so many more layers to what you can do. Like, you can play aggressive or you can play super passive and just kind of keep backing off until you see a mistake or you see someone out of position and then pounce on it.
Well, and you also have to think, like, when it's in the hands of skilled individuals like this, it's very different than like me in a quick play, which I'll be transparent. Well, it's like not that great, but I'm also an Orisa one trick, so no real life there either. But we're gonna hop in now as we see that Ko is on the attack, looking to see if they can close this out and get the second map win of the best of 3 and finish out these round robins confident.
Yeah, Pop-Tart's gonna have to keep shooting to give Lawrence Tech a chance. To be honest, that's gonna be the player that they're gonna look to probably try and dive on. But
it's a nice wall, really knocking him out of the doorway. Great positioning. Engagement though from the Doomfist. Haven't really seen that before for today. Attempting to try and capitalize. Gets the health pack, so it denies Navi's comfort there, using that as a resource. His spacing, heavy mobility from Chunkles is unreal. Just being able to bob and weave between some of the incoming fire. But then we see inside of the kill feed, that's where the Widowmaker is now going to play so well if you can find these types of picks, especially on Gevity.
Yeah, no, your tank going down to a Widowmaker is never what you want to see. It's just as bad as a support going down to a headshot, but I think that was everybody kind of collapsing onto Gevity. I mean, pressure out from Railgun as well.
Oh my goodness! Oh. Look at how far forward Chunkles is playing, and then here's the thing is that you're drawing attention away, and Railgun's just in the wings being like, I'm just gonna free fire. Gets 2 good shots and the elimination onto the tank. They are now just only a meter away. That was lightning fast. Ko has absolutely dominated transitioning into this type of map form. It was much more close, I would say, in the control map, but this was a very different story despite it being the opposing team's map decision.
Yeah, I really do see the logic behind the map decision. You want to play around those corners, you want to play those tight corridors, because that's where they seem to thrive on that control center of Lijiang, but not quite able to capitalize on how coordinated these dives were. And I mean, the shots from Railgun, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You got 2 snipers, you know, one shot headshotting you. Every single time you try to peek around a corner, it's just over. It's just over.
I mean, it very much is. And, you know, with that talking about over, specifically at least for this match, that's actually going to conclude the Overwatch segment and the Valorant segment for us for the rest of today. But we've got some leftover and residual matches that are going to be for Rocket League and Smash, which we can, of course, have for those to be viewing after this. But again, for us, at least for today, that is our conclusion. It has been a fantastic day with you today so far, and I know Asher was here earlier on the Valorant side of things, so that's been a spectacular chance to have you guys here again. But we still have so much more. I mean, the educational aspect, like I mentioned in the morning, with the seminar for about an hour at, I believe, 8:30 to 9:30, if I'm not mistaken, before we enter into some more of the game. So that'll be great for a lot of the students and or parents that are interested in finding out about it. And then also just our other titles as well.
Yeah, not only that, I was looking forward to all the booths that they have set up. I was taking a little scope out earlier while we were between games, and I saw a big old popcorn stand. Bunch of different flavors. I'm a big fan of that.
Yep.
I love seeing that. So
You're a popcorn
if
guy.
you decide to come on over here, check that out. Maybe I'll buy you one.
Yeah.
Okay? Hit
yeah.
me up.
And some friends, all that are around, again, here in Lisle, Illinois, for that Sheraton Hotel, where it's just been, like we've mentioned, we've seen pans across the entire event space of all the PCs that are here, just the camaraderie that's happening for this. There we go. We get another one. Thank you, Prod. They're always on our side and tuning in, making sure that we get everything visible for you as we do start to wind down for today. But again, being round robin for day one, this is where we really just get the initiation of all of these players and all of these teams, and then start going into the heavy-hitting competition that is going to be for tomorrow, which again, we will be starting off with same time tomorrow, looking to have it again at that 10 a.m. marker, where we do have that for you to begin the day and enjoy some more esports. So with that being said, that'll conclude our day one for right now, but we're looking forward to having you more tomorrow, where you can see more competition.